what question we start out with, but if we can take that tape now. This is a juror, one of the 12, who voted not guilty for the most part of these 4 officers.
After looking at that tape, and the horror of that tape to a good many people, how could the jury find those officers not guilty of excessive force and assault?
Well, there was more evidence than just that tape. If all I ever saw was that tape, I too couldn't have made a decision any other way. But I was given evidence, a lot of testimony, a lot of information, a lot of guidelines in which to make my decision. And in doing that, the tape was just a small part of it.
Did that have a numbing effect, do you think, on you?
Absolutely not. It was just as gruesome from the first time I saw it a year ago last March as it was the last time I saw it, which was about 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
Then explain to me, after what you've just said, the mitigating circumstances. Explain to me, if it was that gruesome, why these men weren't guilty.
Because there's more to this action than just that film.
What?
There's Rodney King's actions, driving 115 miles an hour on a freeway, 80 miles an hour on surface streets, not stopping, not following the police direction when they put him on the ground, throwing 4 police officers off of his back.
You were one of the 4 that thought that Lawrence Powell should be convicted on the 1-count excessive force under the color of authority.
That's true.
Why?
Because the evidence, in my opinion, showed that he was out of control, that he had a state of mind that was adverse to, and his actions followed the state of mind that that was in the evidence.
Would it be safe to assume that in your case maybe your heart might have said one thing but your head said another?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could say that a million times.
On that point, what she went on to say was that under the very narrow constraints of the law and the instructions that she and the other 11 jurors were given by the judge, that is the way they had to play it. And based upon that, and not necessarily what she really believed in her heart and what she saw on the tape, that is why they found these 4 not guilty.
My husband mentioned yesterday that perhaps you could look at it and call a technical victory and a moral defeat there. And it sounds like that's kind of what she was saying,
in essence, that's what she was saying. And she also said that she is very, very saddened by what's going on. But even after what she has seen going on in the community, she would vote it the same way under the constraints given her under the law.
All right. Very good to hear from her. We needed to hear from her, and
there's a lot more. We'll hear more later.
Good, good. We'll look forward to that. We're going to leave you here looking at a building burning at Western and Venice. This is a live picture. We'll be back. We're going to throw it now to Harold Green and Laura Diaz as the news continues tonight.
You're watching the #1 station for news and information in Southern California. Channel 7 KABC TV, Los Angeles. With Harold Green, Laura Diaz, Dallas Raines with weather, Todd Donahoe sports, and the entire Eyewitness News team. Now, Eyewitness News at 6.
Good evening, I'm Harold Green.
I'm Laura Diaz.
This is Eyewitness News at 6 o'clock. The city of Los Angeles is now under a dusk till dawn curfew, and the National Guard has moved in to reinforce the besieged Los Angeles Police Department. Thus far, our latest calculations show that at least 13 people have been killed since the decision that the 4 police officers involved in the Rodney King beating were found not guilty some 24 hours ago. Nearly 450 injuries have been reported, and we have an estimated 300 people arrested, but that number continues to rise each and every hour in Southern California, as do the number of fires that are being set around the communities that have now expanded beyond yesterday's flashpoint in South Central LA.
Harold, it's been about 24 hours since the violence broke out. We were sitting here yesterday at 6 o'clock. It was about 6:30 when it began in South Central Los Angeles, and I have to say that we watched in horror upstairs in the newsroom about 6:45 as we saw some of those first few victims being pelted on as they drove through South Central Los Angeles, beaten upon. It was a horrible sense of helplessness as we watched.
Absolutely. Now, since that time, the subject of much of the frustration and the anger and the outright physical abuse have been the Korean merchants in Los Angeles. Many of the Korean merchants are now arming themselves. They are beginning to fight back. This in response to the fact that the Los Angeles Police Department, in their estimation, have not been coming forward and have not been giving them the protection that they've been demanding. We've got Rick Romero out in front of one Korean-owned business where people there apparently are arming themselves, taking things into control. But Rick, I guess maybe you've moved your location and you're at the scene of a fire?
That's correct, Harold and Laura. We moved from that location. It was a bit more dangerous than I think we really wanted to be involved in. Right now, we're taking a look at a business that is on fire, La Curfew, and right next door. Now, we've seen an awful lot of businesses on fire. Right next door is an apartment complex. Just a few minutes ago, that roof collapsed on that apartment complex. Inside were at least 3 firemen, and it all looked like there was some danger for all of them. Then suddenly we saw all 3 of them run out of that building. Fortunately, and it looks like, based on the actions of the fire department right now, that nobody was injured in that particular collapse. And then just about 30 seconds ago, we saw the wall on the far side come down as well. It also collapsed. Now, there's an awful lot of trash out here. You can see it all over the ground. There's empty television boxes. The La Curfew is an appliance store. You can see a fire in there. But I wanted to show you a piece of trash that I found out here. This piece of trash is a Winchester 12-gauge shotgun shell. Yep, that's right. There are shotgun shells that are placed out here. I'm not sure at what time somebody had the idea that they wanted to use their shotgun and dropped one of these shells. This is the kind of danger that everybody is concerned with out here, and that's why you see the Highway Patrol backing up the fire department. They're just right over here directing traffic as Heather gives you that shot. You can see that they're also keeping an eye on the fire department, which is right behind us. And this is one reason we're in this area. We feel a lot more safe knowing that those guys are there. There's also quite a crowd out here, and I want to make a point that the crowd out here is more typical of the people that are living down here. They're just standing and watching. They're not getting involved in the looting and the setting of fires and those kinds of things. Heather, we just had another wall collapse over here in La Curfew. This is a continuing fire. Obviously, there's some major concern for the safety of the fire department, and see a couple of them now backing up a little bit. Harold and Laura, this is a scene all over downtown Los Angeles. You've seen it from the area. You've seen it from our ground shots. I don't need to tell you any more about this. This is Rick Romero reporting live from the Harbor Freeway and Olympic Boulevard.
Thanks, Rick. We have, in fact, been online since 9 o'clock this morning, and we have watched the situations literally feed on themselves. We have watched the arson, the incidents of arson continue to increase in an ever-widening area, and the looting. It's no longer what was yesterday being described as a black problem, if you will. It is now crossing all racial lines, and it is growing wider and wider in the city. And throughout the day, we have watched people virtually unmolested moving into stores, taking out goods, driving home, some showing up with their families, walking into stores, taking what they need. This has been going on. Rick did point out right there that the CHP was online. I mentioned that we have the National Guard in Los Angeles. We now also have a heightened CHP presence, maybe up to about 600 officers that are now in
Harold,
LA.
you know that I was out earlier today in the field. I was out on Wilshire Boulevard at Crescent Heights. The authorities telling me there that it appeared that the marauders were heading west on Wilshire Boulevard, and that they would come in, they were wielding bats, literally going through and breaking glass on the front of the stores. Some of the shopkeepers, in fact, most of them closed up for the day. We saw that windows were boarded up. At the same time, it was really kind of paradoxical because you would see some people walking by doing their shopping, looking for a place that was open, small children in tow, and apparently they did not know what had happened maybe just 20 minutes earlier. So it has been a strange day in the city of LA in many parts.
Many of the looters, we might add, have nothing in common with what took place in the Simi Valley yesterday. The thought of Rodney King is the furthest thing from their mind. Our reporter Jeff Michael is online right now. He's out in the streets. Let's go to him, find out the very latest from his location. Jeff, where are you?
Well, I'm at 8th and Vermont, Harold, and it's very tense right here. This building's been burning for about an hour. They finally got that. They were starting to get that knocked down. But then just as they started to get that knocked down, Firefighters or officers, we're not sure which, took at least one, if not two rounds from a building right over here. No one was hit, but all the officers drew their guns and they descended upon that building over there. Now the firefighters are back to fighting that, but then look over this building over here. Dave Pan to the right. We can't even get around this building, but that's the fire they're really getting for now. Okay, let's walk and do it. Watch your cable head. Okay. Okay, here. And there we go. Thank you. It's a mess down there on Vermont, a real mess. And the problem in all of this is with this black smoke, neither the firefighters nor the police officers can see where bullets are coming from. It's hard to even hear where they're coming from with all the generators out here. The fires are skipping just about, I'd say, every other block, and they're being extremely taxed. Now what we're going to do, thank you very much. Dave, come over here. This is one of the Korean businesses over here that Rick Romero was talking about not too long ago. We want to talk to these people because these are some of the people who have decided to arm themselves, and they've done it reluctantly. I was talking to them earlier. Eric, come here, please, and bring the older gentleman with you who is out here. Call for him to come, if you would, please. Eric, why are you guys, you've got bats, you have handguns here. There was a man out here who says we're all trained to shoot. Why? What's the feeling?
Well, see, we have no hatred towards black people. We have nothing against anybody. All we wanted to do is work hard and make it like the rest of us, and we know. But people are driving by, shooting at us, and we have to do something about it. We have no police support whatsoever. National Guard, I've heard about it from early this morning. We don't see any of that support coming out. We have a lot of shotguns in here and some handguns, but we have to use them because, I mean, we have to defend our lives. We have to defend our property. You know, people out there watching, you know, please just don't sit there and enjoy this great exhibition.
It's not entertainment, you know. It's not a Hollywood action shot. No, this is the actual life that we're talking. We got shot in what? Car windows, fly-by bullets come out. They're shooting at us. We may be shooting at up there, but they're shooting at us. So far, we've been shooting up. But when it comes to worse, we're not going to sit around shooting upside. We're going to shoot at them. That's how close we got to right now.
But it's at a point now. Why do you think it's come to Koreatown? Do you think it's because of the Latasha Harlan shooing? Why has it come here?
Okay, well, I assume that the Rodney King incident has something to do with it. I mean, most of what to do with it, as everyone well knows. But yeah, we've had a little difficulties in South Central LA, and people own markets. Most of them are Korean people, and they've had a little conflict with the black people in that neighborhood because. Well,
now people who are African American are coming through this neighborhood. The roadblocks have basically been not taken down. They've moved. Does that make you nervous when you see people driving by who are of another color?
Yeah, Right now, there are a lot of, if you look out there, a lot of Hispanic and black people out there, and they're just roaming around, packed in their cars, roaming out, trying to loot something or pillage something or find some violence to create. I mean, the curfew is going to have absolutely no effect if people don't come out here and start enforcing it right away.
Okay,
I mean,
certainly we're saying these are people, you have no animosity. When we bring up people of color, you have no animosity against these people.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
But
you need more Army support.
Yeah, this is a war zone, you know.
I know you can.
As far as I know, there hasn't been war on American soil since 1812, but this is a war zone, okay? I can't describe it any better. I couldn't sit at home. I had to come out here. Anyone, we need your help. Stop this. I mean, everybody has to contribute to the help.
There is no American, there is no African.
We understand. We understand. It is, we're going to go down to this fire here. We're going to be back to you in just a minute. As soon as nightfall hits, they've been talking an awful lot about the curfew coming down. They've been talking about enforcing that. It's going to be very, very difficult down here. It is uncontrollable down here, and we only see 2 police units down here right now. They say they're going to take control of the streets. It's very, very hard to believe that that's going to happen. It's a very nervous situation here. Back to both of you.
Thank you, Jeff. And of course, that is very key, that they have to be able to enforce that curfew. The mayor's saying today that it would be voluntary, but in this situation, it's hard to get people to do what you want them to do.
Well, thus far, we haven't seen the police department able to enforce anything. They have been preoccupied throughout the day, shepherding the various firefighters around. They've had to take them into the areas to battle the fires that are erupting, these arson-set fires. And the community at large is asking, where is the large contingent of police officers? Just a couple of days ago, the police chief of Los Angeles, Daryl Gates, said he had a contingency plan. He also said that he would deploy an extra 1,000 officers into an area a trouble area in the wake of what would happen with the Rodney King decision. Today we saw no evidence of any of that.
We're all wondering where that contingency plan was.
Absolutely.
Because today he indicated that he was caught at least somewhat by surprise, which is extremely disconcerting to those of us who've been watching this on television for the last 24 hours. Our reporter Art Rascone has been circulating throughout South Central Los Angeles. In fact, he and his crew were attacked earlier today. We are happy to say that they are fine. A camera was broken during that, but he is back out on the streets right now at Manchester and the 110, and he brings us up to date. Art.
Okay, Laura, in fact, it was in this general area that we were attacked by a mob of at least 20 to 30 people. We were shooting them as they were mobbing or looting this tract of stores. They turned on us and attacked the cameraman as well as myself. The camera was dropped on the ground and lost. Behind me, you see a strip of stores that was torched only within the past hour, a hotel, Vermont sandwich shop, furniture shop as well. The looting took place on this tire strip just before it was torched. And if we come over here, Dave, you can see just more of an indication of what's been taking place all this afternoon. In fact, we were here earlier as this entire strip was looted just by dozens of individuals. Now the question is, and I spoke with some of these kids who are hanging out here, is whether this curfew is going to, in fact, heal the problem or help solve the problem. And the answer seems to be no. The police obviously haven't been able to control the situation with the looters now, and with the curfew enforced, they still won't be able to because they simply don't have the manpower to do so. That seems to be the consensus on the streets, at least. Live in South Central Los Angeles, I'm Art Rascone.
All right, Art, thank you. Let's bring you up to date on some information that we have been accumulating throughout the day. Bus service in the city of Los Angeles has been halted. The RTD says it will not subject its bus drivers nor its passengers to the dangers that they will encounter in these troubled pockets of the city. Professional sporting events, the Dodgers game, the Clipper game, all canceled. Movie theaters, the Mann movie theater chain apparently shutting down as well. And many of the other events that have been set up, the live theater groups at the Dorothy Chandler, all of them, they too have all been postponed.
Schools closed.
Schools have been closed. The Los Angeles Unified School District in particular said no classes tomorrow. They have also canceled after-school activity as well as extracurricular activities scheduled for the weekend. And some flights have been rerouted going into LAX. All of that smoke from the fires that we've been covering. We will get upstairs with Captain Ron to give you a bird's eye view of what the pilots are facing as they try to come into LAX. They have been rerouting them and sending them out over the ocean and coming in that way. Early on, there had been some concern that some of those flights may be the object of a ground fire, but Los Angeles International reports there have been no incidents of that happening, and we're happy to report that.
You know, it was interesting, too, last night, Harold, because I was down at Parker Center at about 10:30, and to drive down that area, down Los Angeles Street, an area that you and I have covered for many years as reporters, to see the trees turned upside down, the absolute rummage and down through the center of town was really terrifying.
Well, it was anarchy.
It was a sad day for the city of Los Angeles, no matter where you stood and where the verdicts were. It was a horrible moment.
I go back to 1965 and the Watts riots, and as a young man, I watched them on television. And what I watched over the last 24 hours definitely emulated what took place back then. This kind of scene, exactly the same back when it erupted in '65 in the community of Watts. What was happening then, what is happening now. People go into a store, they first determine which one they want to hit, they loot it, and then they torch it. Captain Ron, where are you? What can you tell us?
Okay, Harold, we're out here at Western and Santa Monica Boulevards, and as you can see, we've got a tremendous fire that's burning right now. And this is actually just west of Western Avenue is the fire. Now, as we look at this fire, maybe we could pan just a little bit to the left, and we'll find some of this police contingent that you were talking about. We have a tremendous crowd here that has built as a result of this fire, estimating from up here conservatively, I'd say at least 100 people, maybe 200 people. Now, the police earlier had a line directly across Santa Monica Boulevard, and it appears as what they were doing is just protecting the fire department as they tried to fight this fire. And you can see some of the people that have scattered as a result of the policemen actually charging forward on these people. Just a few moments ago, 50 to 75 of them ran around the block as the policemen moved forward. And on the other side, this would be the east side, Harold, we can see that the police have several cars that are lined up protecting the firemen on that side. And they're still trying to fight this fire. As you can see, this thing is really burning strongly right now. A very intense fire. Harold, back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you. We are losing our signal somewhat. Captain Rom will get into a position where he can feed us a clear picture of what's happening.
We actually had at the high point, Harold, about 300 fires, we believe, burning at various parts of the city.
Hours.
And now we're down to about 30. And the fire department has done such a valiant job under a very, very, very difficult situation, being attacked while they're trying to put out these fires. And the police department on hand to try to help them in that process.
Chief Manning said this morning at a news conference with the mayor and with the police chief that at one point last night, there were 3 fires per minute erupting throughout Los Angeles. They have battled those fires all night and into the day, but we are seeing and experiencing more and more arson. They take care of one area and an arsonist will strike in another. Now, we want to repeat again that the Los Angeles Police Department has an obligation to shepherd these firefighters in there because they go in unprotected. They need the protection of the LAPD. What the Los Angeles Police Department would like to do would be able to put together a contingent of officers large enough so that they can gain control of a particular pocket of resistance. It is unwise and unsafe for police officers to go into an area when they are outnumbered numerically. We are putting those officers' lives at stake, and right now we're not going to see any of this. This, Laura, is some earlier video that we witnessed today. This was a beauty supply shop that we saw looted for the better part of 5 hours today. Hard to believe that there was that much stuff inside.
You know, and it's a scene that we have seen repeated over and over again. There you see 2 young people.
There's your happy shoppers right there.
It's really a sad situation. You see sometimes parents taking their kids in tow to these events. What a horrible example for them. And we've talked about the feeding frenzy of it all. One person goes in and then, you know, some other people go in and neighbors, and pretty soon you have 20, 30, 40 people involved in these things.
And when you approach these people, the first thing they will tell you about is that they are very upset about the decision in the Rodney King beating case, but none have been able to tell us, or none has been able to tell us exactly the correlation between what took place in Simi Valley yesterday and this kind of lawlessness that has been running rampant in certain parts of Los Angeles throughout today.
We should also point out that many of the good folks of South Central Los Angeles have said that they're very upset about all this. One of the big concerns, of course, has been that those areas have been blighted for many years. People who live in South Central LA have said that there is no work. There is no place for the children to play. And now we see what is left of that community, much of it going up in smoke in the last 24 hours. A very sad situation.
Well, we never fully recovered from the Watts riots,
No,
so let's remember that. Linda Breakstone is online right now. Linda, we are going to you. What can you tell us from your vantage point?
We are in the middle of a war zone here at 3rd and Vermont. 3rd and Vermont, we are getting very close to Hollywood. We are standing right now in front of a car that has the body of a man in it. He is partially clothed. He was shot to death. They put him in this car and brought him here. They're waiting for the coroner to arrive. I've been distracted. I'm looking. There are, Bruce, can you take that camera over here? Show all the cars, the police cars now coming. We are at a National Guard staging area, and they're and they're waiting to move out. Now, what they need to be doing, and I guess they're going to move soon, is down this street here, down 3rd. Bruce, you can take it. Down there, you can see all the smoke. Right there, there is major looting going on there. We just took some pictures of it. We'll be feeding that back to you shortly. As we were taking the pictures, we got hit with a bottle on our truck. It was a liquor store. They were just carrying out cartons. And again, we will send that picture to you. We're surrounded by fires here. Let's go this way. There's another fire that's gutted a building there next to the Burger King there on Vermont. Now, in addition, we passed along the way I. Magnon's, Bullock's Wilshire. It's the same store now there on Wilshire Boulevard in Westmoreland. And there was looting. There were about 30 Hispanic and black males running out of the store with bags of clothing, just bags and bags of clothing and purses, putting it in trunks and running away. They threw a few things at us, too. We have pictures of that. We'll be sending those right back to you as soon as we can get straight here in terms of where the next looting thing. I think there's something going on there we've got to get to. It's Linda Breakstone reporting live from Wilshire and, from Vermont and 3rd. Now back to you.
Thanks, Linda. Linda pointing out that covering this civil disobedience, no easy task. As a matter of fact, one of our camera crews, our reporter Joe McMahon and his cameraman Dave Bussey, were accosted by a very hostile crowd, and our cameraman Dave Bussey, at gunpoint, apparently had to hand over his camera. And the people don't want their pictures taken, and this is one of the reasons they they don't want our presence there because they would rather do this with impunity. Captain Ron is over the scene.
Santa Monica and Western, this is where this is, Harold.
Santa Monica, the Sears store at Santa Monica and Western. Captain Ron?
Okay, Harold, we're out here still over Santa Monica and Western at this time. We're looking at the backside or north side of the department store of Sears. And these people have just broken into it within the last 3 or 4 minutes now. And you can see the first articles of merchandise that is being transported out of this store. A lot of people here. We're estimating 75 to 100 people out here at this time. Just a few moments ago, there was a police ship out here flying directly over this thing. Other than the helicopter, however, we have seen no other ground units to support this operation. And all we're looking at here is people breaking into it and taking out this merchandise out of the Sears store. Harold, back to you.
Well, now I think I've seen everything. Is that a yellow cab bringing somebody in to go in and loot a store? I can't believe my eyes. I'm not sure. We've been telling you throughout the day that people have been driving into these parking lots, getting out, going in, looting the store, getting back. But still help me, that looked like a yellow cab pulling up and maybe just eyeballing the situation. Whoops, he decides now he'll pull up and he'll assess the situation, and we'll keep an eye on him just to see if he's going to get caught up in this frenzy. This is what's been happening today, Laura. You were out in the Wilshire area today, out around Beverly Hills, and you pointed out there that people get so caught up in the emotion of it all, they start participating in this kind of law-breaking, and they don't give it a second thought.
I will tell you, last night I noticed that there was a yellow cab that brought in some protesters, and we were on Wilshire Boulevard down by the Federal Building last night at about, well, actually it was early this morning. It must have been 1 o'clock in the morning. It is a very strange occurrence out there.
Well, that would be very, I must tell you, that would be an atypical event in only in Southern California would people show up for a riot in a yellow cab. We have been telling you about the looting. Let's talk about the toll on humanity. Right now, they have just updated the death toll to 14 in Los Angeles, and that number may or may not include three people who died last night in a high-speed chase over in the Beverly Hills area. They had robbed a pedestrian there of his wallet. Police were in hot pursuit. The car took off at high speeds, ended up losing control, blowing right through a cinder block wall. All 3 occupants were killed, and they have included that in some reports, the 3 deaths there, and others they have omitted it. But right now, the official death toll in Los Angeles has risen to 14. Laura pointed out at one point in the 24-hour period, according to Fire Chief Donald Manning, there were 300-plus fires. That has been brought down to approximately 30 right now, but every now and then a new one pops up.
We're saying as many as 450 people have been injured in the last 24 hours, and certainly a lot of that taking place in the scuffling that's taking place out there as people try to rush in and loot and grab whatever they can, breaking windows, whatever it takes, and actually absolutely no regard for life or for personal property.
No.
And certainly not a lot of self-respect being shown out there.
The anger that has resulted from the Rodney King verdict is being expressed in San Diego, where 1,000 students, high school and college, apparently walked out of class today. In San Francisco, in the Bay Area, including Berkeley, where a number of students shut down Highway 80. Also, today in Atlanta, Georgia, there was about 1,000 to 2,000 demonstrators who walked through the downtown area, breaking out windows before they assembled before the City Hall. That is just some of what we've been hearing in terms of reaction outside of Los Angeles. Alex Payne, our reporter, has been monitoring what the world thinks of what took place in Simi Valley yesterday, and Alex joins us now with that part of the story.
Well, Harold and Laura, you know, this is a big story, not only in the United States, but in many countries around the world, especially in Europe, where the unrest is a reminder to Europeans about racial tensions, current racial tensions in their own cities.
This is the BBC in London. Over the past few hours, hundreds of looters have been out on the streets again, and more fires have been started.
Radio and TV stations on the continent have been updating their citizens, interrupting regular programming with news from Los Angeles. One British paper headlined today, "Hell breaks loose in race-hate city." In Paris, the respected Le Monde newspaper said the rioting has shocked an America already questioning itself more than usual about its values. President Bush condemned the killings and destruction and said the Justice Department is intensifying its own investigation of the police conduct in the King beating.
And the frustration all of us felt seeing helpless victims pulled from vehicles and assaulted, it was hard not to turn our eyes away. But we must not turn our eyes away, and we must keep on working to create a climate of understanding and tolerance and condemn a climate of bigotry and fear.
People of this country are deeply divided by race. They don't trust each other across racial lines. This will aggravate that mistrust. And I think, you know, until people start to sit down across the table in a room and talk to one another and reach out to one another, until we have some healing and some attempt to work out a common strategy on these problems, we're going to be in trouble.
This is the result of 12 or 15 years of urban neglect, where more of our youth are wallowing in despair and are trapped in the throes of drugs and guns and self-destruction.
In Atlanta today, as Harold just mentioned, there was a demonstration against the verdicts. It started off as peaceful, with hundreds of people marching in the downtown area, but it then turned violent. Cars were smashed and other property damaged. 26 people were hurt. And there were more demonstrations in other cities throughout the United States. An international team is coming here to Los Angeles this summer and other cities to investigate racism in the United States. And as we mentioned a moment ago about the Korean businesses, the Korean Foreign Ministry in Seoul today is expressing a lot of concern about the safety of 300,000 Korean Americans here in Los Angeles.
The Korean Americans themselves, though, saying today that they did not feel that they were being singled out by the looters out there today, that there's merely a high number of Korean-owned businesses in that part of town.
That's true, but the ministry in Seoul feels that they are being singled out, and they are expressing deep concern. As we mentioned, as Mark Coogan mentioned, the case where the Korean merchant shot and killed the black young woman. Yes, that is being mentioned in Korea tonight as one of the reasons they think those businesses are being targeted.
They also, while we say they haven't been targeted citywide, we do know for a matter of fact, though, that the shop owners in South Central have been looted and have been burned out. Many of the fires that we saw last night and early today were, in fact, the Korean stores, the liquor stores, and the like.
More than 100.
Thanks, Alex, for that update.
We do have a reminder here, Harold. Getting information, do not tie up the phone lines. It is getting to be a big problem. Stay off of the phone unless you absolutely have to use it, and leave it open for emergency phone calls that need to be made. I think we told you a little bit earlier that I was out in the field. I was out at Crescent Heights and Wilshire Boulevard on the west side. We're going to look at some videotape that was shot earlier today, if we can roll that tape. There you see that authorities had gathered at that corner. This man, a suspect in looting. Authorities there told me at the scene that he actually was running away, trying to escape. When they caught him, he was taking the CD player that you see there, that he had allegedly taken out of an electronics store just a little bit west on Wilshire Boulevard. They claim there were about a dozen people there at times wielding bats, going up and down Wilshire Boulevard, breaking windows, taking whatever they could. And they said the difficulty with their job today was that they were frequently outnumbered by looters. On this particular occasion, they were not, and so they took a suspect in tow. But the problem has been that they have not had enough backup, and the sergeant there, the LAPD sergeant at the scene, said to me, "We need help. We need the National Guard to help us to secure the area," which, of course, did happen today. As many as 40,000 National Guard supposed to be in Southern California.
Sadly, we have heard from people who have been arrested and those who have spoken to us on camera after looting stores in Southern California that there has been a sense that this is their right, that they should be able to conduct themselves this way, that they should not answer to anybody but themselves, that they can break the law, steal because they didn't like the way that the court decision went down. Linda Moore has been out today, and she has been in the thick of it, and some of the most dramatic footage I've seen come into the house today, Linda, is from your camera. Bring us up to date with what went down.
It was terrible. I mean, there's so much to say. I think that there's a point where you just become speechless. Let's start rolling some of the videotape. We were in an area right outside of Koreatown. There are a lot of Korean businesses in that area, and here we go. Once again, we got there just as this market was starting to be looted. Look at these people pouring out of the shoe store. You gotta wonder what's going on in these people's minds. So I decided to try to chase some of them down and find out.
What did you get?
Shoes.
Shoes?
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Right here.
Why did you do this?
I don't know, because it's free.
If it's free?
Yeah.
Don't you know it's wrong?
Nah.
You don't care?
I don't care.
Why don't you care?
Because I don't.
Why not? You're stealing things.
Yeah, I know.
Why don't you care?
I don't, because everybody's getting loose.
Because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
Come after me. What are you doing? Are you embarrassed?
Nothing.
Don't you know this is illegal?
No. United States, how come they let that happen to the place? Why didn't they guard? Y'all running out of there with the food. I got to do some shopping. I don't have any food in the house.
This poor lady, apparently she'd been walking to this store, this market store, for many, many years, and then she arrived today, and this is what she saw, and like the rest of us, she couldn't believe it, although she was hard of hearing, and she obviously just stunned. This is, you wonder what's going on inside these stores? Well, we took some shots here. Look at this. This is inside a Kenny's shoe store. And, you know, it's party time. These people are smiling, as you heard. They don't care. They know it's illegal. They don't care. But I'll tell you what happened moments later. The Korean merchants and store owners who own that shopping complex, they were talking to me for a moment. They said they were fed up. They walked away. Next thing I knew, they walked out of their stores. 3 of them were holding guns, and they just started firing at everybody and anybody. We were showing some of this to you live earlier. Then what happened, apparently a car full of some young black kids pulled up on the other side, and they started shooting back. You're going to start to see they noticed what was going on. They started shooting back, and we were right in the middle of it. It all happened so quickly. To tell you the truth, I thought they were blanks at first. I couldn't believe that these guys had actually pulled out loaded guns, but they were. There were bullets flying all over. And here you can see, this is where they see the cars pull up and they start to shoot back. And they start to take cover, realizing, I think, what they had started there, but there's just a simmering point, and they boiled over. I mean, I saw it happen. I was talking to the gentleman. I saw it in his eyes. He ran away from me. I thought he was going to give me his business card. I had asked for an interview. The next thing I knew, as I say, he came out with those guns. We got out of there as fast as we could, which wasn't fast enough, but we were okay. We didn't get hit. Nobody in our crew got hurt. However, as we were pulling away, we heard that some people there did get hurt, and as we were driving away, we saw some ambulances drive down and see what they could do. Also, you know, this was really shocking. There were a truck pulled up with a bunch of young white boys, and I said, you know, what are you doing here? I mean, get out of here. It's dangerous. They said, no, we've decided we want to take this back, and we're going to start fighting. And I looked in the car, and they had some weapons in the car, and they were holding what appeared to be tear gas.
Well, what we're seeing here throughout the day, people becoming so frustrated, Linda, that they are taking the law into their own hands, rightly, wrongly, obviously wrongly. This should never occur. But in the case of the Korean merchants, they begin to fire. All of a sudden, the people in the community, in this case, probably gangbangers, come by. They're armed to the teeth, and this is what the National Guard and the LAPD will be facing tonight. They've got to get between these people. They've got to protect those shop owners so that they don't feel that they have to step out and defend themselves with handguns.
It seems like it's worse than yesterday. You know, I was out in the field yesterday, and it's escalating. It is really getting worse. I mean, the whole area is just covered with black smoke right now, and it almost seems like there's an exodus going on, that people are just trying to get out of town. I mean, the traffic is terrible right now in parts of that area. They got their cars loaded up, and they're just trying to get out.
Also, as we see those looters moving out, and we saw the woman there, the elderly woman who was crying about not having food in the house. I've heard that over and over again today, and I actually heard that at some of the supermarkets they've been jammed as people are trying to stock up because they're concerned that they could have to stay indoors for days on end.
Would you say, as part of our reporting accurately, those involved, would you say that there were a large number of illegal aliens who were part of the looting that you witnessed today?
Very much so. And most of those people in that part of town seem to be from Central America. Not necessarily from Mexico, but they were farther south than that.
Okay, thanks for that.
Well, we have some information now. We've got Kate Flynn of Pacific Bell on the phone, and she's going to bring us up to date. Obviously, there's a plea going out to stay off of the phones. What can you tell us, Kate?
We are continuing to experience very, very heavy call volume into downtown and South Central Los Angeles. And we would really like to ask the cooperation of our customers to restrict their calls into that area to emergency calls only.
Kate, why do you think the downtown area is so busy right now?
All I can do is speculate that as the story grew, both locally, statewide, and nationwide, more people have tried to call into the general area, and it's simply grown out of South Central Los Angeles. That area is being hit the hardest. Our customers there are having a very difficult time trying to call out, and anybody trying to call in likely won't get through. And the only way to solve this is by reducing the volume.
Okay, thank you. We're up to date on that particular incident. Now, our reporter Henry Alfaro is, I believe, at a National Guard staging area, Laura?
That's correct, and we've been telling you that about 40,000 National Guard have come into Southern California, and we have been awaiting their arrival and for them going out into the field. Henry, what can you tell us?
Well, for the past couple of hours, our Channel 7 viewers have been watching some pretty spectacular stuff, all those shootings and all of those incidents. Well, compared to those stories, this is a relatively calm. Less than 24 hours ago, we were going to the command post, and we passed right by here at the Vernon and Figueroa. We watched these two stores, Ralph's and Thrifty Mart, or Thrifty's. They were being looted completely. Well, today, as you can see, and this is an indication that finally the National Guard has arrived. There's about 50 members here with the Humvees that to remind you of Desert Storm. They have their M16s, and they are loaded. And basically, they're standing watch. They're going to be standing watch throughout the night. And it's an indication, at least to the viewers and to the people of Los Angeles, that this is what they've been waiting for a long, long time. Now, today, Mayor Bradley said that they'd been discussing this for some time. And you kind of wonder as to why there was such a long wait. He says that there's a couple of thousand, and he hopes that it's enough. If there isn't enough, well, then they're going to get some more. Well, when you start looking around and you see all the fires that are going on, and when you start looking at all the things that are going on, not only here in South Central Los Angeles, but they're spreading throughout Los Angeles, you kind of wonder as to the infinite wisdom of the choices here, that probably let's bring more so we can quell the disturbances a lot sooner. Now, here's an indication now that the stores have been looted, but there's still plenty of stuff inside. But the presence of these National Guard members that are here is not only good for these two stores, but also for the various gasoline stations. There's 3 of them. There's a Jack in the Box across the street. There's a mini shop or mini mall across the way. A couple of the buildings have been burned. Some of them have been untouched. But at least the presence will assure people that the looters won't be coming by. You know, one of the things about the looters that's been reported, they go to certain areas, the police come, they split, they go elsewhere. So it's a hit and miss, hit and miss. It's a tactic that's been used since yesterday. So at least there's some kind of consolation, or at least some kind of confidence builder that the National Guard is here. I might add that this location here, we had a lot of California Highway Patrol units. They've been working out on the perimeter. We had about 50 units of the Sheriff's Department. I talked to one of the lieutenants, Lieutenant Osborne, and he indicated to me that they were here specifically to arrest looters. He couldn't give me an exact number of how many looters have been arrested thus far, but he said that that was their whole objective. All of the Sheriff's Department units, they've been scattered throughout the locations. And, you know, there's always that touch of tragedy. And it's not so much the adults, but its effect on these little kids. With me right here are these two little Spanish-speaking children. She has her money in her hand, and she came up and asked me in Spanish that where she could buy some wheat. And I told her, sweetheart, you can't go inside because it's closed. And I told her, let me just ask her, te dije que se había quemado, ¿verdad?
Sí.
¿Y cómo te parece lo que ha pasado aquí?
Muy mal.
I asked her, you know, you knew that it burned down. She says, yeah. And I said, well, what do you think of something like this? She says, muy mal, that's bad. So this is the impression that these little kids are starting to get. In some areas, they bring their kids and they do the looting. These little kids are out here to buy some food, and they can't because the store has been closed because of looting. So at least, again, the National Guard is here. There's order, and hopefully this will be the first step in bringing about a change, restoring some kind of semblance of order here in the city of Los Angeles. Reporting live, I'm Henry Alfaro. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Henry. I want to correct something that I said earlier. I said 40,000 of the National Guard. It is 4,000. I apologize for that. It has been a very long night. We haven't had much sleep here, many of us at Eyewitness News. Also, I wanted to reflect on the face of those little kids. You know, I can remember being a small child back in 1965 and watching on television, watching the riots.
Right.
And I remember asking my mother at that time, as a little girl growing up in L.A., why are they doing that? And she said, I don't know, honey. And I think it's the same answer we would give to our kids today.
The same thing. We also should point out the National Guard people coming in now, 2,000 now. We've got to get off this 20 and 40.
Right.
2,000 now, 2,000 more to come in before tomorrow morning. These guardsmen and women are far better trained than the ones that came here in '65. At that time, many of the guardsmen they were actually on their way to their 2-week summer camp out at Fort Irwin, and they bivouacked them over at Santa Anita and also over at the Los Alamitos area. They were brought into these neighborhoods, and they had been trained for conventional warfare. They didn't have a clue as to really what to do in terms of handling urban riots and the like. Well, these guardsmen have, in fact, as an offshoot of what took place back in '65, been trained in how to handle crowds and how to handle situations in neighborhoods. So we have a very strong presence there. Whether there are enough or not will remain to be seen as the hours continue to tick.
Harold, weren't you comforted to hear that they were here to make arrests? I think that we've all been watching as these looters go from one spot to another and then back to where they started. And, of course, that's why we haven't been able to put a lid on this thing.
Absolutely. You want to talk about looters? We'll show you looters. We've got Mark Brown out at that Sears store. He is at Santa Monica and Western Avenue. Let's go for an eyewitness account of what's taking place there. Mark?
Harold, Laura, this just happened just within the last 2 or 3 minutes. We look down there, see the Sears store, Santa Monica Boulevard, and St. Andrews Place. That is we're in Hollywood right now. The rioting and the looting and the burning moving west, moving north at this time. You see the looters down there. Now, earlier, police, as you see to the right of that, let's pan over this way, Bob Ballou, to the fire, and show you those stores were burning. There were people in control of this street. A mob was in control of this street. The police had to go in and move in and take them out. Let's show you some videotape from earlier on about what happened there. There were shots fired here. Shots were fired at the police. Take a look. Okay, it might have been very hard to hear, but there were 3 shots fired at police officers. No one was hit. They started backing up, but you can see their guns drawn, people taking cover right there. One officer said it might be a good idea for us to get a vest. Several crews here, several news people do, in fact, have bulletproof vests on. As you see, the firefighters now are starting to take control of this fire. We've got folks in from Orange County, from other areas. And what's happening, the looters are going here. The police move them out of here. They go elsewhere. There's now a bunch of them down, I don't know if you can even see it from this vantage point, down on Melrose. Let's take a look. Bob Ballou, if you can. Cameraman, let's look down at Melrose and Western. Here we go. We're going to take a little walk here, but there's a lot going on. Another store is now going up. Another store, another building going up in flames. Look at that guy carrying the mattress across the street or whatever that object is. This is what's happening. They're moving from one place to another, scurrying. Bands of young men and women cheering, laughing as they go. Very carnival atmosphere, but also very defiant of the police, very defiant. They were throwing things at the police as they were trying to clear Santa Monica Boulevard. They were throwing whatever they had. In fact, what they mostly had was shoes in their hands. It was kind of funny at one point. They had looted a shoe store. They didn't have much else, and they were throwing shoes at the police and at us. Nothing hit us so far. I was hit with an egg a little while ago, but so far I think we've been lucky. I think we're going to break down from here and go out to where that fire is right now that you see. So we'll be reporting back a little bit later in Hollywood. The riot is spreading. Reporting live in Hollywood. I'm Mark Brown.
Mark, Laura and I are still on the line with you. Before you break away, who are these people? Who are these people that are out on the street right now?
What you're seeing on the street right now are the people who live in this neighborhood. That's who's doing the looting in this neighborhood. It's Hispanic people. They are immigrants. Very few of them speak English, as a matter of fact. I was at one store that was being looted, and someone walked up and said in Spanish, "Hay algo," which means, "Is there anything?" And another, his cohort replied, "No hay nada." There's nothing. There's nothing left. That's the situation. Whatever the neighborhood happens to be, it's the people who are in that neighborhood or a criminal element of the people within that neighborhood who are doing the looting.
Mark, this is Laura Diaz. There's a fair amount of traffic going on there, too. Are those actually folks who are coming to see the whole scene going on there, or were they unlucky enough to just be passing through?
I think there are a lot of looky-loos here. I have seen almost as many amateur cameramen and photographers as I have news people covering this riot. And I can tell you, anybody who wants to come to this area and look around, There were shots fired at the police a couple of minutes ago. About an hour ago, I was at a store where there were some merchants standing on the rooftop with guns pointing down at people who got too close to the store. This is not a place where you want to be. That store, whatever's down there burning, is burning furiously right now. The fire department, I don't know why they're heading this way. Perhaps they're going to regroup and attack it. I don't know.
Well, as you know, Mark, they've been being escorted in, and perhaps they're gathering so that these police officers can bring them in there and let them do their job. Mark, you were out there last night. I watched you until 3 or 4 o'clock this morning. You did a terrific job. But, Mark, you get a sense at all that this is connected to what happened yesterday in the Simi Valley? Anything at all to do with the Rodney King verdict?
Well, that's really hard to say at this point, because the people that I see are not people that are angry. These are not people who are acting out frustration, who are angry. They are celebrating. They're having a great time looting these stores. There is a lot of anti-police sentiment. Obviously, they're throwing rocks at the police. They are openly defying the police. But I think the focus now appears to have shifted from the Rodney King verdict to what can I get? What can I get for nothing? What can I steal? That's kind of what the feeling we're getting here.
Pockets of anarchy.
We can't say often enough to stay off of the streets. In fact, that curfew should be going into effect in, what, about an hour from now, would you say, Harold?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, when the mayor announced it this morning, we said on the air right here, the people that are out on the streets certainly aren't going to listen to the fact that there's a curfew. But the intention, of course, of the curfew, Laura, as we've been talking, is to, in fact, get the people off the street, the law-abiding citizens, those who choose not to answer to the law will be arrested if the police so designate. That's one of the things we have to continually emphasize. By putting a curfew into effect, the police now have a probable cause to stop people either on foot or in their cars and demand identification and demand an itinerary. Where are they going? And, of course, if there's anything suspicious about them, they can be detained.
Okay.
Laura?
Rick Romero is standing by live on Olympic Boulevard where there's some new activity. Rick?
Well, Harold and Laura, this is incredible tension, incredible fear that I've got right now, because we've got two people here standing on opposite corners with guns, and they're facing each other. It's like an Old West shootout out here. One guy, I don't know if we can see behind, he's like by a signal box that is there. He is a white fellow who owns this building. He earlier shot 4 people. Now, one of the reasons were that they were attempting to loot this jewelry business that is right here. The jewelry business is owned by a Korean. There's a Korean that is with that white gentleman, also with a weapon, and then across the street is an Hispanic gentleman. An Hispanic guy with a weapon. One person was here when those 4 people were shot. His name is Priest. And Priest, can you step in here real quick and give us an idea what happened when you saw those people getting shot?
Well, I was standing over here, and these guys were like breaking into this jewelry store, and all of a sudden this guy, the white gentleman, jumped out and just started firing. Boom, 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 boom. No warning shots or anything. He just started going off, and I was just right there too, and I was like, ah! So I just ran, and then he stood behind this phone thing and just like kept on shooting until his bullets ran out, and then he got another clip, reloaded it, and kept shooting again and again and again. And then everyone's just like hiding. Now I guess some guy came back with a gun. He's like ready to shoot the dude, because I guess it was one of his friends or something. So.
Now, you were talking to me earlier about how you think that people are getting more and more organized around here with this sort of thing.
Fully, because I was down on some other street where some fire was, and some Mexican gang or something like hit everyone and told them to get out, and then they came back later, stole the safe, and then just like, you know, got all the clothes that they wanted and stuff like that. So. I don't know. And then you guys said you guys seen the same thing, right?
All right, Priest, thank you very much. Priest is one of the people that live down here in this neck of the woods, and it looks like things have calmed down a bit. The Hispanic guy has kind of gone off somewhere. The Korean and the white guy that are on the corner don't seem as much concerned with it. I'd also like to point out here that in every direction that I turn, I can see smoke, I can see a fire, and it's a rather eerie feeling right now. Priest, if I can ask you to just step aside here while Heather gives a shot of the sun, you can see the sun is being obscured by this smoke out here. I have noticed that the temperature has dropped as a result of that smoke just coming across in front of the sun. This is Rick Romero reporting live from the corner of 7th Street and Westlake. I'll keep you posted if anything else happens in this shootout, this Old West shootout, Eric.
All right, thanks, Rick. Once again, we are seeing firsthand the enormous amount of weapons that the people of Los Angeles are armed with. Both sides of the gun control issue right now are vigorously defending their position, if you will. All of that aside, the people who are, in fact, shop owners and store owners are armed, and the people who want what they have are armed, and the situation is growing more and more blatant as our cameras are picking up live, and we have seen 3 incidents of this just in the last hour alone.
And I think we should underscore the fact that the LAPD is in a very difficult spot.
Absolutely.
It's almost no matter what they do, somebody's going to complain about it. We do appreciate all the efforts going out there right now. I want to also tell you that the citywide curfew in Los Angeles was extended out today, include county areas. Gun, ammunition, and gasoline sales restrictions were ordered for all for cities, let me say that. And the curfew area was extended to the Santa Ana, the 5 freeway, to Santa Monica 10, freeways on the north, the San Diego 405 on the west, and the Long Beach freeway on the east. So a lot of folks should be staying inside. In about an hour from right now, it's starting to get dark, about 8 o'clock, I believe, these days. And I know many of my friends that said they were going home early, left work early, got lots of groceries, are staying inside. That's the place to be tonight.
Senator Diane Watson joins us. Much of what we have been seeing is in the senator's district. First of all, your reaction to what you've been seeing here on Eyewitness News.
Well, I'm hurt. I'm frustrated. I'm full of sadness because what's happening is that our city, our beautiful city, where I was born, is being destroyed. I look out of my window at my office and I see nothing but destruction. We've been out on the street since early this morning and talking to the street people. And I hear something come to me time and time again. We're angry, we're full of hostility, and we want respect. And even if we have to burn down our own, maybe we can get the attention. I appall the kind of violence and destruction that we have in our community. I'm trying my best to understand why it ends up like this. But I do know what happened to Rodney King was excessive violence. What happened yesterday in the verdict was excessive to these people, and people who are desperate do desperate things. On our way here, we saw young people running out of stores with blue jeans, with all kinds of things that belong to someone else. They have lost their reason, and all they know is that there's a movement out there, and there's something that they can get free. I blame Reagan. I blame Bush.
How about blaming the people involved?
I blame
blaming the
Wilson,
people breaking in the stores and
I
stealing
blame
and looting
the people
and violating the laws of the land.
You're
Why
right.
don't we place the blame on
There's
the people
enough
that are
blame
involved?
to go around, and I am placing it on the people that are involved, because those officers who beat Rodney King in front of all of our eyes,
Senator, with what's
because
taking
they were
place
guilty,
right now.
and I blame the courts too. I blame the
You
courts.
equate the two. So what?
Yes, I
are
do.
you suggesting that this is a reasonable reaction to what took place in the courtroom?
It's an emotional reaction to an unreasonable decision, and you know it.
Senator?
They were wrong, and they should have been declared wrong. The people out there who are breaking the law are wrong too. But we can't say what you do is wrong and what they do is right. It doesn't equate to justice. And
Senator,
that's the reason
you're speaking
why.
from your heart when I hear you say that. But what you're telling us is 2 wrongs make a right.
I didn't say that at all. You said it.
I get that sense from
What
what
I'm
you
saying
just said.
is there's a lot of wrong to go around. I did not say anyone is right in this.
All right.
What I'm saying is everyone is wrong, but we've got to start making it right. Now, what can we do? Let me tell you what we can do. We have organized, we have a help number, we've got senior citizens in their homes that cannot get food. The places where we go to shop have been burned down. That's wrong. I look out my window, the place where I get my gas, it's no longer there. All of the services that we use are pillaged. That's wrong. We got to start building again. Bank of America, merging with security, put up a fund so people can come back and rebuild those businesses.
But Senator,
and give
before
jobs.
any of that can take place, there has to be a voice of reason, and we're not hearing that right now. How are you going to be able to get through to people? We've been seeing these scenes over and over again.
Well, let me tell you,
looting.
let me tell you something. We've been out on the streets. They won't listen. We got to get the control of the streets back.
How do we do that?
Well, you got 4,000 National Guards in the streets. You got 750 highway patrolmen, and you got 8,300 LAPD officers. Now, let me tell you what we did last night. The RAMS organization, that's the Richard Allen Men's Society, a First AME. They took 2,000 men to the streets. Here were LAPD with their armor on, and here were the street people. They stood between them. They asked the street people to move back. They asked the police not to advance, because if that clash came, we would have had dead out there. It worked. Today, there'll be 5,000 on the streets. We're trying to keep them calm.
What about the coalition building that we heard had been taking place over the last few months? Did that fail? Is that what we're seeing over the last 24 hours?
Yes.
Why?
I was just with Art Torres. We're saying, go out and bring people in from the Hispanic community to stand with the Rams members. We've got to reach out to all these other communities that are outraged and join arms to stop this madness.
Senator, did the political bickering between the mayor and the police chief, do you think at all that it helped precipitate, not to help, but that it did precipitate, fuel what took place after that decision came down?
All the bickering that
so there could be a failure at the top?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, with Gates, with all of us, myself included, because we should have seen this happening. We are reaping the consequences of benign neglect. And I mentioned Reagan because it goes back to those years when the emphasis was putting on big business and making people wealthy, the bottom line, at the neglect of the people in the streets. And you see what the people in the streets are doing? Senator, you break the door down, they go in and
You're
take
not
something
able to
free.
go back, though, and say to people, look, we've got precious little right now, and it's burning down in front of our eyes. You're hurting our own.
Let me tell you something. We've been out there. There was a man standing like this. I said, here, I'm Senator Watson. I'm out to help. That's my office right there. He wouldn't even take his arm down to shake my hand. People were blowing the horns. They were doing this and doing this. You can't reason with them. You got to let it run its course. We've got all the law enforcement in now. It's going to take us today and tomorrow. And I think by tomorrow it'll start to wind down. We've hit almost every business in the community already.
Senator,
We've got to stop it.
You mentioned the merger of Bank of America and Security Pacific and a fund, the establishment of a fund that you would like to see. But let's talk about that as a symbolic act. Businesses that have been reluctant to establish in the area, in the community, particularly the major supermarkets. I think you know it. They have feared this kind of thing over the years, and they've been reluctant to move in there. I know you have actively over the years pursued the major supermarket chains and the other businesses, and you have said, come to my community. Come in, do business. These are good people, and the community is filled with good people. But there is an element, you and I, we're old enough, we lived through 65, the same sort of minority numbers of people are out doing the damage, and undoubtedly they are setting back the community just as the people did back in 65 when it comes to establishing businesses throughout South Central.
There is an element that goes all the way to the top and it comes down to the grassroots. You see the grassroots now. But look at the violence that has been done to people who don't get a quality education, who can't find a job. I'm out on those streets. I've been out there. That's why I'm dressed like this. And they're saying to me, you see all those businesses over there? They don't hire us. We don't even own them. So let's burn them down. If we can start up our own businesses, we can hire our own, and we won't have to ask anyone for anything. And so they're making good logic in the sense that give us our own and let us do it. That's why I mentioned Bank of America and security. If they could set up a fund and train people to start their own businesses where they can employ people on the ground, then maybe we can see some revitalization. There's enough blame to go around.
There is.
Then you think the verdicts were just the breaking point then?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Senator Watson, thank you.
Thank you so much.
And we appreciate your effort out on the street.
By the way, you're doing an excellent job of covering
you don't have to
what's
say that.
happening. No, you are. I've been watching you.
Oh, thank you. So
All right.
All right. Good luck in keeping the peace. The senator is telling us firsthand she is a lifelong resident of the community, and people simply are not listening. There is an element of lawlessness. The senator agrees. The people in the community agree. These people have to be taken off the streets right now so the cooler heads can prevail, so that we can get on and correct the ills that led to this kind of anger that erupted when that decision came down yesterday. Laura, we have a remote that we want to go to.
Right, when we last saw Mark Brown, it was really moving. He was in the Hollywood area, not that far from KABC studios, but there was a lot of looting and a fire going on. Mark, can you bring us up to date?
Well, there's still a lot of looting and a big fire going on right here, Laura. There's people looting right over there. That appears to be a furniture store. They're going in and out of there. We're now on Western Avenue. We're a little south of where we were before, south of Santa Monica. As we pan around, Bob, let's take a look. This was the fire that I pointed out earlier, the fire that was just going like blazes just a little bit ago. Firefighters got a handle on it pretty fast, and it seems as though today the firefighters have been able to respond more quickly to the fires, at least in this part of town, at least in Hollywood. That's what my experience has been. That's where I've been for the better part of the day here. Of course, the The building's still a total loss, that one business, but it looks like they'll be able to save the 2 stores next to it. And that appears to be the tactic. They know they're going to lose a lot of buildings, but they want to try to keep the fires from spreading if they can. You look down Western Avenue, Bob. Look at Western. Way down there, another great big fire. Look at the black smoke going up into the air. All the people along the sidewalks there, a lot of folks standing around looking, still others looting, looking into the stores and trying to see what they can take. That's where we are right now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 fires just in my vision alone right here on Western Avenue. And my vision is rapidly being obscured by all the smoke. Back to you.
All right, Mark, give us an assessment. As we pointed out, you worked the streets last night till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Paul and Ann were in the studio doing a terrific job. You were out in the field. What do you feel right now? Are things other than that immediate location you're in, you've driven across town, are they starting to subside somewhat, or is it continuing to grow?
I don't think it's subsiding by any stretch of the imagination. If what I'm hearing and seeing just on our own coverage is true about the people with guns, that was something I didn't see or hear of last night. People with guns standing guard over their businesses and the shootings that are resulting. That is happening now. You've got bands of young people now running around, looting and starting fires. The police chase them out of one area, they go to another area. And it's gotten worse, if anything, from last night.
It's interesting. That was my sense, too. I went to bed at about 4 o'clock this morning, fully expecting when I woke up that there would be a lid put on things, and I was very distraught this morning when I woke up to discover that it wasn't that much better.
All right, that does it for the 6 o'clock Eyewitness News. Thanks for staying with us. Our continuing coverage of the riots in Los Angeles now shifts over to Paul Moyer and Ann Martin. Paul and Ann.
This is an Eyewitness News special report. The King verdict. The community reacts. Now, here is Paul Moyer and Ann Martin.
Hello again, everybody. We are now at 7 o'clock. We are now 1/2 hour away from the dusk to dawn curfew imposed on the city of Los Angeles and many parts of the county of Los Angeles. The schools are closed. Planes are being delayed in Los Angeles International Airport. Fires are still burning. I believe we're looking now at a live picture of arrests being made. Do we have a reporter out there?
Jeff Michael, I think.
Is this Jeff Michael?
Jeff Michael, we're going out to you. Can you take it?
Sure. We've got it. In fact, we actually just were talking to some police officers over here. We're at the Panorama Mall here. This has been an area that had a lot of looting earlier. You haven't heard a lot about the San Fernando Valley, and we're going to just cross our fingers and say that's good, except for at about 2 o'clock this afternoon, it really started hitting hard. This is basically a makeshift command post where the LAPD's Van Nuys division has been trying to catch up with the looters, and basically at this point, everything out here has been shut down. We drove by all of the major malls and department stores. They're all closed down. And according to some of the officers I've been talking to, they say there's basically nothing we can do other than just kind of contain our command post. They're all around us right now looting. If Lieutenant Mayers, do you have a minute here? Yeah. Just fill us in on what you guys are able to do. Are you getting the attention here from headquarters that that you need?
Well, obviously we are. We have about 60 units or 60 men deployed here right now. That's a considerable commitment, and our sole goal at this time is to protect property. We've had looting all afternoon in this area. Right now, we're in a crisis situation. We have an additional 30 officers en route to replenish the officers that are here. We're also looking at a change of watch situation, so I'm not sure how long we're going to be able to give the manpower commitment that we have here. The problem is they've already looted 3 buildings. We had to give up one. We got there too late. By the time we even knew about it, it was 90% gone.
Yeah, they're pulling some of your guys and taking them down to watch, right?
Not from here. From Van Nuys, yes, but not from my CP here.
All right. So we're going into the night. We hear about the National Guard coming. They've deployed somewhere in different parts of downtown South Central. But do you have any hopes of being able to deploy any National Guardsmen up here?
That has not been shared with me at this time. I do not know if any are scheduled to come to the valley whatsoever. If there are any going to be deployed in the valley, I will get a contingent here. But when that will happen, I don't know.
So what can you tell the people who live in this part of the town? They've been watching what's going on down there, and obviously they want to know, obviously, that the LAPD is guarding and protecting this area as well. But yet the action's really happening downtown as well. So it's very difficult, I would assume, for you to be able to allay their fears.
Well, I would hope that they would see that by our presence down here and the effort that we're putting forth, that we haven't lost these buildings. We haven't had a building go up in fire. We haven't had people drug out of cars and kicked and stomped and beat in the valley, especially in Van Nuys. We have the commitment. How long we can hold it here is not up to me. But for the people who live in the San Fernando Valley, I would just encourage them to stay home, watch it on TV. Don't come out and be a spectator. The curfew is going to go into effect pretty soon. We're going to make arrests just based on that. That's the only way we're going to be able to save these properties, is to have the presence, which we've been able to do so far.
Okay, thank you, Lieutenant Mears. I appreciate it very much. The RTD bus is back here. I may have mentioned, you see a couple of young ladies there actually being booked. They're women who allegedly looted some stores. They're filled. We've got about at least, I'd say, 20 in each bus, I was told by one officer. And they're going to take them down, they're going to process them, and they are going to book them. The big question is, well, if you start booking all the looters, where do you put them, and what do you really do with them, and who's going to prosecute them? And at that point, all of the officers basically just kind of lift their hands up and they say, I don't know. We can take it as far as we can take it, and that's about it. But they do have control of the valley. We're at a very delicate balance here. I'm certainly not wanting to bring attention saying that there are no police officers in the valley. That's not true at all. There are police officers in the valley. They're holding their own. They just want to make sure that the looting that is going on here doesn't transform into the further violence that we're seeing down where Mark Brown was in Hollywood and then further into the downtown. Reporting live from the Panorama Mall, I'm Jeff Michael. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. You know, you bring up a good point. If they start arresting hundreds and hundreds of people, not only where do you take them, who's going to book them, who's going to set bail, how much is bail going to be, how long are you going to be able to keep them, when do they get out? So it's going to be, if they start that, a really arduous process to keep them off the streets.
We are looking right now at another big fire being, well, actually, we're looking at 2 or 3 buildings that are burning, maybe even 4 up in Jetcopter 7 before, or Newscopter 7. Before we go up there, I want to remind everybody that we are beginning to get into the evening hours here, and as of dusk, there is a citywide curfew imposed on Los Angeles. It started off as being just in the south central area that the curfew was going to be. And then later today, Mayor Bradley said no. The entire city of Los Angeles, if you have nowhere to go, you're not driving to work or coming back from work, for instance, you are not to be out on the streets tonight. This gives the police a much better chance to get the people who are out there who have no business to be. And there are curfews in effect tonight in Inglewood and in Compton as well. So as we get close to dusk, those curfews are going to go into effect, and we want you to know that that is the call from those 3 cities. Stay home.
If you're driving home from work, as you and I will be, Ann, later on this morning, that's okay. If you're in your car, I assume. But if you're on the streets, you better have a good explanation. Captain Ron, we've been looking at this fire for about a minute now. It looks like there are homes nearby. Where are you, and what can you tell us?
Paul, we're out here at many miles west from where we were just a few minutes ago. We're at Pico and La Cienega. And as you can see, we've got a tremendous, intense fire burning out here at this time. We came out this way just to illustrate how widespread all of these fires are. And we're probably at least 15 miles west of the Civic Center at this time. In fact, just 3 miles west of me from here is the Santa Monica Airport. And because of all of these fires, about 30 minutes ago, 45 minutes ago, Santa Monica Airport had to shut down their operations. And at this point, Santa Monica has no aircraft either taking off or landing because of all of these problems that are occurring out just east of the airport. In fact, this thing spreads even further east out almost towards your studios. Just about 20 minutes ago, we were over a situation 1 mile south of the studios where firemen were actually taking some ambush fire from gunmen somewhere in the surrounding buildings. This situation, Paul, has really spread completely over the city from one end to the other.
It has, Captain Ron. You mentioned the Santa Monica Airport. Also, we should mention LAX. Flights are being delayed, at sometimes coming in and going out up to 4 hours. And what they're doing now, instead of the straight-in east to west approach, they're bringing planes out over the ocean, and they're coming in from the west to east to land, and that takes a lot longer. So if you've got people coming in or you've got a flight out, you better call out there. Look at how far west this is, and look at those houses nearby. If the wind kicks up, those houses could be in real danger. We've got Linda Breakstone standing by now. Linda, I'm not sure where you are. Tell us.
Paul, I am at the corner of Wilshire Boulevard and Virgil, and we are at the landmark Bullock's Wilshire on Wilshire Boulevard. It is now an I Magnin. and every few minutes, people come out carrying bags of clothing. This store is being looted. There's some more to the side. And Bruce, keep it focused. He's going to keep tight. You have to kind of watch it. They're trying to do it discreetly, but then every once in a while they'll just kind of come out and around the corner with a big bag. We'll stay on that to try to show you that. We've been here for about 10 minutes, and sure enough, all the way through, this building has just been completely gutted. People that have been inside have come by and told us that everything is destroyed. It's 90% gone. I think what is so shocking about this is a landmark building that most people would recognize. It's, again, I. Magnin here right on Wilshire Boulevard. This is, definitely now in a whole different part of town on Wilshire Boulevard.
That's so sad. That is just so sad to hear that and to look at those pictures of that building.
And can you get closer and show the window broken out there, Bruce?
Yeah, let's go back in and look at it again.
That building has been there for a long, long time. Used to go there when I was a kid with my mom. I mean, everybody knows where this place is, and look at it.
Okay, you see two people approaching it right now.
It is absolutely a landmark, and the other sad thing is that these stores have been struggling to stay alive in that neighborhood anyway.
That's right.
And this is going to be, well, obviously this is going to be it could be a death blow for them, for this store and the others in this
You get the feeling how many stores are left standing, and those that are, do they want to stay? And those that are gone, who's going to come in and spend the money to rebuild, and who's going to insure them? I mean,
Well, this store that had to go to I. Magnin, I forget the history of how Bullock, Wilshire, and I. Magnin, got combined like that, but I know this store in particular did have a lot of troubles. But this is a store this is an expensive store. These are very, very high-priced clothes, perfume, luggage, things like that in this store. Now, again, we're still watching. I feel a little embarrassed here. Every 2 minutes there's been someone coming out.
Yeah, it is a very weird sensation. It has been weird for all of us today to watch people breaking the law as we stand and just record it. It's a very odd feeling.
The National Guard is 4 blocks up the street. There were 50 National Guard members waiting to be deployed. They went out in groups with LAPD cars, 2 LAPD officers and 3 National Guardsmen in the back, and they're taking them out to corner by corner, more as it's kind of a presence.
Good time to mention, too, that the governor came on about an hour ago. The National Guardsmen were here as of midnight last night in armories. There was a snafu. There was a delay in communications and a delay in getting ammunition down here for their guns, and that's why they were delayed, we're told, in getting out onto the streets. But as Linda said, they're beginning, and we've seen before evidence of it, to get out in the neighborhoods with, we understand in some cases, guns loaded.
Now, the LAPD officers we were talking to when we were at that command post. Here, Bruce, can you get that? Do you see them going in that door again there? There they go. They're going in again. Down by that second green light. You see that? They're going back in. And here comes office.
We hear the sirens.
Yeah, it's a fire truck coming and slowing down. Bruce, here's a fire truck right in back of you.
Well, it's not stopping any of the looters.
trucks.
Look at that. They just got in that car and they're taking off.
No, it doesn't. They just got in a few cars at one point and came, and the trunk opened, and a few bags of clothes fell out as they were turning the corner. They stopped, put it back in the truck, and went.
Are we getting numb to these pictures? We have been seeing this for 24 hours, and what is going to change to stop it? Are they going to get tired? Are the police going to come in and start, God forbid, shooting at people?
Unless the National Guard. Now, so you have some people here walking out with some things. They're walking down the street. They came out the other door there. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can sure see it.
I don't think that we're
Here's
really
a woman with
numb.
the dress. Oh, she's getting across the street.
We're looking right now, Linda, at an overview of the city and the smoke that's hanging over it. Right outside our studios in Hollywood, we smell the smoke real strong. The ash is beginning to sift down into the air. This is like being right under a big brush fire right now. Look at these buildings burn.
It's about 3:30 this afternoon. There was smoke right near the studio here. I don't know what went up. I didn't want to really go outside to find out, but it was real close. Look at that. Look at that.
The official death toll tonight is 14 killed in riots, but possibly as many as 17. We have one security guard who's been killed. We're looking at another scene of looting here. There's Mark Brown. What's going on, Mark?
Well, I can tell you, I've been watching these 3 people struggling with that table at this furniture store for about 15 minutes. They've finally gotten it out of the door. You see them taking it out there. We'll see how long they're able to walk with that table, but that store is just about gutted. And I'm told by a passersby here, a bystander, that someone actually tried to torch this store, but it didn't catch. So the looting still continues here. You see them, they're kind of resting with the table. The price is right, but it's a little bit too heavy. Over here, this man here trying to take a religious look at the way things are going here, trying to exhort people to Christianity, to perhaps, in a spiritual sense, try to stop the violence, but people, for the most part, seem to be ignoring this individual. A couple of people who've joined him here. And so that's kind of the scene here in Hollywood on Western Avenue. You got their stores looted all up and down the street. You see the fire, the plumes of smoke. The one you see right there, that is at Western and Santa Monica. Further down Santa Monica is another fire. What was that? Oh, that was just somebody running over something, I guess. I thought it might have been a gunshot. I'm a little bit nervous out here. I don't mind telling you.
Mark, I tell you what, if you want to just break down and get out of there, we can understand. You mentioned the price was right. You want to know something? Yeah, these people say this is all free. It is very, very expensive in the long run to the community, economically, and to all of us. This is not free. This isn't free.
You're right.
You want to break down?
Are you safe there?
Well, I think I'm okay. I was just frankly a little nervous. There was some shots fired earlier when we were behind the police on Santa Monica Boulevard. But that what I just heard there was kind of a popping sound. Sounded sort of like a gunshot, but I don't think it was.
Now look at the woman out there with a child that can't be more than, what, 4 or 5 or 6 months old?
Well, let's see what you're... Yeah.
I mean...
Oh, yeah.
And a toddler by the arm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, why, people? Why?
Yeah, well, yeah, who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows is right.
It's really amazing to see. It's amazing, and yet you mentioned earlier, are we getting numb to this? I guess you do after a while. Somebody's going to get hit by a car here.
Well, obviously,
people are going nuts. People,
it's almost like these people have decided that this is their right to do this.
But on the other hand, look at this. Look over here. This guy's not working for anybody. This is a volunteer. This man has been directing traffic, and this lady here is helping him. These are folks. This is the bright side. This is the good side of what's happening here. Ma'am, can I talk to you? Ma'am, she doesn't want to talk. Sir?
I got to go back up there. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we appreciate your efforts. Let me tell you that. This is certainly a bright side to what's happening. And there is that, but there is so much darkness, so much, literally, a black cloud, as Rick Romero mentioned over a little while ago, hanging over the city. We are going to get out of the street now because we're in the middle of the street and there's some traffic coming, so we're going to bail at this point.
In one square block, we saw both ends of the spectrum.
We just saw everything. And this fire that's burning, well, these fires, we've got, how many buildings have we got burning there?
1, 2, 3. One's already gone. 3 are going. 4. They've gone as far west as La Cienega, Captain Ron told us. All right, we have on the line Reverend Leonard Jackson of the First AME Church in South Central Los Angeles. If that sounds familiar, it is. That is where they were supposed to have and did have a peace rally last night at 7 o'clock, about the time that all this began. Reverend Jackson, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
You got any answers for us, sir?
No, I do not have any prompt answers for you, but I do have a challenge this evening for each and every ecumenical leader and pastor in the city of Los Angeles. I am urging you to contact the members of your congregation by telephone or any means possible. Ask them to be responsible for themselves, their household, especially their children.
Reverend Jackson, we are watching our social contract in Los Angeles break down here. We're watching people just flaunt any idea of civilization and society, and we've got lawlessness and we've got anarchy here, and a lot of us are afraid. How are you feeling about all this?
I am not only afraid, but I feel for my brothers and sisters. I believe this is a time where we need to be responsible for each other.
How would you suggest that people do that tonight, sir?
What we need to do is, first of all, respect the law. Initially, people point this out to be a black thing, and there was a reason to frustrate your anger. Now, this is not a means of frustrating or showing your anger. This is outright lawlessness. I just returned from the Hollywood area. And even at Vine and Santa Monica Boulevard, there are people of all walks of life up there in that intersection, this outright looting. Along Western and Santa Monica Boulevard, even up through Koreatown, there are people up there looting. See, this is no longer a means of protest or means of frustration.
Reverend Jackson, maybe you can help us out here with something that's been troubling us for quite some hours now. When we see these looters and these people, it looks like it's a carnival atmosphere. A lot of them are laughing. They think it's funny. They think it's their right. You ask them why they do it. They say, well, everybody else is doing it, and it's free, man, so I'm going to go get mine. How do you get to those people, and what do you tell them?
It is not free. If you want to see the price that is being paid for this, come over here to the First AME Church and look at the 30-some-odd families that are down on the plaza level because someone took advantage of the situation and decided to burn down their home and their apartment complex.
Well, it's baffling. It's just baffling to all of us. We watched it happen, and I didn't think last night, Reverend Jackson, that it could get a whole lot worse than it was last night, but it has. It's just, as you said, it's spread all over the city, and it's got us all shaking our heads tonight.
Reverend Jackson,
hoping it will quit.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for talking to us, and for goodness sakes, get out there and talk to your people, will you? And urge the other people, as you have, to do the same thing.
Okay, and in closing, I also urge everyone this evening to watch the Arsenio Hall show. I just returned from there, and the mayor of Los Angeles, along with other ecumenical centered pastors, will be the guest on his show this evening, and I'm quite sure you'll have some of your questions answered as far as what our problems are, what some of the solutions might be.
Reverend Jackson, that show is on Against Us, and if it took all of our audience to go over there and watch it to stop this, do it.
Amen.
Thank you, sir.
God bless.
Okay, we're looking at a live remote picture now from a scene where Henry Alfaro is ready to talk to us. Henry, it looks like more of the same there. What have you got?
It is more of the same. This is a huge warehouse for clothes, and you can see the boxes right here full of clothes. We notice a tremendous explosion, and also that entire area has been under fire. You can see that really when people are intent on looting and breaking the law, there is no wall, no iron bars, no nothing that will stop them. You can see they tore out all of this area here. They got inside, and they've been bringing out all these boxes. As soon as the police officers disappeared, they all ran over here, and they started looting some of the clothes that are spilled alongside the streets. So, again, it's a complete chaos. And, again, it's an indication that while the police officers are here, they're all across the street being very, very calm, making a few hooting calls. But as soon as the police officers disappeared, boom, they're right here taking whatever things that they can. So this is a fire that's of major magnitude. Although you have to give credit to the fire department, they've been able to take it down pretty quickly. Earlier, there was some police officers, gun in hands, thinking that there were still some looters inside, but they broke the door. If you can show that door over there, Alan, where they had broken the door and gotten in. And here is still some of the loot. Right before me, Alan, right over here. Some of these are dresses. These are dresses. Their boxes full. You can see they're using pulleys or dollies to take out all of this stuff. So again, it's chaos here. This is not a black area. This is predominantly a Hispanic area. Now we're starting to get a few of the police officers that are here, and you're going to see some of the people going away. So as soon as there's a presence of police officers, obviously everybody takes heed and becomes okay. Now again, there's a lot more fires here. You can see some of the areas down the street here, down on King. We're near King and Main, where they've actually, here you go. You can actually see a guy toting away some stuff here. Alan, over here on this side. You can just see him, starting to pick up stuff. And, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've lived here my entire life in this city. I've seen many, many types of chaotic situations, riots and everything else. But I honestly have to say, I've never seen anything of this magnitude. This is utter lawlessness. This is a situation where, again, as long as the black and whites are around, everybody's in shape. And that's why it's important. We were at another spot where the National Guard is. At least the National Guard is there. Their presence is one thing. It's going to enable a lot of these officers to go around to these various areas. Again, they started breaking into some of these cars, so, again, we have utter chaos.
Henry, the governor told us earlier tonight that one of the real purposes of the National Guard at this point is to go into areas that have been looted, establish a presence. so that the looters don't come back, as they have, as you know, time and time again.
Yeah.
Do you see any National Guardsmen there?
Yeah, we just came from a spot for about 24 hours ago, right down there on the corner of Slauson and Figueroa. When we went by there last night, they were looting Ralph's Market and Thrifty's. Those things have been devastated. There's still a lot of stuff inside. But the National Guard is there. They're holding the ground, you might say. Not only are they protecting those two big stores, but they're adjacent. There's gas stations, there's a Jack in the Box, and a mini mall. A couple of burnt buildings there are businesses. But the rest will be protected because people know that authority is there. And so, but the other point, Paul, is that while they talk and discuss, the politicians talk and discuss about X number of National Guardsmen and waiting to find out, I don't know what they're waiting for. This is a war zone. And the ultimate, and I'm not a strategic general, when you come in here, you got to bring in the troops. And if you don't bring in the troops, by the time you're going to get through, all you're going to have is ashes. And so this is the situation we face right now.
You said it, and we've all been wondering through the day, and Governor was talking to us today, where were the National Guardsmen as of midnight last night? Well,
they were talking about them yesterday. People tell me about that. And at the same time, they also indicate, Mayor Bradley said, well, we got 2,000. We'll see if that does the job. Why do you have to wait to see if it does the job? If it does the job, that they don't do the job now, then actually you're just putting yourself days behind.
Well, they were here as of midnight last night in the armories, Henry, according to the governor. We are now looking at a shot from Air 7, I believe looking west, I'm not sure. Yeah. But if you saw the oil fields of Kuwait going up during the Persian Gulf War and after, when you look at what we're looking at right now in Southern California, it's something that's pretty close akin to that. An update now on some of the late-breaking information that's coming in to us. Henry mentioned the Guard. 4,000 National Guard troops are now in the streets, but they and the police seem to be having little effect on the looting and the Holocaust. As many as 40 fires burning as the sun begins to go down. At least 6 new major fires blazing, ringing the downtown area. You're looking at least 2 or 3 of them right now.
Officials with the parent company of Alpha Beta, Food for Less, The Boys, ABC, and Viva Markets. And we've been watching as those stores got hit all through last night and today, saying tonight that at least 40 of their 208 stores have been affected by street violence. It is an amazing, the scope of it is just astounding. We have Los Angeles City Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas with us, and we welcome you to the studio. Mr. Thomas, thank you very much for joining us. We watched you last night at the rally at First AME Church, and we watched as the people at the church gradually became aware of what was happening, and our sense is that it's just been increasing in size and scope and violence as the last 24 hours has worn on.
I share that view. Is nothing short of a social breakdown that's of an unprecedented level in this city. I dare say in many parts of the nation, it could hardly be witnessed at this level of crisis.
Mr. Thomas, we are beginning to shift now our questions to what is going to stop it. How are we going to see this nightmare for all of us end? Do you have any ideas? What do you think is going to stop it?
Well, when you're in a situation like this, I suspect that it reduces itself to something as basic as a judgment call. And the issue is how much force is displayed, what kind of presence is established, what will precipitate worse conditions than would already exist over against what would really reduce the problem, contain it, and ultimately remove it from its current state. And that's the decision that has to be made at this point.
I believe that you are now beginning to address what I think is probably the #1 question and problem right now. Law enforcement and what do they do? Let's start with an extreme, all right? Let's get the debate going this way. Get the National Guard out there, load those guns. When you see somebody doing something, breaking the law, warn them once, and then shoot them. Do you like that idea?
Well, obviously not, and I would simply say we cannot run the risk of repeating the mistake of 1965. It was at the point of the National Guard intervening that the deaths escalated. That's a matter of record. Okay. And I'm simply of the view that the LAPD has not been able to manage this crisis. There are substantial questions as to why such a slow startup. I'm quite concerned, as are other members of the council, that we've gotten varying interpretations from the department as to what really happened. And the question of the National Guard, my understanding is that they have not fully arrived, they have not been deployed, and that's partly the problem with respect to containing the continued outbreaks that are going on all over the city.
Did you hear the governor earlier tonight? Did you hear him explain that?
Explain?
Governor Pete Wilson explained the delay in getting the guard on the streets?
No, I was en route here, so I probably didn't
Well,
hear
he
it.
said that there were two things. There was a breakdown in communication, and there was a delay in getting ammunition for the guns. That's how he explained it. And they had a high-level meeting involving Daryl Gates and other officials from the Guard and the Sheriff's Department today, and they ironed things out.
Well, it is not uncharacteristic of the way in which the National Guard is mobilized for it to have almost predictable delays in getting engaged. This is not unusual at all. And so the question is one of efficiency and deployment. And in the meantime, we have a city that's being literally torn asunder, where there's abject disregard for the law, simply no concern about property, persons obviously having displayed little concern about life and or limb in certain instances, given the number of persons who have died. And so I think we are in a situation that none of us would have imagined, and it in fact was precipitated by a verdict that, again, none of us had imagined would come the way it did, and there are those who are low-lifed enough to take advantage and exploit a situation like this.
We look at those pictures of our city that just went by there with the smoke hanging over us and the death toll now officially rising to 15, and we just really, as we started off talking with you, are wondering, what does it take to stop it? Does it burn itself out? Do people finally get tired? You know, they exhaust themselves pulling things out of stores or setting fires or whatever. How do we get a handle on this? You said it's a question of how much force to use. As much force as we've got right now is out there making no impression on this problem.
Yeah, but that which we projected has not been fully deployed to date.
Well, that is true.
And so we don't know the extent to which it will work because it hasn't been implemented. Arguably, had the police department been able to jump to the situation quickly on Florence and Normandy, contain that, perhaps it wouldn't have spread, and it doesn't mean that things wouldn't have happened elsewhere, but perhaps we could have had a better handle on it. Who knows?
Let me quote
we don't need the money back.
Let me quote something to you about that. People now are saying it was about 2 hours that things burned and looting began and everything last night before there was any visible intervention by police or firefighters. And today, Chief Gates is saying that police were surprised by how quickly it erupted, needed time to mobilize, didn't want to overreact and provoke more violence, and had to ignore some of the fires and rioting while they protected firefighters at other blazes. Does that satisfy you that that's what it was, that they just were, surprised and they were trying not to overreact?
Well, the problem with those representations is that they're self-contradictory. I mean, if it was a surprise on the one hand, you deal with it as a surprise and you're unprepared. But if you, on the other hand, decided not to respond, that means you made a calculated consideration, which means you were in fact prepared, but you chose not to act. Now, I'm simply saying it was one way or the other.
Yeah.
Let's deal for a moment before we let you go with now, all right? You brought up the question at the beginning of this talk that it's going to be a question of law enforcement and the reaction and actions by law enforcement. Got the police out there and the National Guard when they are fully deployed. How do they handle these looters? Do they stand and watch, shoo them away to have them come back again? Do they arrest them? Do they start firing bullets into the air? How do they discourage this?
Well, I think the point has already been made by those who are out in the field that when the police officers are there, those who are looting disappear. It is when the police officers have to go to another scene or whatever the case may be that they reappear and start looting and destroying, et cetera, again. The purpose for having the National Guard is for the express reason of making sure that there's an established presence and they don't come back after they've been removed from the scene. And so we have to have it contained and constant.
Mr. Councilman, thank you.
We thank you very much. We don't want to cut you off here. In fact, we'd love it if you could stick around and be with us some more as the evening progresses, but we're being told to run out to Art Rascone, who is out at Los Angeles International Airport, I believe. Art.
Yes, and boy, look at that terrible sight that you're looking at. All those that black smoke in the air, it's just simply filled the entire Los Angeles Basin area. I'm at the airport, and the reason I am is because of the enormous amount of delays that smoke has been causing. Southwest Airlines simply, it was just inside the terminal, they announced that half of their flights have been canceled for tonight. The other half are delayed at least by an hour. Other airlines as well are announcing enormous delays, and this is the reason why. The city is simply under siege. We have a city that has been aflame for all day and all night, of course. And in my drive over here from South Central Los Angeles, we simply noticed dozens and dozens of businesses either looted or vandalized or burned in some way. It is simply amazing. I stand in awe and amazement over what has been taking place throughout the city. And of course, as you've witnessed and as we've been able to witness all day and all night, the destruction that is taking place is simply enormous. Something that should be mentioned here, since I am at the airport, Jesse Jackson, as well as Maxine Waters, they will be arriving, I understand, on a flight from United at 7:45. We will be waiting for them and obviously try and get their reaction, their political reaction to this whole event which is taking place. Reporting live from LAX, I'm Art Rascone. Paul and Ann, back to you.
Art, thank you.
Thanks,
Mark
Art.
Ridley Thomas is leaving. When you go back to your community tonight and you see what's going on, if you want to come back and talk to us later on, we'll be here.
We
All right.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
sir,
sir.
very much. Talking about the flight delays at Los Angeles International, some of the planes reportedly delayed up to 4.5 hours. FAA is restricting the number of planes allowed in or out, and they're also concerned that they've had people firing weapons at aircraft. Unimaginable. And of course, the backup at LAX has had a ripple effect all across the country. We're a very busy airport here, and people come in from all over the country and the world, and when things shut down here, that backs up flights everywhere.
I remember in 1965, during the Watts riots, there was an airplane that took a bullet, making an approach to LAX from east to west. Obviously landed safely, but that is what they face and what they're doing now. And the reason for the delays is they're going way out over to the ocean, or will be shortly, and coming in what they call the black hole approach, which is landing over the ocean to the east, and that delays things even more. In case you think that this is just happening in Southern California, it is not. The Bay Area Rapid Transit District has closed down the San Francisco station. A spokesman for that organization says Embarcadero, Powell, Montgomery stations are closed. The Civic Center station is partially closed. The reason for that, more than 1,000 protesters were marching down Market Street in downtown San Francisco, some using metal bars and pieces of concrete to smash store and car windows. Police arrested at least one teenage boy and issued megaphone warnings that they would use billy clubs to disperse the crowd if they didn't shape up. The crowd began to break up in smaller groups and head in different directions by about 6 o'clock. That's happening up north in San Francisco. Earlier today, there were a couple of arrests in Atlanta, Georgia. We do have San Francisco video? Okay, why don't we roll that while Ann and I are talking about this. This is, I believe, part of the march, the protesters marching down Market Street in downtown San Francisco. I haven't seen this, so I'm not sure, but I'm going by the wire copy.
Earlier this afternoon, not too much earlier though, this would be about 6:45 this evening. Our information is the Highway Patrol was still arresting protesters at the Oakland-San Francisco Bay Bridge. This is Interstate 80
well, look at
that
the
we're
traffic
looking
backed
at here.
Up. That's
Traffic
one effect
is completely backed up. Westbound Bay Bridge was closed from Oakland to Treasure Island at 6:45 while they were arresting people. Traffic eastbound did continue, but look at the pace at which the traffic is continuing, snail's pace. Authorities are estimating that a total of 350 people would be arrested in these demonstrations up north, about 225 arrested as of the time of this copy that we have here. And in Atlanta, they've had demonstrations as well.
Right.
26 people hurt in Atlanta, 100 people arrested. You had blacks attacking whites, people smashing store windows and office buildings, ransacking shops in an underground Atlanta shopping and entertainment center, storefronts bashed in. ugly situation there.
The death toll in Los Angeles has now risen to 18, one of the latest deaths occurring in a neighborhood in San Bernardino County, a quiet suburban community 60 miles east of downtown Los Angeles, where violence has spread. A gun battle between a security guard and a motorist left one person dead there. The other 17 deaths are all in Los Angeles County, where widespread rioting and looting continue tonight. Let me pass along something to you. I tried to call my home earlier tonight, and my wife was very surprised that I got through because our phones at home have been dead for most of the day. And the reason for that is the high volume of calls. And we've talked to some fire stations that say that their firemen are trying to call to find out where their duties are and they can't get through. Obviously, we are urging everybody to stay off the phones unless you absolutely have to use them. There's an overload situation here that is causing more than just a disruption of social service. It's causing a disruption of the law enforcement agencies trying to communicate with their people when to come in and what shifts to come in for. So if you can, please stay off the phones.
Well, count yourself lucky that you got through. I tried for an hour and couldn't.
Well, there you go.
Could not do it. I want to tell you a little update here about a man that was hurt at the very beginning of all of this. This is the man who was driving the truck, who was pulled out of the truck at that intersection where the violence first began last night before it got dark. That was at the intersection of Florence and
Normandy.
Normandy. You got it. The man's name is Reginald Denny. Reginald Denny was the truck driver. We watched him by the millions. Here is the tape of what happened there. Now you're going to see people go up to the cab of this truck, I think, and pull him out. Let's see how the tape goes.
This is where it all started, and you heard Mark Ridley Thomas suggest that if the LAPD had come in and dealt with this in a big hurry, maybe all of this would have been avoided. And of course, the other side to that is that they were there, they knew they were outnumbered, they had to pull back for their own safety, and by policy, and that's what happened. So you've got two sides to what we're seeing here. This is the beginning of it. There's the body.
There is Reginald Denny. He is the man who was pulled out of his truck, kicked and beaten terribly until he was bloody, and then we understood that he was picked up by a couple of the gang members and taken to Daniel Freeman Hospital. Now there's a fund, as you see, if you want to contribute to his fund, you can take down that information. But what I want to tell you is that he underwent 4 hours of neurosurgery overnight. He was in very critical condition when they got him at the hospital, and he has not been downgraded to serious condition yet as to the latest that we get from Daniel Freeman. But the good news is he is expected to pull through. So that's the best news that we've had on him since we were here last night.
Is there anything in there about his eye?
No, there's no information about his eye.
Alex Payne is on the line now from not too far from where we are at Hollywood and Cahuenga. Alex? Alex Payne.
There he is.
And we're at Whitley and Hollywood Boulevard, and the destruction has spread to the heart of Hollywood. If you can see this fire, the fire crews have got this pretty much under control. 4 small businesses have gone up. It's right next to Fredericks of Hollywood, which has been trashed. And all along Hollywood Boulevard, selected businesses have been looted and trashed. Pat's taking you on a little tour here. You can see the windows smashed, reporters inside looking over the damage. There is another fire that the fire crews have under control. That's down the street at Wilcox and Hollywood Boulevard. It's the Hollywood Swap Meet. Both fires erupted about 7 o'clock tonight, and fire crews were pretty fast getting to them. The crowd here has been pretty calm. There's been about 50 police officers on duty, walking the streets, in the back alleys. The situation appears to be fairly calm, but the heart of Hollywood has now become the new center of destruction here. Paul and Ann, back to you.
You know what comes to mind is when that bad Halloween night they had about 3 or 4 years ago, Alex, when they tore up a bunch of stores in Hollywood, not far from where you're standing right now. Unfortunately, this is a totally different situation.
Well, Paul and Ann, the crowd here, though, has been fairly ruly, and there's not been too much trouble. The police have arrested one person, but they've been out in force, and they've used their force, they've shown their force, and everything seems to be pretty calm. But there's a lot of fire trucks, as you can hear, and the street is totally blocked off. Most of Hollywood Boulevard along the famed Walk of Fame has been blocked off, and a lot of stores have been trashed, and there's a lot of broken glass here.
So you don't get the feeling that there's quite the number of hit-and-run guerrilla moves being made in Hollywood as there are in other parts of the city, huh?
Well, we don't get that feeling because most of it has, as you know, centered south of this area. This is the first time, I think, in the last, since the problem began, that the destruction has moved this far north. As we know, last night, there was some destruction, some looting in Westwood, but this is the farthest north that we've seen the destruction and the arson take place.
Alex, we've been talking a lot about police response. Were they there very quickly where you are tonight?
Yes, they were there. They were here very quickly, Paul. They came out in strong force. As I said, they arrested one man very quickly. They showed their clubs, and they moved down the street, pushed back many of the people back to the side streets, and the crowd responded. There wasn't too much difficulty for the policemen here today. But I tell you, they came out very quickly as soon as these fires erupted, and they were out in force.
Okay, Alex, hang in there, and if there's any more that develops there, we'll come right back to you, all right?
Okay, Paul.
Some sporting events obviously have been canceled tonight that were supposed to take place. The Dodger game, who are they playing, the Braves? No, they were playing the Phillies. That won't happen tonight. I believe the Clippers had a game tonight in the sports arena, which has been scrubbed. The sports arena, Hollywood Park is not going to run. The sports arena being very close down there to the Coliseum area, and that is where Mark Coogan has spent the most of his day, or at least the latter part of it, I understand. Right, Mark?
The entire day, basically, around the Coliseum and just to the east and west of it. And what I've got here is a little kind of tape look back at some of the things we saw today that would remind you of what it was like out there, kind of almost a stream of consciousness look. This is a typical scene if you were a motorist of any kind driving through South Los Angeles. You saw this. You saw police and smoke on the horizon everywhere you looked, and officers directing you away. Turn that way or that way, but don't come down the street. In this instance, it was Martin Luther King Boulevard, not too far from the Coliseum. In mid-afternoon, the police started to make a lot of arrests. And here was a very tense situation on MLK around Western Avenue. Suspected looters are on the ground. Police have drawn guns, and it was a little hairy here because there was a crowd behind the officers, behind this camera position here, that were taunting police. And some of the police, frankly, one officer looked very nervous, and he had a gun out. It's nobody you see in this picture here, but one officer, finally, some others came up to him and said, "Why don't you just back away over here a little bit?" There was no shooting. And there didn't appear to be any beating either. There were arrests and people taken away.
There was supposed to be a reason for them to pull those guns.
Well, there was. There were a lot of people around, and there were a lot of anxious officers. And finally, they told us, "Look, you guys out. You guys and the rest of them."
Everybody's nervous today. It's not just the police who are nervous. When the thing goes on for 24 hours and it shows no signs of quieting down, I think it makes everybody a little anxious, don't you?
Well, definitely the firefighters. Fire Chief Manning this morning said that they were attacked with everything from axes to guns during the night and during the day. Here's the National Guard finally appearing. This is right across the street, basically, from the Coliseum, a mini mall at Vermont and Martin Luther King. And these people here are members of the 40th Division Military Police. You can hear sirens everywhere, sirens in the background. It was a constant soundtrack, like Muzak to the day, that and fires going. Vehicles like right out of Kuwait City.
Or Beirut, as Paul said earlier.
Yeah, well,
name a war. Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, with this thing, a Humvee, this is straight out of Desert Storm. It probably came back from there. You're also going to see next a woman who owned a franchise chicken restaurant. She was delighted to see the National Guard, but their arrival came too late for her business.
Mothers, fathers, little children, everybody. I couldn't believe it. I'm sitting there in my window and in comes 4 shots. 2 through my plastic glass and 1 through the plate glass. I get down on the floor and my son said, "You're going home." I go home, I can't sleep. 3:30 I get up and go back and my place is all in blaze.
And tonight, this kind of thing, this is at 6th and Wilshire in Koreatown. It is to the north of the area that was swept by the rioting that began last night. As you can see, there are no emergency services around at all. It's a shopping mall that's going to be totally destroyed. This appeared to be a place where several Korean businesses were located, and we've mentioned during the day that again and again and again we heard in the South Central area, the black community basically, the grievances, they say, were not just Rodney King. The Soon Jadu verdict, another case where there was a videotape and where no prison time was given out by the judge, that is an element in this too. And according to people we talked to, it was a reason why a lot of Korean businesses were singled out for arson and looting.
Well, but do you really think, and we saw a lot of pictures of people laughing and giggling and smiling, and this is a great time, that those people had that on their minds, Mark?
Well, I think that was one of the motivations. I can't say that it was totally out of any kind
An
of...
original motivation.
Well,
maybe.
no. I think there were a lot of people that took advantage of the situation to go in and get things they couldn't ordinarily get, and there was a party atmosphere in a lot of areas. The police weren't stopping people. They weren't going to open fire on them. And people knew this and just went and helped themselves.
Let's bring in Los Angeles City Councilman Mike Hernandez, who represents the 1st District of Los Angeles. Get your thoughts about this. This is a thing we've been discussing all day. It seems to have progressed well beyond any kind of response to the verdicts the other day, and it's just plain old chaos now.
That's a fact, and I think Los Angeles now has to reach its realities and understand that this is a city of many different people. I keep on trying to remind people that the city of Los Angeles is 40% Hispanic population, 15% Afro-American population, 12% Asian population. It's a majority city. Right now, I heard South Central described as an Afro-American community, when in fact, over 50% of that population is Latino. And unless we start identifying that, because what I have seen, as I've sat on the city council, is that there's a real division in this city. And we have to understand that everybody involved in this situation, they're all Angelinos. And we got a major crisis in front of us, and it's also a human relations crisis.
Councilman, as we talk to you, we look at this picture that could very well be Kuwait City and the oil fields of Kuwait. Unfortunately, it's not. It's Southern California, probably looking to the west. Mark Ridley Thomas was here earlier, and he said he thought the key was, right now, tonight, the response, the deployment, and the actions of law enforcement, how they handle it. Do you agree, and how do you suggest they handle it?
Well, again, I think that's part of the problem right now. The realities are, this issue is a community issue, it's a police issue, and a lack of communication between the community and the police. But it's greater than that. It's not something that happened overnight. It doesn't have to do just with Rodney King. It has to do with the realities of what's been happening in this city since 1965 and before that. We weren't moving to create atmospheres that allowed for equal treatment of people. And I think you're finding right now some real confusion going on the streets. I'm confused because I see young people out there. And when we talk about that party atmosphere, I find it hard to believe that human beings would disregard life the way we're seeing right now.
It's frightening,
and property, the way we're seeing it right now. But none of us are asking ourselves how we got here. And the reality is we are here, and we have to start looking at it that way. And how is it that we're going to change what's going on? And that's what I think you're seeing right now happening in this city.
Well, that is what we talked about after the Watts riots. We said, hey, regardless of what the ignition point was, the fact was that all that fuel was there, that emotional fuel to get this thing going and keep it going for 3 days. The fuel may be the same here. A lot of people who feel they got nothing to lose. Have-nots who might as well go out and get something because life isn't very good for them. Is that what you're implying?
That's what I'm implying, and the only difference now is you have many more have-nots, and they're living throughout the city. They're not living in the Westwoods of the city. They're not living in the Canoga Parks of the city. They're living in the inner city. I expect to see the same kinds of problems throughout the city where you have low-income people living, people of color, people of immigrant status, and people of long standing. You got to understand, these are some of the historical cores of the city of Los Angeles. How we got here, I know I have no park space in my district. I know I have elementary schools with 2,000 kids attending them. I know that in other parts of the city we have empty elementary schools. The reality is that if people can't have employment, if they can't have an education, if they can't have recreation space, if they can't have space for children to learn from each other, you're going to have these kinds of situations.
You know, there was a movie out about 10 years ago called Blade Runner, and it dealt with the future of Los Angeles, and it dealt with the great class struggle. A lot of people think that we're headed for a class war in this community. Do you think we're seeing the beginning of it?
I think right now we have an opportunity to start changing our priorities if we choose to understand what's going on in the city. There is some differences going on between classes. We have to ask ourselves how that happened and start making those kinds of changes. What happened with the police department, when you look at the makeup of the department, when you look at the policies, I'm not sure very many people are aware, but 36% of all the vehicles in LAPD are black and whites. That means 64% are unmarked cars. That means we operate with task force, crash units, drug units. We don't have that police presence that we should have. If you don't have that police presence, if the police officer doesn't have that comfort margin, how is it that we can talk about community-based policing or community-based city servicing? That's what's been going on.
Is Willie Williams going to help turn this around?
I think Mr. Williams comes in here with a different attitude. I think he comes in here with an attitude that the police department's here to protect all the people equally. And I think that the realities are right now we just need to open up a new book for the city.
But what you're saying is that our problems, our primary underlying problems, are not policed. They are in the quality of life that we offer to immigrants and to people of color who need a leg up in the city and haven't been getting it.
Right, you got to understand that the inner city, a developer will make much more money by developing a parking spot to park a car. We don't make money creating space for children to learn or space for children to play in. They're not playing with each other. You got to understand that in the inner city, our realities are we're not educating population basis. We claim to be an international city. We claim to be a city of champions. We're not claiming to be that city that deals and develops people.
Well, you certainly have come in here and sounded an optimistic note, Mr. Hernandez, that maybe this is the beginning of a turnaround and a beginning of a rebuilding and a reaffirmation of ideas in this city. And for that, we thank you. We hope you're right.
And you can't blame Angelinos for struggling to have a better quality of life.
Come back later, would you? Or can you
Please.
stick around? It would be nice if you could stick around for a little while.
Well, thank you. I'm just trying to get the messages to as many people as possible.
If you want to get
a chance to come back
that
then.
message through again later on in this program, which will last until wee hours in the morning, please come back.
Thank you very much.
All right, sir.
Mr. Mike Hernandez, 1st District, Los Angeles City Councilman. Thank you for joining us. Art Rascone is back out at Los Angeles International Airport. You told us earlier that Jesse Jackson was due in tonight. Art, you got new information. What is it?
Yes, we've only received new information just within the past 10 to 15 minutes or so. I'm standing at the United Terminal now, and we've just been told that Jesse Jackson's flight scheduled to arrive at 7:45. That, in fact, was a delay already, but his flight has been diverted from Washington, D.C. to Las Vegas instead of Los Angeles. Now, we're told by United that it is simply too dangerous to fly in the night sky over L.A. And this is the reason why. You take a look at these pictures. Black smoke billowing throughout the city. They say it's simply too dark to fly into this city. They're not sure where they're going. And they also mention this. United, in the words of a United official, apparently, there's too much shooting in the air as well. And so they fear that. They fear bullets being riddling the bottom of airlines. So that's something that airlines officials are at least concerned with. Half of the flights here, as I look over the United Terminal flight list, arrivals and departures have been canceled. Most of them as well in Southwest and many of the other airlines. So if you're scheduled to fly out tonight or possibly tomorrow morning, you may want to reschedule your plans or at least call ahead to find out what's going on. Again, Jesse Jackson's flight has been diverted to Las Vegas. I'm told by one of his aides that they're not sure whether Jesse Jackson will attempt to fly in on another airline later tonight or whether he will simply stay in Las Vegas for the night and sometime fly in tomorrow morning. I understand Maxine Waters as well is on that same flight from Washington, D.C. Of course, they have their own political motives involved in this whole incident so that they can establish their presence here as well. And whether their presence will be felt tomorrow remains to be seen to see if they can get on a flight or not. Reporting live from LAX, I'm Art Rascone. Paul, and back to you in Hollywood.
Art, I think Maxine Waters is here because I think we saw her on the set earlier tonight talking to our people. Thanks, Art. We'll get back to you just a little later on. We're going to take shots from Newscopter 7. Let's update some information, okay? Another firefighter has been wounded. That makes 3 in the last 2 days. One of them in Santa Ana, a firefighter there, shot in the thigh as he fought a blaze in south central Los Angeles. He is in stable condition. Also, it's now been announced that the UCLA campus will be closed tomorrow with the exception, and an important one it is, of the UCLA Medical Center. So that means, I believe, both USC and UCLA are closed down tomorrow. 3 firefighters so far have been shot while fighting the fires like the one you see right there from our Newscopter 7.
15 people have been killed in the violence that's been going on so far, and we're looking at hundreds of arrests. They're not even apparently trying to keep track, or at least not at this point trying to keep track of the arrests that have been made.
What have we got, 300 so far?
It's hundreds.
Yeah,
Just hundreds.
at least 300.
And the fire department says they've had nearly 3,000 emergency calls, but they're not sure how many of those were legitimate fire calls or rescues or what they were. This one is a legitimate one. Captain Ron, what are we looking at here? Do you know where we are?
Okay, where we are at this point, Ann, is La Brea between Olympic and Orange. And just in this area, I can count about 6 fires. We're looking at two of the 3 major fires that is burning in this area. This is absolutely unbelievable. Earlier, you were watching pictures of us as we flew eastbound into downtown Los Angeles. The smoke is so heavy out there towards the Civic Center, visibility went down to about 1 mile. This smoke, as it gets towards the Civic Center, begins lowering, and it actually goes directly down on to the surface. And extremely tough in terms of flying. I have to keep really alert for all the other aircraft out here. I'm going to move northbound now to the one up here towards Orange. You'll get an idea of what this one looks like. This smoke is really becoming very thick out here. Ann, back to you.
Compare it to what it was like last night. Last night we knew that the smoke was a problem, but it's more of a problem tonight, I understand.
The difference tonight than last night is the smoke is settling right down on the ground. Now, last night the smoke went up to about 1,000 feet before it flattened out. Right now, at least towards the Civic Center, the smoke goes right down to the surface, and this is what makes it is a real concern for us as pilots out here. And most of the pilots now, like we are right now, is out to the west, and you notice that visibility out here is a lot nicer, and the ceiling of the smoke out here is probably about 1,000 feet. A lot easier flying for us in Newscopter 7.
Ron, I hope it's easier for you tonight because you are our video appendage, and we are going to be relying on you to a great extent tonight. So we're going to become real good buddies before this night is over, all right?
Sounds good. Thanks, Paul.
As we were last night. We'll get back to Captain Ron in just a second. We have on the line a psychologist. I hope he's not a psychiatrist because there's a big difference. A psychologist, Dr. Robert Butterworth, who is going to be talking to us about how all of what we're seeing and going through and have been going through for the last 24 hours is affecting us. Dr. Butterworth, are you there?
Yes, I am, Paul. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Thank you you are a psychologist, right?
Yes, Paul.
What are people going through, Dr. Butterworth? What is this doing to us?
Well, you know, society works because there's an understanding that we all follow certain rules of behavior. And what we're seeing tonight is when these rules are breaking down, people become insecure to the point where they start to panic because things aren't working like they used to. They don't feel safe. So there's a large segment of the population, especially children, that are tonight scared out of their wits.
I had an experience this afternoon. I was sitting down with my little boy to eat lunch because I didn't get a chance to see much of him today because I had to come back in here. We were eating lunch together, and on television were pictures much like you're seeing now, except during the day. And I reached up to turn them off, and I decided not to. He's 2.5 years old. Tell me about the effect on children older than that who can really understand what they're seeing.
Well, you know, there are a lot of parents of these young children who've decided to turn the television off and remove them from the room. Unfortunately, you cannot hide this disaster from children, and what we find is that what kids don't know hurt them than rather what they know. So I think it's important for everyone tonight to be discussing this and to be getting together as a family to talk about things that could happen to them in terms of how to protect themselves, but kind of being together and just talking about it.
Don't you think it's a pretty good idea, though, to give the kids a break from all of this going on? I mean, if the grown-ups are nervous and the grown-ups aren't sure how they would protect themselves if it came to their front door, what are you going to tell a child? You say there's people who are running amok, and it's been going on for hours, and we're not sure how we're going to stop it. Those are not good messages for kids to hear.
That's right, Ann, but, you know, unfortunately, kids can understand this quite well because we're seeing a lot of people in Los Angeles actually acting like children out of control. So what we're telling kids is that, for parents especially, is to watch their kids tonight. You may have kids that will have trouble sleeping, nightmares, and things like that. And with some children, you're right, they may need to be taken away. They may need to just go and play with their friends, but always with the parents available to answer questions if they're frightened, because what the kids don't know cause the nightmares and the anxieties.
Yeah, and maybe kind of the flip side of what Ann was talking about there, and I think her point was very well taken, and that's what I experienced with Dylan this afternoon when we had the television on. But on the other side, kids that can understand what's going on, these are the people who are going to be solving these problems 10 and 20 years from now. Ought they know what's going on now to maybe prepare them to better deal with life and obviously what we're seeing tonight and solving these problems?
Yes, Paul, and I was talking to young people today, and I was actually throwing that out to them, and I was saying, listen, here's a problem. This is what happened. A lot of young people are not cheering on the looters on television. They're actually angry at what they're doing, and they think it's stupid. And I think it's important for people to talk about other strategies, how to deal with anger, rather than tearing down the city that you need to live in.
Okay, we'd like to talk to you about mob psychology, too, but we're going to have to stop for now, Dr. Robert Butterworth, and hope we can get back in touch with you later on. Thanks for talking to us, sir.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, Paul.
Good night.
Henry Alfaro standing by with a live camera. Let's get out to him and see what he's got. Henry.
Well, Annie, some encouraging news. The curfew is working, at least here at the corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Crenshaw. Directly across the street is the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza. Last night I was in this vicinity, and it was just chaotic. People going up and down the street, businesses were being looted. And here's the reason. Here are some more members of the National Guard. They've completely blocked off this intersection here, as well as the intersection further up. I think that's Stocker. Consequently, there's no traffic. Things are very, very quiet. I've been walking, or at least I've been trying to get an idea of some of the looting that's taken place. Interestingly enough, this Popeye's restaurant here, if we can turn around here this a little bit, Alan, I don't know if you can see the sign. It says, this is a black business, black-owned business. It hasn't been touched. Fortunately for these people here, because further up the street last night, the entire Crenshaw Center Mall or something like that went down in complete flames. It was complete chaos, and it was very, very a disastrous scene. I might add that right around the corner, right up the street here, is also the South Bureau, and this is more or less the staging zone or the staging area for members of the National Guard. But again, it goes to show that the National Guard, the presence of these soldiers here, fully armed with their M16s and with their Desert Storm Humvees, things are under control. There's hardly any people out on the streets right now. On down the street, everything is very, very quiet on down Martin Luther King. Further down Martin Luther King, there are command posts, or at least numbers of Los Angeles Police Department officers. It's very, very quiet. One of the officers told me, she said, as long as we're around, everything is fine. So at least it shows that once that force is being exhibited here in these various areas in the south central Los Angeles area, that there is a semblance of organization. The only problem is that these gentlemen behind me can't be here forever. So it remains to be seen. Will these National Guard troops be additional members to be brought in? That remains to be seen. So far, it's been good news. So again, Crenshaw Boulevard, a chaotic scene last night of people just driving up and down, looting all over the place, burning down the entire center over there. Today it's quiet. So it's quite a contrast compared to what's happening on the other side of town, as most of the viewers have been watching. So once again, it's quiet here. The curfew is working. I'm Henry Alfaro. Back to you in the studio.
Henry, thanks, you've been through a couple of these. Stay on the line just a second, will you? It seems to me what the plan is, and it's beginning to work, is the curfew will keep them off, get them off the street.
Right.
A law enforcement presence will maintain the quiet tonight, certainly to most extent. And then by tomorrow morning, things will be quiet. I think that's what they're trying to do.
I hope so, and I think that the key here is that the National Guardsmen, by being at strategic locations, and this is an obvious plan, can allow the police officers, the Sheriff's Department, California Highway Patrol, and especially Los Angeles Police Department, to go into those areas that are hot spots and start making some arrests. The hot spots, obviously, now have shifted from this area. This area is relatively quiet, although there are a few, still some fires that are still going on, and some of the evidence of yesterday's chaotic situation is still evident. The main thing is the people are off the street, things are under control, they're quiet.
Okay, Henry, that's good news. We understand that dusk to dawn curfew is wider than we knew at the beginning in Los Angeles City, parts of the county as well, and other cities, including curfew in effect in Torrance, in the city of San Fernando, in Culver City, in Inglewood, in West Hollywood. We know in Compton also. The curfew is in effect now. It was dusk to dawn, and dusk has fallen. So if you don't have a reason to be out on the streets, if you're not coming back from work or heading out to a late-night job, that sort of thing, you're being asked to stay home. Police will be questioning anybody who's out on the streets without a clear motive tonight.
Yeah, it's not to say that anybody out walking the streets is automatically going to the slammer. If you're out there for a good reason, then you can explain it.
You're going to have to explain yourself.
You are going to have to explain yourself, that's for sure.
Yes.
We are joined by another colleague of ours, Mr. Rick Romero, who is... Oh, we watched you today. We watched you out there, I believe, in the Koreatown area. We saw what looked like the streets of Beirut with guys on the roofs with Uzis, or looked to me like they were Uzis. Tell us a little bit about what you've been through.
Well, Paul and Ann, I have spent some time in Beirut, and I spent it in the 70s during the time when they had some of those wars, and I can understand why you would relate it to that, and I have to agree with you. In a lot of ways, they're very, very similar. Seeing machine-gunned
individuals on top of roofs, on street corners, that was the same. But the mix mash, the chaotic way that they're going about the looting and everything else, that is different. It seemed to be a lot more organized, if it could be that way in Beirut. But taking it a step further, you know, Koreatown, it's not just a Korea versus black thing. As you see there, that's an Hispanic individual who has just looted a Korean-owned liquor store. You can see them taking things out, breaking a video store window there. That's another Hispanic individual. I'm sorry to say that that's the case. Here, more. And they're taking a safe. How they're going to get that into the car, I'll never know. This is out at Wilshire and Alvarado. This is a thrifty drugstore, and people are just going in and shopping. But they're not using any money here, obviously. They're just taking what they can. Here, a guy with a shopping cart full of stuff. I think this is an interesting picture because as you see him cross the street, take a look in the background there, and you can see all these fire trucks working on fires. They're doing the right thing in front. This guy's doing... I can't understand it, but he's
well,
not
we know
doing
it's the
right
wrong thing, but we wonder if he does.
Just mad.
I have no idea.
Somebody today, this was related to me. I didn't see this happen, but it was related to me. That a woman with 9 children had a grocery cart full of stuff, and as she came out of the store, somebody on television asked her, "What are you doing? Isn't this wrong?" And she said, "Well," she said, "nobody's stopping me, so it must be okay." And off she went with her stuff.
And I get the impression, Ann, being out there, that that's the case, that these people go, look around, they see nobody there to stop them, so they run across and do it.
That video of that fire was unbelievable. That was in such an inferno. Now we're looking at... well,
and that's right next door to this business. This is a swap meet, an indoor swap meet
What are
business.
the security clothes they had on? He had a thing with security on his back. What's that mean?
The only thing I can think of is that they generally employ security individuals to work that swap meet, and those people came in and are now working probably full-time, 24 hours.
So this would be a security person, or is this...
Some of those are probably merchants. Most of them look like merchants, and a few had the security gear, which included flak jackets. This is an apartment complex. You know, we talk about all the businesses. This is somebody's home going up.
You know, last night there were no homes burning. As near as we could figure, almost everything that we saw last night at least looked like a commercial building. And to see an apartment house burning is a whole different kettle of beans. It really is scary.
And there were firefighters inside when that roof collapsed. They very nearly lost their lives in that. Fortunately, they were in lower floors and were able to get out in time.
I'm going to go, thank God for that. I'm going to ask you to stick around for a couple seconds. We got Alex Payne, ASAP to Alex at Hollywood and Cahuenga. Alex Payne?
Yes, Paul and Ann, we're back here on Hollywood Boulevard. And as I said, these fires have been really under control for the last 10 minutes. But the big story has been a shooting here in Hollywood. A few minutes ago, we just left Highland and Sunset, right across from Hollywood High School. A young man was shot. Witnesses told me that a couple of people in a white BMW drove by and shot at a young man who was walking down Highland Boulevard and Highland Avenue. And we called the ambulance, and a police unit was quickly on the scene. But the other story is here that so many people are still out. There is a curfew here in Los Angeles. And Pat, if you could just circle around here, we can show these people are still out. I talked to some of the police officers. They said they have not been given any orders by their supervisors to do anything about it, basically because they don't have a place to put all these people. Now, this is just a small group here, but there are plenty of people all around Hollywood Boulevard and some of the side streets. We've been traveling around, and people are outside walking, many of them young people, many of them teenagers. So that's the story right now on Hollywood Boulevard. Most of it is still blocked off by police units and also by fire trucks. Fredericks of Hollywood, the famed Fredericks of Hollywood, right on the Walk of Fame in Hollywood, has been spared. But that is the situation as we continue to wait and watch.
Do you talk about shootings? I'm looking through our information here on the people who have been killed, and that number, by the way, keeps going up. I think we're now at 18 official dead, Alex, and a lot of the people who have been killed over the last 24, 25 hours have been killed in gunfire. 3 of those killed, felled by police gunfire. Another one, a security guard. We were just talking with you, Rick, about the security guard situation, and people are out trying to find security guards right now, and there has been a run on security guards, we understood today, and they couldn't get them. But a security guard for a Koreatown market killed in a gun battle with looters. Nearly all of the dead, we are led to believe here by our wire copy, have been minorities, and most of them have been black. And one of them was killed when police had to escort firefighters into the Nickerson Gardens housing project And we got a shootout going there between rioters and police, a man killed there, other people killed, others just found on the street who have been killed.
Let's ask Rick about this now. We've got late reports that people are stocking up on batteries and flashlights and food, and people are going and trying to buy this stuff to what's the word I'm looking for, hoard it, much as you would during a supermarket strike or something like that. Did you see any evidence of that?
When we left the station here this afternoon, the first thing we had to do was get gasoline. We stopped at a 76 station. This is a Wednesday at about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was packed with people. I asked them, I said, what is the purpose of you coming here and getting your gas today? What is it? Do you have some fear of what's going on? And they said, it's one, yes, we have fear. We don't know if there's going to be gasoline if they start burning down the gas stations. And two, we just want to get out of town. And then across the street was the 7-Eleven store and a few other stores, and we saw them packed. They were all packed with people.
Well, that's how it starts, and that's how it feeds, and that's how, you know, neighbor calls neighbor, relative call, hey, you better get your gas, you better get your food because it's starting, and all of a sudden, you've got that in major proportions on your hands. We're looking at tape from earlier today, by the way.
That's right, this is tape.
Newscopter 7 is getting some gas. But yeah, that is what's going on.
It's a fear element. Everybody is afraid. It can come into their own neighborhood. This gas station was not that close to all of the action. However, as I understand it now, things have come an awful lot closer to that particular gas station. So it's quite possible the people in that neighborhood are going to have to use those supplies that they just bought.
Well, we've taken our supply system has taken a severe hit in the last day or so. And there are neighborhoods in Los Angeles now where you're not going to be able to buy anything for a long time. You're going to have to go way outside your neighborhood. And it's going to be tough for people who are used to having the conveniences fairly close to them. And they're not going to be even remotely close anymore. And that's tragic.
You may have touched on this earlier, but I was concerned about the water supply with the fire department draining it so to fight all of these fires. Have you talked to anybody about that?
We asked the firefighters on several occasions last night about how the water supply was going, and we were told by Fire Captain Donald Manning that things were fine. We have not checked since then, and the next chance we get, we'll find out about that.
I saw an awful lot of people going to those machines that allow you to fill your own bottles, and they were lined up about, I'd say maybe 10, 12 people were lined up at one machine just trying to get their water, so I know that there's some concern for that.
Well, we're just all wondering tonight, when does it stop? We sat and it was about an hour before this time last night as we began to cover what was going on. And we thought, well, this is bad, and as the night progressed, it got worse, and as the day went on, it's been worse yet. And now we're seeing it continue tonight and wondering how we're going to get a handle on this, how we're going to make it quit. Art Rascone.
We've got Art Rascone, I believe. Art, you were near LAX the last time we talked to you. You still there?
I just left LAX. Excuse me, a lot of black smoke around here, Paul, I'm sorry. We just left LAX about 10 minutes ago. We're driving eastbound on Century Boulevard and noticed a great deal of police activity. Several police cars were alongside of the road. We noticed officers jumping out of the car. We've got some tape of this. We can go ahead and show the tape if we can roll it. Officers jumping out of their cars and rushing over to an apartment complex just across the street from where we're standing. Guns drawn. This was only taped just within the last 10 minutes. You can notice there that quite a bit of activity. They hustled out at least, from what I could see anyway, at least a dozen individuals out of the hotel, and they laid them on the ground with guns drawn, shotguns as well as handguns, and ordered them to stay on the ground until they questioned each of them. Now, whether this was due to simply the curfew, as I'm told, or whether, in fact, it was due as well to the possibility that these individuals were involved in some type of looting remains to be seen. You weren't able to get the actual picture there of all the individuals laying down, but they eventually, after questioning them, let them go. So the point here to be made is that the curfew, in fact, is standing, and they're enforcing that because all of these individuals were hanging around the area. They talked to them, they questioned them, and then let them go. So their LAPD, at least, has been very serious about the curfew here, and dusk, of course, has already fallen. So if you're on the streets, you shouldn't be, and if you're intending to do so, get on the streets, well, in fact, stay home. That might be a better place for you. Reporting live from South Central Los Angeles, I'm Art Rascone. Paul Ann, back to you in Hollywood.
Well, we're going to keep our curfew working file, and right now we've got 2 entries. Henry Alfaro at 8 o'clock from MLK told us it was working. Art Rascone at what, 9 o'clock, 8:30?
About 8:15.
In another part of the city, I got to buy a watch is what I got to do. They told us it is working, so keep your fingers crossed. Maybe we're on to something here.
That would be nice. Linda Breakstone is out with Police Commissioner Mike Yamaki. We heard from him last night. We'll see what he thinks of the way things are looking tonight. Linda.
Annie, we were going downtown here to see if the curfew was working, caught into a fire, and ran into Commissioner Yamaki, who himself is touring. Now, he was shot at. Tell us about that.
Well, we're up in Rampart Wilshire Division earlier this evening, and we were trying to warn some of the Korean grocers and the people there that they wanted to actually defend their own homes and their businesses, and we were warning them to stay inside and they barricade themselves in there for the night. And then shots were being fired right at dusk around, and we ran up, right, I believe it was right on 8th in Irola, and it was automatic fire coming all around. We had to jump out of the car and go underneath the car, and we stayed there for a couple of minutes, and then it was finally we were able to clear, and we were all able to get out of there. But all through the night, up in that Rampart Wilshire district, those people they're going to have a tough time because there's a lot of shots fired all over.
So you have a bulletproof vest on today?
Yes, I took my vest out. The minute I heard automatic fire, I put my vest on, and but we've been taking some hits. We took some bricks on the car and stuff like that. And the unfortunate thing here is people are getting bolder here tonight.
Now, they're talking about, is the curfew working? We came over a freeway overpass. I saw the freeway was empty. Downtown streets here are empty. You said this damage, this looting here occurred this afternoon.
Well, the danger of this damage right here that we're concerned, and we have our officers here, is because this is a pawn shop and they got guns in there, and people will try to get the guns. Fortunately, no ammunition, but we're trying to get the owners, help the owners remove the guns there. But as far as the curfew is concerned, curfew, I was up in Hollywood about half an hour ago. We were ready at 7:30 or so to get ready for the sweeps. They started clearing the streets off right at the Hollywood Boulevard. You know, there's a big, major fire up there on Hollywood Boulevard. It's really burning, but the sweeps are starting. I think you can see less people on the streets. The unfortunate thing that we're finding out here is you can see people are shopping out here. I mean, this has nothing to do with Rodney King. These are criminals, and that's the plain, simple fact of it. They're going shopping. They're 3 or 4 in a car. You see them cruising. They're just looking for an opportunity right now.
So you're concerned about where, and they're sweeping the streets, but where are those people going?
Yes. I mean, we're sweeping in the areas that we can. The unfortunate thing, we don't have enough officers to cover the entire area. The one thing that I'm very upset about is I was at the staging area earlier in the afternoon. We had a lot of officers sitting there because we didn't even have any damn cars to put these officers in, and we don't have enough to cover every area. As we've been driving through, we've been trying to talk with the merchants, let them know what they can do, be by a phone and protect themselves. But it's unfortunate because we know that we can't protect them.
And that's one thing you wanted to talk to me about, is where we do not have enough police officers.
Well, right here, citywide, as in this crisis situation, we can see that the city of LA, we do not have enough police officers here. All these people are working 12-hour shifts. Talk to the people up there right at Wilshire Division. People have been working already their 12-hour shift and we're waiting for relief, and they're 2 hours past. We talked to some of them up over there that they were working South Bureau this morning. Now they're up in Hollywood, and they didn't even have cars. We didn't even have cars to transport these people. We didn't have enough black and whites. And for the city of LA, I'm sure the citizens are really upset because to find out that we don't have enough cars to fulfill these officers.
Oh, I know. We were at I-Magna and they were looting. People were just coming out.
And there again, Linda, you can see that. It was a frustrating thing even for yourself to see people looting right in front of us. We have black and whites. There's nothing. The morale of these officers not being able to do their job, to do something, it's just a wonder that they're doing the job that they are. I mean, they're worried about the city, but you've seen it right there. Everyone's just going shopping in front of us.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah, I'd like to, I know Ann and Paul are dying to ask you a question. Ann, can you hear me?
Yes, Linda. As a matter of fact, I was just hollering your name.
Oh, good.
We have a question for you. We just got word that Boys Markets has announced they're closing all of their stores in the South Central area of Los Angeles. And in fact, about 40 of the stores owned by their parent company, 40 out of 208 have either been closed down or have suffered severe damage, and we thought maybe the commissioner would react to that.
So 25% of their stores
closed.
Boys Market is shutting 25% of their stores.
And I think that's a good thought. Of what I've seen, I mean, I would have never imagined them hitting those markets, but again, it could be the economic hard times, because many of the people that I saw were not just gangbangers. They're women. I mean, they had their kids in their car.
They're getting diapers left.
Yeah, they were getting everything. I mean, they were getting cooking utensils, everything else like that. And it's just almost anarchy out here.
Now, Annie, are they closing their stores for good or closing them up for this because of this?
They're closing it up because of this. The boys' markets are closing all of their stores, and that's outside of the fact that they've got 40 of the 208 stores in their parent company, and that 40 would include Boys Markets, ABC Markets, Viva Markets. 40 of the stores in that parent company have been hit and hurt. So I guess the closure would be a protective closure in the other stores. Linda.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, Linda, thank you, and thank you to the Commissioner. A couple of quick updates here. The death toll officially is now 18. We understand that Governor Pete Wilson is now en route to Los Angeles. He is flying into Los Angeles from Sacramento. I trust he is going into an airport other than LAX, because that's going to be real tough to get into tonight, perhaps Burbank, who knows. After telling the governor of Arizona, he talked to the governor of Arizona today, asking for additional help from National Guard units there, and said, quote, to the governor, "This situation in Los Angeles is out of control." That's what Pete Wilson told the governor of Arizona. He's asking for equipment from Arizona to bolster the California National Guard troops here in the Southland, and we understand up to 4,000 of those could be here or heading here. We can talk till we're blue in the face. Politicians can talk till they're blue in the face, and sometimes when you're trying to talk to people that are in trouble and causing trouble and are hurting, it goes right over their heads. Sometimes when you bring in a role model and somebody that they see on the big screen and respect, as we have our next guest, his name is Edward James Olmos. He is an actor. His latest movie was America Me, Is America Me. Incidentally, oddly enough, was in the Blade Runner. We were talking about that a few minutes ago. Thank you, sir, for being here.
It's a pleasure, Paul, and it's good to see you. Congratulations on the work that all of you are doing. It's superb, very difficult.
I tell you what, congratulate us when it's all over, will you? And we can all go out.
It's going to be a long time before it's going to be over.
It may be. You really think so?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not being pessimistic or trying to cause doomsday to come. It's a situation where we have to understand that we will curb tonight's problem. They will get the police, and then they will do the sweeps. People will be spread out, and the areas will be the problem will spread out, but they will slow it down. But it's not going to solve the problem. The problems that have brought this to flourishing are so deep and so rooted that we tried for many years, and we have been for many years, trying to bring awareness to it. And now that this has happened, this will bring the most awareness. There will be some good that'll come out of all of this. Believe me, just like there was good when the Boston Tea Party happened. It wasn't a very nice thing that they did back then 200 years ago, but it was something that brought a great awareness to a big problem, and this is bringing a great awareness to a big problem right now.
Do you see the problem like Councilman Mike Hernandez sees it, that this is a problem of no parks, no jobs, overcrowded schools, life isn't very nice, and you got nothing to lose in a situation like this?
Can I add some more to that one?
Sure.
The biggest ones, I think, come from the top. The biggest problems that we're seeing are the values that we're receiving from the hierarchy of the society as a whole. The lack of educational monies because of the fact that, and the devaluation of the teacher by way of just us as a society. We would rather bail out the S&Ls than bail out our educational systems. We would rather turn around and use our time and our energy to escalate our understandings outside of the country instead of pertaining to our own country. Again, that's from the outside. I mean, just the simplicity of this statement. When you were at your kitchen table, or when you were here on the news and you reported it, right after the cameras went off and you were standing there and you had just reported that there was millions of dollars that had been used by the government, the Congress and the Senate, to for their notes, their checks that they had written that bounced, and they had money that was given to them when they didn't have any money in their banks. When that camera switched off and you said, geez, I wonder, God, if I did that, my God, I would be in a lot of trouble right now.
How'd you know what we said?
I knew it, Paul. I could tell. How many people around the table said the same thing while their children were sitting there eating? How many children heard their parents say to them, bingo, hey, you know what? I'd be in jail if I did that, if I bounced 1,000 checks. You know, they put me away for 30 days, or 60 days, 90 days. But, and the kids kept eating. That's the same thing that's been happening, but over a long period of time. The behaviors of society as a whole has said to children, in particular, our children, especially here in LA, that are killing each other, okay? Children killing children is the biggest problem we have, and you're gonna see it come to fruition tonight. You'll see it. There's a lot of armed children out there. There's a reason why they're diverting traffic over the LA area.
But you talked about problems in values. Don't you think there are other values that are missing in our society now? You think there are a lot of kids from broken homes and a lot of kids who have basically left to fend for themselves every afternoon after school? That kind of thing bothers me.
Yeah, well, it should, rightfully it should, because psychologically they are being left to fend for themselves. One of the traditions that we've lost, which needs to be reinstituted amongst all of us, is the rite of passage. A lot of our males do not have the rite of passage anymore, nor do our females. They don't know how to go from adolescence to becoming men. So they go around with children, other children, 15-year-olds, handing an 11-year-old a gun and saying which one, and 15-year-old saying it doesn't matter. It was in our film, American Me. That was it stunned people when they saw it. They looked at me and said, my God, Eddie, how could you put that representation up there? I didn't mean to make it of my people, but my people suffer from it too, also, okay? And because all of our kids are suffering from this. They have the days of making children understand the rite of passage, how to become men, has left the family unit. It's gone now to outside of that, and this is what you get from this.
Well, you know, you're right, and what you get from it are a lot of the pictures we've seen today and tonight of seemingly grown people acting like children, giggling and laughing, going looting stores. Well, that's one of the results.
We are in a very, very difficult time period in the society as a whole, economically also. Not only spiritually, not only dysfunctioning as a family, not only educationally, our lack of values for educators and education period, but also economically. We are in the middle of I don't know, I think the president finally called it a recession, and I think that we have accepted the fact that this is something that is dividing the have and the have-nots even more. And so what you have today is like they were just talking about right now. You have people going into the stores to get fundamentally basic things. Diapers, water, milk, you know, and sure, you have other people saying, yeah, you have people going out and saying, hey, I've always wanted a stereo set. There's A&R, you know, I'm going to go over and get myself a stereo set. And boom, look at right now on Sunset Boulevard. I was just coming down here right now. Every store right now is getting hit. Right now, right this second, as I was driving down the street, they're getting hit right now, and people are going in there, and I see families, entire families, that would never do this behavior. They would never have done this behavior if they didn't think now that it was okay. Look, it's okay for this behavior to be going on right now.
Sanctioned somehow?
Sanctioned by the commitment of the hierarchy to do the kind of things that they've been doing. When the society as a whole has presented itself and not restricted itself, then those that are beneath it turn around and say one day, okay, you know what? Shucks. If they can do that, then all I'm going to do is go over here and get myself a radio, or I'm going to get myself a television, and I need it, and I've been working for it, so watch me carry this thing to my car. Why not, man? I mean, we saw the presidents of the United States, you know, do things that would make us want to say, excuse me, but why are you doing this? Why are you sending money, $500 billion to bail out the SNLs? And why are you giving so much money to the defense fund when our children need money and our families need money? Those value systems then correlate themselves down to the masses on this day saying, you know what, everybody else is doing it, and I need some cherries, and I need an orange, and doggone it, I haven't had an apple in 2 weeks. The window's broken, here I go.
Okay,
they would never have done it.
You are talking about some very long-range serious problems that need long-range serious solutions.
What do we do tonight?
We've got to stop a riot in
Tonight, what we do tonight, and this is basic, and this is very basic, and this is why I came tonight, and this is why I've been going around, is because in hopes that people understand, those that really believe in understandings, those that believe in what I stand for, please, if I have an ounce of understanding with you, if you have a brother, a sister, an aunt, an uncle, a father, a mother out on the street right now, pray that they get home and do not let them go out again tonight. Even if they come home with all the stuff you've always wanted, make sure that they stay home tonight. Don't let them go out anymore if you love the people that you love. keep them home tonight.
May I say one quick thing before you go? This is not just a showbiz person that comes in because he wants to be seen on television. This is a man who has done a great deal of work with young people, old people, all kinds of people in his community and others. I know that. I've known him for a while. And what he knows whatever he speaks, and we thank you for coming in.
God bless you.
Can you stick for just a second?
Yes, I can.
Edward, we're going to go out to Mark Brown. We've been talking about value systems and what do young people think and how they're growing up and how this affects things like this riot. Mark Brown is out with some young people, we understand. Let's hear from them, Mark, what this is all about as far as they're concerned.
Okay, well, these are young people who were trying to put a stop to this. We are at La Brea and Orange, where another retailer's gone down, United Sound and Television Company. What happened here?
Well, at first some people broke in, they were looting the place, and they were asking for gasoline, and we asked them not to burn down the building because we live right behind the building. Sorry about that. We live right behind the building, and they stopped, and someone else came right across the street and threw something in like lighter fluid and ran back across, and my uncle here kept the building watered down with water for 2 hours until the fire department came.
Okay, you're pretty wet right now. You put in quite an effort. So, what were you doing? What was your concern?
The concern was we have a bunch of brush in the backyard. It's all over, and then a bunch of apartments and stuff. So we were just trying to soak everything down until hoping that the fire department finally came to help us out. Me and this man, we were all up there just watering down and trying our best to stay there until the fire department came. They had to send the Laverne and Pomona Fire Department out, so they came from a long way, so it was worth it.
You were pretty concerned too, weren't you?
Well, I really was, because at first when they started looting, I have a 9-month-old son, and he was in the house asleep. And I was real nervous because I didn't know what to do with him, and I had to take him elsewhere so that I could get some of my furniture and my clothes out of the house in case it did burn down.
Okay, I want to talk to this guy right here. You're a white guy, right?
Yeah.
What's your...
Last time I looked.
Yeah, last time you checked. But what brings you here? Do you live here?
I live 2 blocks away, and this is what it's all about, you know? I mean, it's not about a king anymore. It's about being together, you know? Families. I mean, my family's back there. Their family's back there. We're trying to help each other. This isn't about, this problem. We're all mad about what happened with Rodney King, but this is beyond, This is greed, anger, and I don't like it. Look at the skies. Look at the skies. LA skies. We look like Kuwait over here. That's what it's about. That's how I feel. I mean, it's me, him, and all of these people here. You don't see any problems between us. None.
Thanks a lot. There you see the positive message, trying to get something positive going in the wake of what has been a very terrible situation here. Ironically, we are right across the street from KGFJ Radio, which during the Watts riot, let's pan over here. They've been broadcasting live obviously throughout. During the Watts riot of 1965, they were the key black radio station in the Los Angeles area, and they were urging people to stay calm then. They are urging them to stay calm now, and hoping that people will be able to stop the violence. But people here working together to try to put a stop to this. A man made a stand on the roof of this building that's a total loss at the risk of his own life to try to save his home and the homes of others. And working together, people of different races, different colors, and a positive note here,
hey, Mark,
if one can be found. Paul?
Mark Brown, we're going to try something here. Don't let those kids leave, all right? We have in our studio...
Where'd the other guy go?
See if you can bring him back.
Bring him back, yeah.
All right, we have in our...
Yeah.
Mark,
okay, well,
we've got...
Just went to go get him.
Okay, we've got Edward James Olmos, an actor who is very familiar to a lot of these young people, I am sure. He's in our studio now.
Okay.
And we want to try, through you, to have him talk to them.
Okay. Well, while they're going to get that
Mark,
guy...
you can talk to any one of those
Okay,
kids
that's great, Mr. Olmos.
The boy that's right in front of you would be fine.
All right,
ask him if he could join me tomorrow by picking up a broom. I'm going to be out on the streets tomorrow of Los Angeles starting the cleanup. I want to see if we can get as many children as we can to start cleaning up. And start in that process all day tomorrow to start showing the opposite side of this. Would he help me join in and pick up a broom tomorrow and start cleaning?
Let me ask him. Edward James Olmos is on our set. He says he'd like to know if you would join him in picking up a broom and helping to clean up some of the damage that's going on around here.
Well, if they take me to the place, yeah, I'll be happy to.
Now, tell him that he doesn't have to go any further than the store that's in front of him.
He says you don't have to go any further than the place that's right here.
No problem.
No problem.
You
God
got
bless
that X hat on. You know Malcolm would be down with that. Now let's talk to these guys here. They're back now. Let me ask you this, or Mr. Olmos, you want to ask another question?
No, just ask them same. I need the help of the entire, every kid that's out there. Okay. We got to get the situation turned around.
Edward James Olmos is on our set with Paul and Ann right now, and he's asking you, and I guess he's asking everybody here, really, if you would all like to begin the process of cleaning up, begin the process of healing by picking up a broom tomorrow and essentially joining him and helping to clean up the city and clean up the damage.
Well, Mr. Olmos, this is our city. I mean, that's quite a question. Why not? I mean, this is our homes. This is our city. Well, of course we'd like to clean up. I mean, that's all we got left to do.
That's
There's nothing else to do.
Tell him that I'm going to start tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. He can join me.
You're going to be where at 6 o'clock?
I'm going to start on the streets at 6 o'clock. If there's news coverage out there, they'll see me sweeping the streets.
Okay, whereabouts, sir?
I'm going to be in South Central LA. We're going to start off in the hardest hit areas.
And I'm sorry?
I'll be in South Central LA in the hardest hit areas, but then I'm going to work my way around.
Okay, I'll let them know. He says he's going to be in South Central LA and some of the hardest hit areas. He's going to work his way around at about 6 a.m. Will you join him?
Yeah, sure.
He's going to join him?
Glad to.
How about you?
Won't be at work.
Okay. I guess not. We're going to join him?
Yeah, we're going to join him.
Where's he going to be at? He's going to be in South Central at about 6 a.m.
Okay, yeah.
We'll try to, we'll probably be out there with him, so we'll let you know where he's going to be if you all want to help out.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Give us a wake-up call.
So go to bed now. It's curfew anyway. All right, thank you very much.
Good for him.
Thank you, Mark, for your patience, and thank you to the young people out there. Well, you know what? That's where you got to start, man.
Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, I'm
right
out there. I mean, I've already committed to that myself personally. I'm going to grab a broom from my house and some trash bags and start that process to happen. As soon as that process starts happening more than this other process, which is happening right now, you'll see it turn around.
And you got some good kids right there.
Just even the gesture will be good. You get sort of gloomy. You watch these things go by hour after hour, and you begin to think
there's nothing you can do.
There's nothing you can do, and it's just going on, and when will it stop? And I think just the very fact of you saying you're going to be out with a broom in the morning
I'll be out there tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock.
Make people realize, hey, this is not reality forever here. Yeah.
You better bring a big trash bag, man.
I'll tell you right now, it's going to take a long, long time to heal this wound, but it will be healed, and a lot of good will come out of this, believe me.
I got a question.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. There was supposed to be a lot of change come out of the Watts riots.
And there was.
There was?
Yes, there was.
Wasn't enough, though,
wasn't enough.
Well, you got to remember one thing. I'll put it to you this way. When you have 100 rats in a cage, okay, and you go to try to get them, they scurry around. When you get down to the last 15 or 16 of them, they turn around and they don't run away anymore. They start to attack you back, especially if you're trying to grab them. Okay, racial prejudices, these lack of these values are down to their last arena, so that the ones that are left, because most of us have dealt with them, and whatever way we feel, we've dealt with them. But what is happening now, you're down to the last semblance of it, so they're fighting the strongest. So the racial tensions that will come in the 90s will be the hardest that have ever hit us, ever. But they're the last major grasp for them. And if we beat them this time, which I know we will, as a human body we will, this will be the final time, because our children's children will be able to understand it fully. We did understand it very well in the 60s with Martin Luther King. We will understand it even better after this period, and we will win this.
You are an optimist.
Totally. We've had several of them tonight. Mike Hernandez, the city councilman, Mark Ridley Thomas in his own way, and Edward James Olmos. Optimists. Maybe we're beginning to turn this thing around.
Well, that's what we need to hear. It's what we need to talk about tonight, because we've been
It's going to be devastating. You haven't started yet.
Day.
I mean, we only have 18 counted right now, but there's going to be a lot of people's lives that are going to be taken tonight.
Yeah.
All right, sir.
Sadness.
You better get to bed. You got a big cleanup starting at 6 o'clock in the morning.
I have to go to a couple more
You're
stations.
making the rounds?
Let's do this. Yeah, we have to.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your time. And
Thanks a lot. There will be a camera somewhere where you are tomorrow.
I'll be at AME at the...
Guaranteed.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, we were talking about San Francisco and the problems up there. We've got some tape shot by our sister station, KGO, up in San Francisco. And this all started when some demonstrators were marching down in the vicinity of downtown San Francisco. 1,000, we're told, in the vicinity of the Golden Gate Bridge. And the authorities have notified protesters now on Market Street, apparently in downtown San Francisco, that they are authorized to use force if the crowd doesn't disperse. They're telling us that looting was rampant throughout the city of San Francisco. You're seeing some, what I take to be arrests at the end of this chase being made now in San Francisco. Store windows were smashed throughout the city. on Nob Hill, which is a very well-to-do residential section of San Francisco. A car was overturned by an angry mob. You're seeing police try to disperse crowds in downtown San Francisco earlier today.
Well, they've had apparently a lot of the same situation in the city itself that we have seen in Los Angeles, but we don't know if it has spread outside or not. As we know that in our city where it began, it has now spread to many different parts of the city. In San Francisco, we don't know the full extent of it. This, what you're seeing here, as the map would indicate, is downtown. We do know that the Bay Area Rapid Transit District has closed down its San Francisco stations. Civic Center stations are closed down, and they made that decision when looters approached the stations. Service that is routed through San Francisco apparently will continue, but they're not going to be making any stops downtown.
So much as our rapid transit system has stopped in Southern California, the rapid transit system via BART and other vehicles up in Northern California and San Francisco certainly has been hampered.
Yeah.
Not to the extent that ours has, but they've got their problems up their teeth.
You know, this is a different scene with the police using their billy clubs and the screaming confrontation going on there. That's something we really didn't see here, and I think as we were talking earlier about the police, where they were and why they weren't in more places and why they took such a long time, I think they tried to avoid doing that.
Well, it's a good point, and I think maybe a couple of reasons for that were evident by the pictures. Number one, they seemed to, if not outnumber the demonstrators, they certainly had force on their side in equal number. And number two, I suspect they didn't think that that was quite a dangerous a situation as we saw at Normandy and Florence last night about 8 o'clock.
No, it didn't look like it started in the same way either. It looked like a protest, like more of the sort of thing that happened at Parker Center yesterday. We have other news bulletins that we've been handed while we've been talking to Edward James Olmos and going out to Mark Brown. Cedars-Sinai wants us to tell you that any Cedars-Sinai Medical Center patient who is scheduled for outpatient care, don't come in tomorrow until you call the hospital first to find out if, in fact, you should come in. Don't go to Cedars-Sinai if you are an outpatient scheduled for care tomorrow, because you need to call ahead and make sure that there's going to be somebody there to take care of you.
Governor Pete Wilson due to arrive in Los Angeles tonight for an aerial tour of the devastated area via National Guard helicopter. He is expected to be at Parker Center afterward. The governor's office is not providing any specifics on his visit. I would dare say that one of the reasons for that may be security. We don't know what airport he is coming into. He is going to again take an aerial tour of the devastation in Southern California and be back at Parker Center after that. And if he is available to the press, if he is available to us, as I suspect he will be, we can have a chance to ask him more about the National Guard, why they weren't deployed sooner, are they deployed now, and what are they doing?
And the whole police situation, where we wondered yesterday why 2 hours went by before we ever saw police or fire at some of those big buildings. More closures. We have a word from Unocal, which is the big oil company, that their corporate headquarters and their other offices in the downtown area will be closed tomorrow. Unocal will be closed tomorrow. Northrop Corporation, which employs 26,000 people in metropolitan Los Angeles, announced all of its Southern California facilities except Palmdale and Edwards Air Force Base will be closed tomorrow and through the weekend. So Unocal and Northrop, and also Arco. Arco officials will close the Arco Plaza in downtown LA tomorrow because of the riots. They will close the Arco Products building on 7th Street. Their EIS center in Pasadena will be closed. The transportation center in Long Beach will be closed. The refinery will be open. So that is a rundown on some of the businesses which have announced that they're closing tomorrow. And of course, we've got schools and government agencies like crazy.
We've got a whole list of schools. We'll give them to you in just a moment if we can find them.
RTD was shut down for tonight, for instance. There were no buses running past 4 o'clock. The Blue Line has already ceased operation. You want to...
Well, all Los Angeles schools are closed. It's that simple. UCLA, we told you earlier tonight, is closed down. USC, if I'm not mistaken, is closed tomorrow. After school activities in the LA Unified School District canceled tomorrow and over the weekend. Beverly Hills schools closed tomorrow. Compton schools closed tomorrow. I think I recall later on we had Torrance schools closed tomorrow.
And we're talking about Palos Verdes schools closed, Long Beach closed. Special education for the county of Los Angeles will be closed tomorrow. Lewis Metropolitan Private Elementary School will be closed tomorrow. USC closed. Pepperdine campuses at Encino, Culver City, and Long Beach will be closed through the weekend.
And also sporting events, that two of them that were supposed to take place tonight at Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers and the Phillies, isn't going to happen. They'll reschedule that one. The Clippers fighting for survival in the NBA playoffs against, Bernie, is it Utah? I think it is, isn't it? Okay, well, you know something?
It probably does.
It don't matter. It don't matter because it ain't going to happen at the sports arena tonight. The Clips aren't going to play. They're down 2-1 in the series.
Hollywood Park was supposed to open its summer season tomorrow, I believe it is, on Friday. Or is this Friday already? You'll have to pardon me. I've lost track.
You know, we've been...
That's tomorrow.
We've
Yes,
been up
this
too
is
long.
Thursday evening.
This is Thursday. And I would assume that a lot of local sporting events from Little League on up may be not taking place.
Cinco de Mayo, big celebrations for Cinco de Mayo were scheduled for this weekend in downtown and other parts of Los Angeles. They have been canceled. All the events, Olvera Street, Highland Park, Lincoln Heights, South Central LA, and Watts, all of the Cinco de Mayo celebrations have been scrubbed for this weekend. The mainstream festival, the Deaf Festival, the Senior Sings, all scrubbed. The Tours of Watts, the Jazz Mentorship Workshop, canceling anything that brings together big groups of people or requires public transportation, and of course anything after dark. According to the City Cultural Affairs Department, it's all been put off.
One of the issues in all of this, and has been since the verdict came in at 3 o'clock on Wednesday, not guilty on all but one of the charges against the 4 police officers accused of beating the motorist Rodney King, has been the jury's participation in this. We couldn't find them. They didn't come down to the courtroom when the verdicts were announced. They want to remain anonymous. They don't want people to know who they are. They, in effect, went home. And a couple of them called in this morning to Eyewitness News. We talked to them on the telephone. I was lucky enough to be able to get an interview with one of them, a woman in her 50s, who is employed. I can't really tell you any more than that about her because that's all she wants people to know. She doesn't want people to know who she is. Her family was very much against the verdicts and expressed that to her and was very upset with her. Yes.
Is that right?
Her sister came in with her today, and she was upset, and the rest of the family, and she's had to deal with that, as were a number of her friends. We had a chance to sit down earlier tonight to talk with her. We wanted to make sure that you couldn't identify her. You'll see it out on the tape. So let's roll that now. A juror, one of the 12, in the police beating trial.
After looking at that tape, and the horror of that tape to a good many people, how could the jury find those officers not guilty of excessive force and assault?
Well, there was more evidence than just that tape. If all I ever saw was that tape, I too couldn't have made a decision any other way. But I was given evidence, a lot of testimony, a lot of information, a lot of guidelines in which to make my decision. And in doing that, the tape was just a small part of it.
Did that have a numbing effect, do you think, on you?
Absolutely not. It was just as gruesome from the first time I saw it a year ago last March as it was the last time I saw it, which was about 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
Then explain to me, after what you've just said, the mitigating circumstances. Explain to me, if it was that gruesome, why these men weren't guilty.
Because there's more to this action than just that film.
What?
There's Rodney King's actions, driving 115 miles an hour on a freeway, 80 miles an hour on surface streets, not stopping, not following the police direction when they put him on the ground, throwing four police officers off of his back.
You were one of the 4 that thought that Lawrence Powell should be convicted on the 1-count excessive force under the color of authority.
It's true.
Why?
Because the evidence, in my opinion, showed that he was out of control, that he had a state of mind that was adverse to, and his actions followed the state of mind that that was in the evidence.
Would it be safe to assume that in your case maybe your heart might have said one thing but your head said another?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I could say that a million times.
Well, this woman feared for her safety. As she told me, quote, I don't want to get attacked on the street when I leave here, and that's why we made sure that you couldn't identify her. Obviously, all the jurors know who she is. They're going to know that she talked to us. And there's 3 or 4 jurors now that have called us on the telephone. She said that she would not change her vote on the verdicts, even in light of what's happened. She's very sorry to see what's happened. She said that Rodney King testifying, actually being there in person, would not, she thought, have made any difference to her. She said that that racism, in her opinion, in her words, did not come up at all in the deliberations. It was an all-white jury, you know. A lot of people say that was unfair. And in subsequent pieces of tape tonight, we'll hear her answer to a lot of people's charges that there was a bias going in, that these people were convinced, hey, it was just cops doing their job, and there really were very little deliberations at all. They decided it right off the bat. Not true, she says. We'll hear more from her later on.
Yeah, this is information from other jurors that have been sort of compiled through the day. Race is not an issue, many of them were saying. Okay. We're going to go out to Alex Payne. He's at a fire at Kenmore and 6th. There you go, Alex, you're on.
Ann and Paul, yet another mini market, a mini mall, goes up in flames. A 7-Eleven destroyed here at 6th and Alexandra in the Mid-Wilshire district on the fringe of Koreatown. We're going to go over and talk to Andy. Andy has lived here for 10 years. Andy, tell us what happened today.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Well, this 7-Eleven, which is a real neighborhood store, it's been here about 5 years. It was broken into yesterday, last night, again today, and now this.
And you said you heard some gunshots also a few hours ago?
We have been hearing intermittent gunshots for the past probably 2.5 hours. Absolutely.
Now, you said you've lived here about 10 years, and most of the people in this neighborhood are elderly in your building, and a lot of developers have spent a lot of money trying to build up this area.
Absolutely. No question about it. We've got the Wiltern Theater. That's just been redone a couple blocks down. We've got the Chapman Market behind where you and I are standing. It's a lovely, family-oriented neighborhood. And why? You know, what is the reason for this?
Are you afraid?
Oh, absolutely. No question about it. However, we felt that to try and protect our friends and family and whatnot, we would run around the corner and offer help. You know, the fire department responded extremely fast. They were here within 5 or 6 minutes.
Andy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Again, Paul and Ann, another market in a mini mall destroyed. We have seen, this is our second fire in this area tonight. We have also seen the presence of National Guardsmen. They are guarding the community service center of Councilman John Ferraro just around the corner here. But still, as we patrol these streets, there are a lot of people out. They are not inside. They are not obeying the curfew that has been imposed. Back to you.
Well, that's a change then, because earlier when we talked to you, it looked like the curfew was holding in Hollywood, and now you tell us that it's not, Alex. Thanks very much.
Yeah, we got two curfew holding and one not. We're going up to Air 7 now. Is it still Captain Ron? Are you up there?
Sure am, Paul. How you doing?
We're doing just fine, Ron. What are we looking at now, and what's going on, and where is it?
Okay, where we are is on just north of Pico on, hold on a second, I've got all of these streets here. This is La Cienega. I believe it's La Cienega. And as you can see, we've got the fire department working out here to put this fire out. I'll tell you what's happening. We just refueled Newscopter 7 here, and we're topped off ready to go for the next couple hours. And since we were out here just about 30 minutes ago, the smoke level that was out here earlier seems to have lifted. And at this point, visibility out here for us, at 500 feet or so, is actually pretty good. And we're able to see quite a bit of the fires as we look towards downtown Los Angeles. Now, this area that we're looking at is north of the Santa Monica Freeway and actually south of Wilshire Boulevard. And if we could pan up just a little bit, you'll see several fires out in that direction as Marco looks up that way. I don't know if you can pick them out or not, but we can see at least 4 or 5 fires out towards the Civic Center. And that's pretty much the change since I've been out here in 30 minutes. The fire department's still doing an excellent job doing everything that they can do to knock these fires down. Paul, back to you.
Okay, we're here in Huron, and we're also working on a couple other things here at the desk. So the visibility is better, but the fires are still burning, and you're prepared to go for another 2 hours. Is that, we're up to date now?
You're up to date, Ann. Thanks a lot.
All right, Captain Ron, thank you. We're going to have to get refueled somehow ourselves, I think, to keep going throughout the night here. We remember about 6:45 last night, maybe 6:30. The truck driver at Florence and Normandy.
Reginald Denny, his name was. There's the picture right there.
There's the picture. You're looking at it as we saw it last night. This was, like I say, around 6:45, maybe earlier. Pulled out of that truck and beaten savagely.
Beaten with bottles and
stomped on, punched, left laying in the street, bleeding. But he was there, I would say, for about 20 minutes, and then he disappeared. Somebody picked him up, took him over to the side, and took him to the hospital. Now, we had heard originally that it was 2 of the fellows that beat him up that eventually got him out of there and took him to the hospital. I'm not sure about that, because on the line we have Bobby Green, Jr., who I'm told is one of the men who came to the aid of this truck driver and got him out of there and got him to the hospital. Mr. Green, can you hear us?
Yes.
Were you one of the people that beat him up?
No.
All right, so that theory is out the window. Tell us what happened and how you helped this man.
Well, I was sitting home watching TV, and I seen this guy getting all beat up. So I'm a truck driver from Norman Trucking. So I just got out the car, got in my car and went over there and, helped him.
Did you have help?
Oh, yes, there was a woman right there, was on the door, hanging on the door, and he was driving. So he was driving real slow. So I told him to move to the side, to the other seat, so I could take him to the hospital.
Mm-hmm. But did you pick him up off the street all by yourself and get him in your truck?
No, he was already into the truck. He was already into the truck already, and he was driving it himself, but he was going real slow.
Oh, he did get back into the truck himself?
Yes.
He got back into that big, what is it, 14-wheeler we're looking at now?
Yes.
Beat up as he was, he managed to climb up into the truck, huh?
Yes.
Now, you're talking about the truck with the red cab and the 2 trailers?
Yes.
I'll be darned. I hadn't heard that before.
No. So he got back into that cab, and you found him trying to drive away from the scene when you got there, huh?
Right.
What kind of shape was he in, Mr. Green?
Oh, he was really, really, really bad. Bad shape.
Can you describe his injuries to us as best you can?
He had big holes under his eyes. His head was busted, everything. He seemed like he was ready to go unconscious.
So did you pushed him over and you drove him in?
Yes.
Was he conscious when you got to the hospital?
Not really. As soon as we got to the hospital, he went to a seizure.
A seizure?
Yes.
Did he say anything to you on the way to the hospital?
Yes.
What?
He said, "Thank you, sir, for helping me out."
How old a man was he, Mr. Green? Would you guess?
He probably was in his 35s, probably.
Yeah. Did you ever figure out why he got beat up like that?
He was white.
That was all, huh?
Yes.
Just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yes.
We have information from the hospital that the latest that we have is that he had 4 hours of neurosurgery last night and is still in very critical condition today. And we'd heard that he was in danger of losing an eye, and you said that he had a big hole under one eye, huh?
Yes, a big hole.
Well, Bobby Green, you've kind of cleared something up for us. Obviously, he wasn't taken to the hospital by his assailants. He was taken to the hospital by one Bobby Green, Jr.
Yeah, and good for you. And we're awful glad that you called in, sir.
All right, thank you.
It's a pleasure,
thank you, Bobby.
to talk to you.
And thank you for what you did for that truck driver.
All right, thank you.
We need to hear from some heroes tonight, you know. It's been a long siege. We need some good stories. As we were telling Edward James Olmos, we need some optimism and some stories of people who have done the right thing. We've seen an awful lot of the wrong thing. We have another guest with us here in the studio. He is the former mayor of San Antonio, Texas, and his name is Henry Cisneros. Welcome to you tonight, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm glad to be with you, although the circumstances are very difficult for your city and for our country.
I assume you're here for something entirely unconnected to the riots in Los Angeles.
No, I'm here because I watched this last night and communicated with my friend Tom Bradley this morning and basically said The whole country is in pain as it watches what's happening in Los Angeles, and if your friends can help in any way, I'm hours away.
Give us a sense, if you can. You were watching this, obviously, in San Antonio.
I was watching the basketball game, as a matter of fact, rooting for the Lakers, and watched the break-ins about the riot. That's how I learned about it.
A man from Spur country rooting for the Lakers. Now, we like you already.
Well, the Spurs are out of it this year. So.
Give us a sense of the reaction in another city, namely San Antonio, Texas, to what was going on in Southern California.
Well, first of all, I've been impressed with the reaction all over the country, big cities and small towns, conservative areas and others, on the verdict. People cannot imagine, cannot believe how that verdict came in. So there's a level of anger about that all over the country. I mean, I'm just telling you, that's a real thing all over America. Black, white, every group. Now, it's also a sense of some understanding of the anger. But I think folks don't understand how it is that people would burn up their own neighborhoods and do damage that's going to last for a very, very long time. I'm afraid that Los Angeles is hurt deeply. This is a great city. It's one of America's greatest cities. And yet, those neighborhoods are going to be burned out. I saw this in Washington in the 1960s. It took 10 or 15 years before those neighborhoods could come back in Washington, D.C. after the riots, the night that Martin Luther King was killed. And so you have that problem. Then you have the difficulty of attracting business back in there, of getting insurance in neighborhoods. The racial relations impact. My mission out here is very, very, very specific. I just met with the mayor and I said, Mayor, I'm available to you to help in any way, but where I can help most is to urge the Hispanic community, my heritage obviously is Hispanic, Mexican-American, and particularly the youth, to stop. Calm and think carefully before doing this kind of damage. On the way out here tonight, we drove through commercial districts where looting was occurring of a serious nature. And I would just say to all the people of Los Angeles, the country cares about this. Don't do any more damage. Stop and think about it. You're really hurting your community and yourselves. And the first thing that must happen is this madness must stop. And then let's get about the business of building a society, both with respect to this verdict and training and education and jobs and all the things that need to be done in this most diverse city in the country. There's a big job ahead, but what's happening tonight and what happened last night doesn't advance that job.
Give us your opinion of how Mayor Tom Bradley is doing. We saw him last night, and I must tell you something, the last time he was on TV, and understandably so, this was a man who was extremely tight, extremely tired, and a man who looked really shell-shocked and a little bit beaten to me. How's he doing?
I saw him tonight close up an hour ago, and he looked as calm and rested as I've seen him, and thinking very clearly about what needs to be done. I think he's had good advice in terms of understanding the kind of response, and I think, frankly, I asked him point blank, Mayor, what is it going to take to stop this? And his response was, it's going to take a show of very clear force, because at this point, some of the elements that are on the street are not responding to a political thing. They are intent on getting what they can in television sets and VCRs.
Well, they're not about politics and never have been, some of those folks.
And unfortunately, the thing all got started
the first thing that has to do is
with...
this has to stop.
Yes.
And that's going to require some very clear evidence of law enforcement force.
We are going
and
to...
then I think the community needs to think real clearly about what its long-term objectives are.
Since you've come all the way from San Antonio, would you stick in that chair for just a second here? We've got something else to do. We'll be right back to you. We're going to go to Linda Breakstone now. Where is Linda?
Well, here I am.
All right, where are you, Linda?
Paul, I'm at the corner of Olympic and Blaine. It's very close to the Santa Monica Freeway, and we have run into a very poignant, very, very sad story. First, let's take a look at where these people used to live. This building housed 35 apartments. 35 different families lived here. As you see now, it's flames. You saw it earlier on the show. Rick Romero was reporting from it, and the fire trucks were here trying to put it out. Well, the fire trucks left and left it burning. They did not put it out. And with me is Juan Orozco. Juan is one of 5 families here. We have 5 families represented here all together. And they are left homeless now. And here's their stuff. They've got their stuff all piled up on the sidewalks. Here we go. Okay, you have family pictures, you have toiletries, you know, football pictures, a mattress. And believe it or not, this is where these people are going to have to sleep tonight. They have nowhere to go. Their apartment building is burning. Now, Juan is going to tell us what happened. It's very interesting because as we talk about the gangsters and these thugs that are coming through, they're coming through and hurting some of their own people. And Juan, tell us what happened.
First of all, they jumped the furniture store next door. The gangsters, black people, and Hispanics, and after all of it, they stole everything. Then
So they were taking things from the furniture store.
Yeah, they stole everything, and then they burned it. They put flames all over the furniture, and that's when it happened.
They first took the furniture, and then they burnt the same furniture they were taking?
Yeah, they burned some of them, and some they left inside.
Okay. And then how did your apartment house get on fire?
Well, the fire trucks didn't came like after 10 minutes, 15, and it started. The flames were growing up, and it catch to
But why did they? Your apartment building caught fire just because the furniture was on fire. I see.
It went to the roof of the furniture store, and then that's where.
So it jumped to your building.
Yeah, it jumped.
So then you're sitting here with. Now you said you were trying to put it out yourselves, all of you.
Yeah, but first we started to put it out by ourselves. After like 25 minutes, the fire trucks came. They didn't try their best to put it out.
So when the trucks came, did you get happy? You thought maybe they'd salvage some of it?
Probably we could survive most of the things, but no, look, we still got fire.
Yeah, I'm shocked that it's still burning. We came by on the freeway and saw it still burning and didn't understand what was going on here.
Yeah, because they just left. They gave up. They didn't give 110%.
So seriously, where are you really going to sleep tonight? Are you all huddling here or what?
I guess we're going to all get together and try to get some sleep or take care of one of each other.
See, so as we're talking about all the people that have lost their lives in this crisis, these people have lost everything but their lives, but now they're homeless and there's literally no place to go. Have you
Linda?
Yes,
Linda,
Ann.
we're working on getting you some Red Cross information for these families. I know that there are shelters have been set up and there's Red Cross phone numbers. We're going to get that and come back to you with it, okay?
Great, Annie. Thank you very much.
We'll be back to you. We're going out right now to Mark Brown and see what he's got for us. Mark.
Well, it's a sad story here as well. Some other people have lost their homes. Ann and Paul, we are on Manhattan Place. And this is the scene. That man, the man without a shirt there, was trying to use that white bucket just a second ago to try to, in some futile effort, to try to get these flames to go out. There are two homes here that are right behind a shopping center that burned up. I wonder if I can talk to you here for a second. Sir, why were you trying to do that just now?
He feels real emotional about it. That was a Victorian house. That was like an antique, an artifact. I mean, the guy that owned that house was really nice. I mean, the house didn't have a chance. I just want to.
Come on, Matt. Hey, man. Come on, wait. Let me stay here a minute. I want to say something. Okay. I'd like to say that this was an effort of everybody in this community. They've been saying all day long that we've been burning down the neighborhood. That's not true. This whole community came out and tried to save this house. We didn't have any water. We didn't have any water at all. And we tried to save. We had to pull 20 women and kids out of that second house there. And this man here still fighting to try to save the house. Now, he's white and I'm black. This ain't had nothing to do with that. This has something to do with a community effort. We all live in this community. And we worked hard to try to have a nice community. This building burned all day long, and any idiot could see that it was going to soon enough catch this house. This has been burning all day long. It didn't take a genius to see that it was going to catch these two houses and burn these, and nobody came to do anything.
So you banded together. What kind of an effort did you put forth? What did you do?
We had to bring 20 women and kids out of that house. And we had to, with a water hose that did not reach the roof, we all took buckets and tried to stop from jumping from one house to the next house. We took garden hoses and tried to save all these. We had 20 women and kids.
Now they're homeless.
Now they're homeless. We're taking them to our house.
Now we have to take them around.
Now we're going to have a meeting at 1511 in Gramercy.
Look over here. Look to the right. Look to the right. This, I don't know what that is that's cooking off right there in that fire. See, that's part of a commercial structure that actually faces out onto Western. And that's been burning all day, and that was something that just cooked off. Incidentally,
the fire department came and put it halfway out and then left. And they knew that they were houses because you can't do number C because all them walls were knocked down.
Right. There it goes again. I don't know what that is. It looks, I don't know whether it's something electrical or whether it's some sort of magnesium material in there.
That, Mark, that looks like one of those transformers that we saw so many of last night.
Yeah, well, usually what I was at one where the transformer blew, and the transformer kind of went with a buzz, kind of exploded.
That looks like fireworks going off is what it looks like now, doesn't it? Somebody had a stash of fireworks tucked in
well,
there.
Look at the blue light. That's electrical, and I don't know whether it's a transformer or a series or what.
But what you can, I mean, these homes, the monetary value of these homes, roughly $300,000, according to one of the people who lives in this area. There are old Victorian homes, wood construction that just went up like torches. The one here completely demolished. The other one there, the front part of the house next to it seems to be surviving, but the rear part there obviously destroyed, as you can see.
Tell us again what part of town you're in, Mark, would you?
We are actually near Western and Venice, approximately. That's the kind of area. I don't know what the name of the neighborhood is in the city right here. It's just, it's mid-Wilshire. Yeah, I know. I know it's not South Central. All right. Mid-Wilshire area, according to the people who live here. And again, you know, the looting and the rioting and the burning is spreading all over the place. It's spreading to neighborhoods all over the city, and this has become the problem of the entire city, as we can see.
Mark, did we see, we saw so many of those commercial fires, and what we're seeing there tonight where you are is one of those commercial fires spreading to houses?
Exactly. That's what, if there's one message you could get to the people who are setting these fires, aside from just stop, is realize that when you set a fire in a commercial building that you think doesn't hurt anyone, they end up spreading. They always spread. And in this case, it is spread to 2 homes, and a lot of people are homeless now as a result.
I'd like to bring Mayor Henry Cisneros back into this discussion and talk about the effect of a breakdown like this, the law and order, the contract, as I was calling it last night, that we all make, that we're going to live in a society and obey the laws and play by the rules. And when a large number of people refuse to abide by that contract anymore, it's very terrifying to find out how many people can bring the rest of us down, really.
Los Angeles is a pioneering city, always has been. And people think about Los Angeles as the first city whose majority population is third world and so forth, and think of it as a city that's breaking new ground in diversity and how people can work together. And this may be a harbinger of things to come in cities all over the country where the social order just breaks down. We know that we've got a seething problem because we've watched the reduction in jobs and the unemployment, and we've watched the middle class slide into poverty, and we've watched the drug problem, and we've watched the crime rate increase. And then something like this happens, and it just blows the lid off. And I'm afraid many urban areas in America are candidates for exactly this kind of thing. And there's no amount of police can do the job. Coming out here tonight, as I was watching people literally run into buildings, take televisions, and load them into the back of pickup trucks, it's very clear there's not enough police in the city, in the state, to deal with this unless people of their own voluntary accord decide that they're going to stop.
Are we breaking new ground on the class war here, Mr. Cisneros? The looming class war between the haves and the have-nots? People have been predicting that in these parts for a long time.
I think what we've got is a little bit of that, but also there's some just youth questions. We just haven't been attentive enough to our youth. We're going to need more recreational programs. We're going to need more anti-gang programs. We're going to need more involvement from churches and old-style organizations, little leagues and boys clubs and parental involvement and 1,000 things. It's class, but it's more than that also.
Spiritual decay,
a lot of
our
that.
guest was mentioning before.
But the fact of the matter
decay.
is these things are almost predictable. If we sustain the kinds of cuts in the support systems that a city requires, and if we quit trying as a community, what's going to have to stop this, in addition to force, is parents insisting that their youngsters come home tonight and tomorrow night, obey this curfew.
And every night.
And get them off the street.
And be strong enough to insist it.
We've all got to... Point is, everybody has got to play a part.
We would like to ask you again, if you want to stick with us for a couple of minutes, Mr. Cisneros. We have Captain Steve Ruda from the fire department on the phone. We talked to him a couple of times last night. He's with us again. As we look at these fires, Captain Ruda, why don't we see firefighting from helicopters? Why is that not happening?
That was a question that many people have asked tonight, Paul, and reason being, and you can see it once I explain it, for our fixed helicopters to fly close air support here in the nighttime is very dangerous. The tanks that we place on the bottom of these helicopters are only carry the capacity of about 320 gallons of water. Throughout the firefighting operations, you've seen the major stream appliances, which put forth a large amount of water, for anywhere from 500 to 1,000 gallons per minute. So you can see that if a helicopter comes, treacherously flies low, drops its water, if it's on target, 320 gallons, now it's got to fly back to the helispot, refill with another 320 gallons, come back, desperate, and then try to get an accurate close air support drop. You can see that it's not as effective as a heavy stream appliances that puts 500 gallons per minute if you have a good water stream.
Okay, let's move on to another question, Captain Ruda. We've had two groups of people here telling us that the fire department left a scene of a fire before the fire was completely out. And in one instance, the people talking to our Linda Breakstone said that the fire department left when the building was still burning, and there are families homeless there now. In a second spot, people charged that the firemen left and the house next door caught and burned down, and there are families homeless. Would the Los Angeles fire people be leaving when these buildings are not completely out yet?
The strategy on some of the structure fires that we have been fighting, we have had opportunities to fight the fire and pick up and run. In this situation, I had not known about the structure fire, which we call possibly had the fire captain or the fire officers could have thought it was out, and then have what is called a rekindle, and that was where the fire was not completely out, or that we thought it was completely out, and then it rekindled and then it reignited. Certainly, we would look into the situation. As you know, we have at this very moment we have 47 structure fires that are being attended to by LA City firefighters and mutual aid companies, and we have well over 15 to 20 fires that are not being even addressed yet because of the low manpower and resources that we don't have available. So the decision on tactics on this particular fire strategy is to get in, get a quick knockdown, make sure that it won't spread to any place or to any exposures. But in this case, as this particular person is indicating that might have not been the case, and if so, we would certainly look into that situation.
Did you say 47 fires you're attending to and 20 you're not?
That's correct. About 15 was the last word from our Operational Control Division. About 15 fires. We had estimated over 250 fires in 1 hour period, with approximately about 4 per minute that were being called in. That's how busy, that was about at around 6 o'clock. That was how busy the firefighters were this evening. Once they were able to knock one fire down, you can be assured that they had another one waiting for them, and it was a major conflagration. It was not just a small rubbish fire, but it was a fully involved commercial occupancy.
Well, we know that you're swamped, and we know that that the people out in the field are doing their best. I guess we were surprised because in these cases they weren't commercial buildings. They were living residences that had burned up, and you hate to see that happen.
We do indeed. Another word, if I could get in, tomorrow when our firefighters come on duty, it's the C platoon. Members of Battalion 3 and Battalion 13 are requested to report to the Naval and Marine Corps Reserve Center in Stadium Way in the Elation Park area. They will be transported by LAPD buses and escorted to their fire station for their equipment, and then taken to the command post at 54th in Arlington. Division 3 firefighters will respond to their respective fire stations and then go to their respective battalions, where they too will be transported via police escort into the fire areas. Members of Division 1 of the Los Angeles City Fire Department are to respond to their respective fire station and be under the guidance of their battalion commanders and the Operational Control Division for relief tomorrow morning at 6:30 when the firefighters come on duty.
All right, Fire Captain Steve Ruda, this is 2 nights in a row, and I really keep my fingers crossed we're not going to be doing this again tomorrow night, but perhaps we are. Thank you for being with us again tonight.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you,
okay,
sir.
we in the last 10 minutes have heard about 2 structure fires, and that I think have displaced a total of 5 families plus 20 people. One in Olympic and Santa Monica Freeway, the other at Western and Venice.
Yeah.
Those 2 reports we had.
We have a number now for the Red Cross. If we're going to be trying to get this to Linda Breakstone and Mark Brown, because the people who were burned out of their houses don't have a television set to be watching, so we'll pass this number along to them. But if you are watching and you got neighbors who need help, the Red Cross phone number tonight is on your screen, area code 213-739-5200. There are shelters that are set up around the city, not just by the Red Cross, but by other agencies, and they've been set up since yesterday, which is when we first had need of them. If you call the Red Cross phone number, they'll be able to direct you. So there is the number, and we'll put it back on, and we'll send it along to our folks in the field as well, so they can help out.
Good deal, because that is people that hopefully can help other people. A brief update. The death toll is now 21. 450 have been hurt. 24 National Guard officers were fired on tonight. Now you're getting into an area of somebody making the call and whether or not they return fire. Fired on tonight after they arrived at a confrontation between looters and people defending a video arcade in Los Angeles. But we are told the National Guard troops did not return fire. There were no immediate reports of injuries from the incident. A dusk to dawn curfew is now in effect throughout the entire city and many neighboring cities, parts of the county. Earlier tonight, we were optimistic the curfew was taking hold and working. That optimism has abated somewhat. We'll just have to see what the night brings.
Well, here's an update. We talked about the problems they were having up in San Francisco. San Francisco has declared a state of emergency. The mayor up there, Mayor Frank Jordan, has declared a state of emergency and imposed a curfew in San Francisco from 9 o'clock tonight until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So they are in a state of curfew, too. And Mayor Cisneros, you said that it was a problem that could spread. It certainly has. We've seen problems tonight in San Francisco, in Atlanta,
It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
The problems that have had a lid on them are released on an occasion like this. People are angry all over the country about the verdict, but the deeper problems. And the conditions in our cities are so severe that, frankly, I think this is the kind of wake-up call that the country needs to get real serious about our cities and particularly about our young people.
Did you ever have anything akin to this in San Antonio when you were mayor?
No. I must say, honestly, I asked myself that question this evening, whether I'd had anything akin to this. We had disasters of various kinds, big fires, train derailments, chemical spills, and sort of neighborhood disturbances, but never anything. And frankly, I don't think any city in the country since the 60s, when Washington and Cleveland and Detroit, Watts burned, has any city had to deal with this, and this may be the biggest of all.
Big cities with big problems, and I think sometimes the problems get to be so huge. Well, the problems are huge in the nation as a whole right now, and no one really knows exactly what to do.
I think we know what needs to be done, and that is we need to provide jobs for people, and we need to get education.
To do that is...
And I think it's very important in a diverse city that we find ways to communicate with each other.
Maybe you'd like to stay with us a couple of minutes. We can get into that. We've got Henry Alfaro before we lose him. Henry, where are you?
Well, right now, Paul, I'm at the corner of Martin Luther King Boulevard and Crenshaw Boulevard. Behind me is the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza. Years ago, it was known strictly as the Crenshaw Plaza, one of the top plazas in the city of Los Angeles. The flagship stores, the May Company and Broadway. For a while, it was really flourished. Then it hit some hard times, and a lot of stores left. Then it was renovated. A lot of money was poured in, and additional stores were added, and once again it became one of the prime economic sources, you might say, economic base locations here in this Crenshaw district. At the same time, it also has provided a lot of jobs for a lot of people. Unfortunately, now it's vacant, and I think that's indicative of what has happened here. We do need an economic business base in order to provide jobs for the people that live in this community. Not only jobs, but it also for the entrepreneurs, people who own businesses here. There are many businesses along Crenshaw Boulevard. Many of them have been burned down. Yeah, go ahead, thanks. Anyway, The reason I'm bringing this up now is that there hasn't even been an estimate as to the actual losses, business losses here in this community. And that's one of the key areas that is going to have to be looked into, simply because so many businesses, thanks, buddy, so many businesses have been lost, and a lot of people have lost their jobs. A lot of people that provide those jobs are going to lose their business. Now, on down the line now is going to be the big decision. Just who is going to be providing the money to reopen these businesses? Who is willing to take the chance to even provide insurance? That is going to be a critical situation on down, strictly an economic one, no politics involved, strictly business in terms of dollars and cents, jobs and employment opportunities. Earlier it was mentioned that the Boys Market had ordered the closing of about 40 markets in this area. About several months ago, I was at a news conference put on by Boys, ABC, and Viva. And the purpose was that they opened up a store here, and they were going to provide scholarship monies, not only for deserving students here in this community, but also to provide monies for organizations, charitable organizations. Now with the announcement that that they've closed these stores, will they continue to open? So these are some of the problems that really will have to be faced later on by not only the people, but the business establishments here. Crenshaw Boulevard was restored after they remodeled both of these flagship department stores. So that's one of the key areas now that I think we're going to have to be looking into. It's early right now, but really right now nobody has any idea as to the losses, not only in dollars and cents, but in the numbers of businesses and the numbers of jobs. A critical area that's going to have to be looked at very, very closely. Reporting live from the Crenshaw area, I'm Henry Alfaro. Back to you.
Okay, Henry, thank you very much. We have two of our colleagues that are with us on my right, on Ann's left, and rather two shaken colleagues, I've got to tell you, just came back and experienced something that we've just been hearing about and is real scary. Laura Diaz and Rick Romero, why don't we let you tell the story? Rick, you want to start?
Well, we were at Sunset and Fountain, Circuit City. We were on a call. As you know, I was just here not too long ago.
Yes, sir.
And we went over to this, and it was like ants on sugar going into this store, grabbing, as you can see by the video, just about everything they could grab: Walkmans, AM/FM stereo receivers, and television sets, large television sets. And then a pickup truck had a load of them.
Yeah, and actually, when he pulled away, they fell off the back. You can see this here just in a couple of seconds. They roll out the back of the bed. There are no police present at this time. I'm with the WABC crew. Rick is with one of our crews. We're on the east side of the street, and we're watching all this going on.
But watch this fellow right here. I believe it's this fellow that walks over this one with the AM/FM receiver.
Kicks up the television.
There comes the gun. He couldn't have been more than...
He cocked it right there. Did you hear it?
He couldn't have been more than what? How many feet would you say, Rick?
25 feet.
We all took cover. It was terrifying. I have to tell you that. It was absolutely terrifying.
There happened to be a security individual on our side of the street that also pulled a weapon. If he hadn't, we're sure that he would have shot at us.
You think you're saying that he pulled the weapon when he saw your camera?
Yes.
And he was
poised at the WABC cameraman. For some reason, he did not see our shooter, meaning our photographer from KABC, but he was looking straight at us. And then
he got that gun.
He got the gun, and he would have shot us had not, by some chance, there'd been an officer on our side.
You were about 20 feet from him?
Not that far. I don't think it was that far. Do you, Rick?
You were a little closer, so probably about that. Now, tape is raw. We have not edited any of this tape. This is continuous activity as they came into the store, one entrance, went to the back, grabbed whatever they could, and then came back out, and they were just kept returning, and there were cars lined up out there on the street, as you can see.
Initially, when we got there, there was nobody inside of the store. The windows were broken, but we couldn't see anybody. We looked, and then we drove around, and we came back, and that's when all the activity started. Apparently, they were waiting for us to leave the scene. You see somebody there actually with a dolly trying to load up whatever he can take out, whatever they can physically drag out. I mean, literally weighing more than some of them do.
Let me ask a question I think is on the lips of a lot of people watching this. Where are the police and where are the guardsmen?
In a moment.
They do show up.
They do show?
Yes.
When they do show up, everyone scatters, of course. In fact, here.
Here come the sirens. Listen up.
Well, that Crown bookstore looks awful familiar to me.
Paul, you and I were there just 2 weeks ago buying books before we left on our respective vacations, and now the entire front of that has been knocked out. The Circuit City has been gutted. Interesting to note that nobody went into the bookstore. Apparently didn't want anything out of that store, but they wanted the electronics.
You don't have to go figure for that one.
It just defies description. You see this stuff happening in broad
Well, it was
night
dark
light
and
with cameras rolling.
I don't think I've ever heard broad night, but you know something?
I'm making them up as I go along.
It's there, and we've got it.
How nonchalant they are as they leave.
Yes.
They're not even concerned about this police officer. They do, two of them, they do get out eventually. They walk over to it, and they very carefully enter the premises there. They didn't find any individuals inside.
I can only assume that they're not concerned because they don't think they're going to be arrested.
they figure they outnumber the police.
They do.
Later on, when two police did arrive on the scene, I have to tell you that such tremendous respect for these two men who are walking around. They have no idea from which direction anybody will come. It's dark, it's poorly lit.
That was a real bright individual we just saw in that last shot in that car, wasn't it?
They're bold. They're so bold.
Terrifying times for us, even more so for the police and the deputies and the National Guardsmen and the fire people who are out there. I mean, just can't imagine what it would be like to be, as you said, never sure where the next gun would be pulled.
One of the neighbors told us that this had been going on for a little while. I'm not exactly clear on how long exactly. Maybe you know, Rick. But he said they would wait for the police to leave, and then they would come back. So actually, they had been looting in waves, was my understanding of it.
In fact, we initially came by there was nobody. And then we went around the block. By the time we'd come around the block, they were...
I don't know about you guys, but you know what? I'm scared.
I was frightened. I really was.
I think an awful lot of people in the Los Angeles County are scared and have been for a greater part of the day.
Now, guns drawn after the fact.
Assuming somebody is still inside, and I think that quite possibly somebody was, don't you, Rick?
The way they approached it, and there were two more police officers that came, and they were in different uniforms. They were, one was in a jumpsuit, another was in undercover clothing. They both approached it with the same precautions, and I think that they did consider the fact that there may have been another entrance, perhaps, that they might have come in, the back door.
When we first arrived on the scene, as we told you, we didn't see anybody inside of the store. We looked around, and then we heard gunshots. I got in the car, and Rick got in the truck with our camera person, and so we went around looking, and then it was at that point that we saw people coming back into the store and looting, and we went back across the street and shot from the east side. It was something.
You just leave us without much to say. I mean, it's just deadening.
I don't know what it's going to take to stop this. And we've been asking everybody that comes in here. We've had quite a few people that speak directly to the young people tonight about ways to possibly stop this. And I really don't know. Just when we think, we had two reports the curfew was working, about 8 o'clock and 8:15. And just when we think that this city is starting to quiet down and these fires are starting to lessen and the firemen and the policemen and the National Guardsmen are getting a handle on this thing, we get hit right in the face. And it's like up and down. It's an emotional roller coaster. And I dare say the whole city of LA and Southern California as a whole is feeling it. When is it going to end?
And as you were saying, how is it going to end? We have watched the police be outnumbered in these situations. The fire department is completely overwhelmed. The fires are burning more now than they were last night. We just had Captain Ruda telling us that there were, how many did you say?
47 active and 20 they weren't even responding to.
4 calls a minute before 6 o'clock. And the National Guard, supposed to be 4,000 of them in town. I don't believe that they've all been deployed yet. We've got police from so many different neighboring communities. It's just not enough yet.
Laura and Rick, are you guys going to go back out there after this?
I don't think I will.
You don't think you will?
Rick, Laura is off mic. She's just saying that she doesn't think she's going to go back out. Till you get that close to a possibility of being shot, you need a little while to recover. We're glad you were here. Thanks very much, Laura. And Rick, you're going to be going back out?
And I think we probably will. However, given just the circumstances of that particular incident, we're going to be a lot more cautious as we approach every every incident that we go to.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll probably be back out there.
Good choice. Okay, well,
All right.
you get a cup of coffee and relax too.
Thanks,
okay?
Laura. Rick?
Thanks, Laura.
That really brings it home, doesn't it? That
It does.
Really brings it home.
It does. It does.
Art Rascone has just slipped into the chair to our right. Do you have something as scary as what we just saw, Art? I hope not.
Actually, just the opposite, Paul. Those scenes that that we witnessed there were scenes that we witnessed all night last night, early this morning, from South Central Los Angeles, where I spent much of the day, including most of the morning. But what we witnessed on our way back here to the station in Hollywood, finally trying to be able to get home, are scenes of calm and a great sense of that the situation is under control. Now, the reason I say this is because we came all the way from Manchester, South 90th Street, traveled up Vermont, traveled up Normandy, traveled up Western, hit all the streets. And you can see here, as compared to yesterday or last night, there is a great sense of calm out there. And we didn't find anyone on the streets, hardly anyone. Those who we did find on the streets were officers, were National Guardsmen, were those who were trying to keep the area under control. A few hot spots remained, but we didn't see the great deal of anxiety and mobs that existed last night, that existed at 2 o'clock this morning, that existed at 6 o'clock this morning.
Well, we are on the up slope of the roller coaster again, Art, and we're glad you're taking us there, but we hope that maybe, we'll stay there for a while. This looks better. This looks good.
And this is the way the video looked, in fact, all the way in South Central Los Angeles. Now, obviously, the scenes that were recorded by Laura and Rick came from Hollywood area. I tend to think that the violence is moving that direction. At least it's not in the South Central area as it was last night or early this morning, because we were all around that area all day, all morning, and this evening, and there is a great sense of more security tonight than there was throughout the day.
Well, that is a good sign.
Definitely a good sign,
We'll
yes.
take our good news where we can find it here.
All right.
We've got Mark Ridley Thomas back. Thank you very much, Art.
Sure.
Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later.
All right.
We've got City Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas back with us, and let's talk about the curfew with you, sir, and how you're hearing that it's sticking or not sticking in different parts of the city.
Well, I think there's a sense in which people know that they have to observe the law, that the consequences are getting stiffer, that the situation is being brought under control, not as quickly as some may have hoped, but nonetheless is moving in the direction that we'd be pleased with. And at the same time, those who have been law-abiding, which obviously remains the majority, are heartened by the fact that the inconveniences to which they have been subjected can be dealt with. For example, there's some 10,000 people whose power has been out since early this morning.
We saw it last night on our shots from the air.
So these are persons whose freezers aren't working, which means that their food is going bad, and in addition to that, I've gotten any number of calls from senior citizens and the rest saying we need our power turned back on. I talked with the general manager of DWP, and he says we cannot send employees in areas that are in question without police escorts. And the police resources are so seriously strained until you can see how the system is backing up each step of the way. But I think we are beginning, I'd like to think that we're beginning to turn a corner in some parts of the city, and the part of the city that I represent, such is the case. And I think it is attributable to those within the religious community who have chosen to focus, to issue words that are responsible to parishioners, to activate them, to challenge others, to deal with this issue more responsibly. I think the police, with the assistance of the National Guard, they are moving more forthrightly to contain the situation. Now, what happens beyond that is anyone's guess, but at least that's where we are at the moment.
When you look at the practical problems, and I'm sure your mind has leaped ahead to the practical problems that the City Council will face when this all finally calms down, what do you think? What do you see?
Well, we thought we had problems last week when we had a rather intense debate about balancing the budget. I can assure you that that's going to be child's play by comparison. There are much more substantial issues that will be in desperate need of attention that just simply were not the case 1 week ago.
We've taken a giant step backwards, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
Take us, all right, let's take a leap forward then. Take us into the City Council chambers. 2 weeks from now, a month from now, 6 months from now, when you all are debating this conflagration, how it started and what to do about it. Take us in there with your colleagues right now and tell us what you expect to happen and maybe what some of the things you expect them to vote on and do.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be a thorough analysis of what has happened. It will either be by the Public Safety Committee, which Councilman Browdy chairs and I'm the vice chair, and the third member is Councilman Bernardi, or the president will appoint a special ad hoc committee. By that time, we will be interfacing with a new chief of police, and so there'll be a different kind of set of dynamics going on, and presumably a less defensive, more analytical way of how we avoid whatever mistakes may have been made.
I'm looking at a piece of wire copy here that I got hold of earlier tonight. I've entitled it, "Where Were the Cops?" And one of the things that, that it says on this page is that Diane Watson said, as of referring to the lack of police presence last night when all of this began, she says, and I'm quoting, "I think he, Gates, said, let them show their violent nature so he could say, see, I told you there were violent people." Now, they say she's a longtime critic of Police Gates, and she says that if that were played out in the media, it would support his position that he needs to be there to be in control. Chief is saying, well, it was a problem of needing time to mobilize, not wanting to overreact, not wanting to provoke more violence. Where do you come down here in this when you look at what you've seen over the last 24 hours?
Well, this is where I really come down on that. I think it's a very serious problem when a chief of police is subject to that kind of criticism or critique. Whether or not Senator Watson is 100% accurate, if she's 50% accurate, that's entirely too much. And this is why some of us have had substantial concerns about the extent to which the current chief is a liability right at the point when elected officials, community leaders across the board ought to be in virtual lockstep with the chief of police in a moment of crisis such as this. And yet, we're not. We're divided for some very substantial reasons. So it's a real concern. It's a real problem.
Let me play a little devil's advocate with you here. I mean, isn't it? It's a role that you've been up against before, because I know you've been up here and talked to us before. Isn't it awfully easy and convenient right now to point the finger at, say nasty things about, and blame Daryl Gates when he's a lame duck and he's leaving in July? Isn't that really convenient?
Well, it is convenient, but I think rather considerable restraint has been shown by a number of people with respect to the chief, and I doubt that he would like to be characterized as a lame duck. He certainly isn't acting as if
he's not.
If he were to hear such a representation, Paul, I would say that he would probably respond to you as he does some of the police commissioners and some of the city council members. And so this is not a moment where we take cheap shots at Daryl Gates. What's at stake is entirely too important. Daryl Gates is not a bad man. Daryl Gates has simply outlived his usefulness in the city of Los Angeles as chief of police.
Lame duck being figurative.
Give me,
Quite figurative.
Give me a guess. I'm looking at the fires burn. I'm looking at our live picture here with the helicopter. I'm seeing a convoy of fire department vehicles going down the street.
And protected by the cops.
Just an inferno there.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about all the buildings that we've lost. I'm thinking about all the businesses which have announced they're going to be shut down tomorrow. We're talking probably billions of dollars lost.
I would think so. I would think so.
Never to be regained. You never get that back once it's gone.
No, you never do. And given the state of the economy at this particular moment, this is more devastating than what we currently appreciate because we haven't fully analyzed it or assessed the damage.
Still happening. It's hard to.
Yes,
when
it
it's
is.
Still going on around you.
And you're correct that I have leaped ahead and gone to the rebuilding process because it's tough for me to stay in this depressing phase of where we are now. I have to figure out how we're going to turn this business around and improve the quality of life for the residents of this city.
Who is going to want to rebuild the store in some of these areas? Who's going to want to move in there with a new store, spend the money? Who's going to want to invest their own money? And who's going to want to insure somebody who does? I mean,
well, you raise three rather complicated issues. The insurance one, the last one you raise, is a problem in and of itself because of the issue of redlining. To get insurance in certain parts of this city is a big problem. But people, in response...
We think of redlining in terms of car insurance usually.
No, but as well as commercial.
Right. I understand.
It is, you just can't believe it. And see, and this is precisely why some of the buildings in South Central will remain burned out and not cleaned up because they don't have insurance, the owners. Now, the other point that I was going to make in relation to the first two issues, people who want to make money will return to the community and work out plans and scenarios to do precisely that. I heard earlier, Ann, you raised the issue of Boys, ABC, Viva, Alpha Beta.
Stores.
Owned by
Grocery
Food
stores.
for Less. I don't see them abandoning this community. They've made a substantial investment. As a matter of fact, they've just created an exemplary foundation where they're going to reinvest in this community. They did that about 6 months ago. And so I would hope, and my job is to appeal to the corporate community on the one hand and to small businesses on the other hand, not to allow this to be an opportunity to abandon this community that is deserving of quality resources and options, but to see this as I do, as a challenge to rebuild this and make it better than it was.
There was a challenge that was made in 1965 after the Watts riots, too, wasn't it?
It was, but I wasn't elected then.
We got another optimist and
neither one of us, Ann or I, were here then.
A real good self-confident approach there, Mr. Thomas. I sincerely hope that you are right. It is a job staggering to the imagination. As you said, we had major problems in this city before the fires broke out. Budget was just one of them. Jobs, you name it, overcrowded schools. The list is endless. And it's a job that took superhuman endurance to tackle then, and it's just been made several times worse.
Let me give you an example. Already, on Vermont, between 83rd and 85th, there are a couple of developers and owners who own that property, the swap meets and all the rest of it. They've already called and said, we're ready to get busy and do this like it ought to be done with entirely new schemes. The district office, my district office that was destroyed, the persons who owned that property said, Mark, what we wish to do is, in rather short order, put up a construction trailer and say in no uncertain terms that we will not be defeated. What was being attempted here was too important, and we're ready to do that rather immediately. And so people understand that we cannot allow this day to go down on a low note, that we have to deliberately raise this to a higher note. Now, again, you're correct. I've tried to leap ahead. It's the only way I can wake up in the morning, and because to face in any other way is more depressing than what's acceptable. And I think those who are well-intentioned, good citizens, people who care about their community, are frightened beyond reasonableness that they don't have the few resources now that they had just 2 days ago. And so my job, as I see it, is to say that we're going to rebuild, and I mean rebuild.
Well, we hope you're right, and you know, you may be around a while longer in your position to make sure that that happens.
Let's hope so.
I'm sure you do.
Next time we get together, let's talk about how we get food supplies into people whose stores have all been burned out. There are going to be some practical problems.
That's true.
In the next few weeks that I don't think we've really mentioned much yet here on the news, but we need to start.
We're going to have time to talk about those. Thank you, sir.
Indeed, thank you.
And we'll be talking to you again. Let's get to some practical information here in the form of some closings that we just found out about, Ann. According to federal officials, the downtown Federal Building at 300 North Los Angeles Street will be closed tomorrow. The Los Angeles area of the Office of Housing and Urban Development will be closed. All Los Angeles District Post of Duty functions for the IRS. The IRS is going to be shut down tomorrow.
Every cloud has a silver lining.
Well, we just heard one there, didn't we?
Okay, we also want to tell you here, we're going to go to Mark Brown in just a second. The Postal Service is going to open up 10 post offices in South Central Los Angeles tomorrow so that people in those neighborhoods can pick up their Social Security and county checks. Bring your ID, says the spokesman. The post offices will be open limited hours from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon. There will be 10 post offices open. I'm not going to read through the list here, but I'll bet if you called your neighborhood post office between 10 and 2 o'clock tomorrow, if you need to get in and pick up a check, if they're open and answering the phone, you'll know that they're there. There will not be any postal carrier delivery from those stations, but there will be 10 stations open in South Central so that you can get in and pick up your checks.
Rounding out our information segment here, if you're a dog lover, listen up. The Santa Monica Civic Auditorium is closing down for the weekend. The closure means the Conejo Kennel Club Dog Show and the Malibu Kennel Club Dog Shows have been canceled. Okay? Those two shows have combined over the weekend, but they're not going to do it.
All right, we are watching a live picture from Newscopter 7. Captain Ron is up there in the air. And while we've been talking, we've been watching the picture. Ron, where are we now approximately?
Ann, we're about Hollywood Boulevard and Wilcox at this time, and it's been kind of fun up here because I'm in an orbit with one of the police ships, and I'm making right turns, and he's making left turns, and we're both at the same altitude. So we're both talking to each other, and about every orbit we look at each other in the eyes and avoid each other. I've been kind of busy here for a little bit. Go ahead, Ann.
All right, well, this is Paul, Captain Ron. You keep orbiting with the other fellow there and avoid him. And in the meantime, let's go to Mark Brown. I believe when last we saw Mark, he was at the scene of a fire that looks like it's gotten worse. Mark?
Right, Paul, we're now on the other side of that fire we were just at a little bit ago. The houses that have burned down, they've gotten those fires pretty much under control. But you can see this is where it all started. This is a strip mall. This is at Western Avenue and Venice Boulevard, still burning. We've got a unit of the Alhambra Fire Department actually here working on the fire here. LA fire resources obviously stretched very thin. An interesting note about this fire. This was burned down. This was torched. But right over here, you've got an El Pollo Loco outlet, which was not. And look at that on the side there. That is spray painted all over the store here, all over the restaurant, Latin owned. Latin owned. We don't know whether that was the deciding factor in that they didn't want to torch this place, because right next door there is a Pizza Hut, and I don't know if the Pizza Hut is Latin owned or not, and there's no spray paint on it to that effect, but maybe they just like the food. But these two have been spared. But then again, we see the consequences here. The people that meant to loot and burn these businesses did just that, but then the fire spread to 2 homes behind this area, and a bunch of people are now homeless as a result.
Mark, we're talking about homeless people. We gave a number earlier tonight, the Red Cross, that people can call either to donate or to try to receive food and clothing. Did you get it?
No, I sure didn't. I was out running around.
All right, tell you what, off air I'll give it to you, and
Okay.
you'll run into those people that you reported on earlier tonight. You give it to them.
Sure will, Paul.
Mark Brown, thank you. Stand by there. We have Cardinal Roger Mahoney in our studios right now to lend his support and thoughts and prayers and good wishes for us and the rest of the people that are going through this. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Paul.
It's nice to see you. Your presence is well needed here. Just your reaction to what you've seen.
Well, unfortunately, we're really experiencing a terrible tragedy in our community. Not only the violence and the injuries, the death and the destruction, but the spirit and the soul of our city is really under siege. Today, I was out in some of the areas, and you could see youngsters, high school kids, just going up with, even wearing religious symbols, going up, knocking down windows and dragging stuff out. No sense of even what's right or wrong. It's really tragic.
Why do you think they're doing that?
Well, I'm afraid that there are a number of factors behind it, but I think that one of the reasons I wanted to stop by here is that I think parents have to really take some leadership. All of us in this city have got to realize this is our city. All of us live here, all of us have to own it. And we have to own the responsibility of those in our families. Now, I saw some young people today that I know their parents have no clue where they were. And yet here they are out knocking buildings apart, lighting fires, stealing, and bringing all this stuff home. And I just hope that more and more parents will take a stronger hand with their children and keep them under some kind of control.
Ann Martin has joined us, Cardinal.
Cardinal Mahoney, nice to have you here.
Thank you.
You two know each other, I think. From your position as a very esteemed, respected, influential religious leader in this community and in this country, now all over the world now, because you are, Cardinal, what can we do about this? And what can you do about it from your position?
Well, I think that the spiritual values, the values that are really the heart and fabric of our society, we've got to recapture those, and we've got to bring those back into people's lives. Because what we've seen for over 24 hours now is a total respect for other people and a total respect for other people's property. Now, those are the very vital values that go with a democracy. And those have got to be recaptured, and all of us have got to own those. Obviously, our churches and many of the other church communities, too, are having special prayers and special services. But we've got to reach our families, our parents. We've got to reach people block by block and say, take responsibility for the kids on this block. Keep these kids home. Keep an eye on these kids and make them be responsible. Don't give them this leeway.
You know, what's terrifying, I think, for all of us is to see how thin the veneer is.
Yes.
We thought that we were a civilized city. We knew we had problems, but we thought that we all sort of lived together and worked together and shared a community here. And now we look out and we're thinking, gee, I'm not in the same community with some of these people after all, and I'm in fear. Life isn't supposed to be like this.
That's right. And how loosely that was held together.
Looser than we knew, I think that's
right.
it. Perhaps we're realizing that we didn't understand just what it was really happening.
But at the same time, we did see some glimpses of some real heroes and heroines in our community. And I think that gives us some hope to build on. See black men yesterday coming to the aid of that gentleman who, in that truck.
Oh, the truck driver.
Yeah.
And other black people helping the Koreans and the Asians. And Hispanics and blacks and Anglos working together tonight to try and save houses and that. That has got to be not only just an aberration, that's got to be the pattern and the model of our community, or we're finished.
I have a very good friend who was just ordained as a priest last June. As a matter of fact, I went to his ordination, and he is a dear friend of mine, and we spend hours when we're not playing golf talking about his new position. And he's a great student of history. And he tells me he had to be to get where he is to be ordained. You also then must be an even greater student of history. When you look back on history, is there anything you can compare this to? Is there any kind of a transformation in some part of the world in some decade that we ought to know about, that we can look back to?
Well, I'm afraid if you look back to anything comparable, you always find the root in the loss of some basic values. Value of family and value of at least some basic moral, ethical norms, where everyone just kind of is their own norm maker and breaker. I think you'll find that in history of, certainly in Rome and other European communities, where you start to lose that. Then the society falls apart. There is nothing to hold it together. We saw the opposite just recently in Central America, where you had El Salvador, you had two armed camps trying to run the country, the guerrillas and the army, and the people in the middle. Now that's pretty well ended, but now the big challenge there is to get the people to take responsibility and ownership and to own those values that give them strength.
How do you turn around a society which has seen its families disintegrate, a society where the material values have been increasing in importance in people's minds over the decades? We got ourselves into this fix. How do we get ourselves out? How do we turn the ship?
Excellent point, Ann, and that quest for materialism we saw run rampant last night and today.
Still going on.
It's a ferocious feeding out there for materialism. And we have valued things over people to that extent. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of our commercialism in which we present products and you've got to have the latest VCR, the latest camcorder, or the latest autofocus camera, whatever it is, we set up almost a fall for ourselves. And that's got to be dealt with.
You know, I don't know why I'm asking you this question, but it just popped into my mind, and you seem like a man that I should ask it to.
Or I'm just here.
No, well, you're here, and your presence is greatly felt. I am a person who has worked, I think, very hard over the years to attain a certain goal. I'm a goal-oriented person, and I've attained a number of them, and I feel very, very lucky, and I feel very lucky for my family. I'm beginning to feel a little guilty tonight, and I wonder if there aren't people like me that are too. I don't want to feel guilty about it. I think I deserve what I have.
Yes.
But I see what's going on, and I see people walking into these stores that don't have anything, let alone what I have, and I feel a little guilty about it. Tell me about that. I mean, what can we do? What should we be feeling?
Well, I think that our concern has got to be with the very fabric of our society here, our community. I'm not terribly worried about that problem, Paul. I think we can get you over that. What I think we need to do is as a community, to begin to say that Los Angeles can be something that we want it to be. The year 2000 project, which we had a couple of years ago, really gave us a wonderful vision for the 1990s. But part of the difficulty is that the ownership for the vision was very narrowly held. I'm hopeful that that out of the tragedy and the loss and the destruction here, there will come some common yearning and desire for a vision. That we cannot have this, and this cannot go on, and this cannot be our future, because we're finished. And I hope that out of the ashes, literally out of the ashes and the pains and the suffering, will come an intense desire among leadership through all of our communities to share a vision of what we can be together and how we can get there together. And I'll be honest with you, you people in media, especially on television, you're the key to this. You're the ones that help shape that more than anyone else.
Well, let's go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Let's jump on that. Let's get into that issue. If we're the key to this, are we doing a service to the community by broadcasting 24 hours of fire video? I mean, is this what we ought to be doing?
I don't think so, personally.
Well, then tell me why not.
I think there's a way to do this that gives people highlights and gives people information. But I really believe that from last night on, a lot of copycat activity began. Because people saw on television, hey, I've been trying to get a nice stereo for the last 2 years. And I can just go down the street and pick one off somebody's shelf. I'm not blaming the media, but I think that we have to take a look at what is sufficient and what is too much. How much is information and news and important, and how much becomes a pattern or a modeling for other people to imitate.
You're not going to solve the problem unless you make people aware of it, and we've done that.
Yes, you have. You have. But I think what you're starting to do tonight, and that's one reason I came over here, is that you're starting to involve people in the solution, too. You're starting to talk to people on the streets about tomorrow and about the future. And I just hope you keep doing more of that. You know, the tragedies that we've seen, people homeless, but some of those interviews you had with people on the streets who are trying to save a building or trying to save each other's homes or whatever, different ethnic groups, I think we need to really emphasize that kind of thing and the rebuilding.
Let me ask you something. You talked about a vision for the city that should be held by all of us in the coming years. What is your vision for Los Angeles? What do you see as the priorities for change in the next decade?
Well, the vision I see is that Los Angeles has the opportunity to really develop a future life, family life for everybody who's here. But I'm afraid I don't see the kind of broad leadership that is really coming together to put that together. For example, we've been losing jobs and industry and business for the last several years out of Los Angeles. And McDonnell Douglas is going to build the MD-12 in some other state. We did nothing to keep them here. Other states spent millions to attract them to someplace else. And I said, well, where's the vision of why not the MD-12 here? Lockheed just left the plant. I mean, we've got all the capabilities. And that's just one example. I think we have to have a lot of creativity for the ethnic diversity and mix we've got, because we're the prototype city for the United States.
You better believe it.
And what we are experiencing in terms of ethnic mix, everybody's going to experience. And we better get about making it work, not making it conflictual.
Newsweek magazine did a write-up on the educational situation in Los Angeles in this week's issue, called it Another Lost Generation, called Los Angeles the Ellis Island of the 90s. And it was a very gloomy report on the situation for schools in our immigrant communities and in our ethnic neighborhoods. It was really
It'd really be interesting if you could stop some of these young people in the streets tonight or tomorrow, and some of your reporters, find out, are these kids in school? What grade are they in? When did they drop out? I think you'll find a large number of them are not in school or dropped out and really feel trapped and hopeless. And because we're not giving them the opportunities that they need.
And Newsweek magazine isn't the only one. I think there have been 2 or 3 recently, Newsweek, Time, U.S. News and World Report, articles to the effect of the Golden State is losing its glitter and losing its appeal. And you know, maybe we all have to hear that, and maybe and who was it earlier tonight? Was it Hernandez, Mike Hernandez, the city councilman? He was really, you know, he was like, okay, this is terrible, but it's a beginning. It's a beginning, and we needed it. In a funny kind of a way. And I think that's what you're saying, too.
Yes, yes. The glitter of our future might very well have come from our developing the material growth of the state. But where's the soul? Where's the spirit? Where's the human dimension that makes it work?
Sometimes people get that confused with a question of money.
Yes.
They say, okay, what he's really asking us to do is raise taxes.
Yes.
In the state or the city. How do you answer that?
Well, that's not an easy one. We have a bankrupt federal government, a bankrupt state government, and a bankrupt local government. We really have to take some very serious look at priorities. But one of the reasons California, statewide, countywide, citywide, is down in money is because we've let so much business get out of here. We have lost tax base. And I don't see the kind of vigorous pursuit of that. Peter Ubroff spoke about this last week in his report. I don't see the vigorous leadership to say, hey, you know, we can't fly on the 1950, 60, 70 record. We've got to be proactive today in these areas. And that's just one part of it. But if we don't have a vision of, you know, we have to kind of forget the glitter of the past. We have to have a vision for today, the rest of the 90s, and say, what are we going to be going in the next century?
The cost of doing business in this state, in this city, is just risen so enormously, and that really is more than anything else is what is driving businesses out. That's workers' compensation,
yes,
taxes, you know, and Uberoff addressed that in his report, and that's what we've got to start. One of the things we have to start addressing and looking at.
We're getting information now, Cardinal Mahoney. The death toll has gone up to 24.
My.
And
gone up to 24 at 10:15 tonight. Cardinal, what does your watch say?
It's 11 after.
You do have to get a watch.
Yes,
Paul.
sir. I've got to buy a watch. That's what. That's the first thing I have to do. We are going to be able to talk to, we believe, Governor Pete Wilson,
Good.
Police Chief Daryl Gates,
excellent,
Sheriff Sherman Block, and Mayor Tom Bradley. Supposedly, we will be available to us at or about 10:15. Linda Breakstone is going to be covering that, and reporting back to us, and they will obviously update us on the situation and what they're doing, particularly with the National Guard, with the LAPD, and Mayor Tom Bradley will be talking about the overall picture, I'm sure.
Good.
Cardinal Mahoney, what is the Archdiocese planning to do over the next few weeks to help out with the people who are burned out and looted out and whatever in this period?
Well, we have a number of things underway. One of the big concerns that we have is the psychological trauma on children in our schools. Both, of course, we're dealing with our parochial schools, but all of our schools. I mean, the kind of fear that's out there in young children, and not knowing if they're going to be alive or burned out. So we're going to have a lot of teams in our schools. Most of our schools will be closed tomorrow, but certainly Monday. Because that segment is really crucial. Another part of it is obviously all Catholic Charities, Catholic Social Services is going to have a number of its centers open, all kinds of assistance with food, clothing, housing, working in tandem with other groups as well.
Will that be open tomorrow? The charities be open tomorrow?
Yes, the Catholic Charities centers are open tomorrow.
Okay.
But another big program for which we have a large interreligious community working now is our Hope in Youth campaign that we announced on March 17 as a grassroots anti-gang strategy, which really is a strategy to get our families and parents involved and our neighborhoods involved. We think it's the missing link. See, one danger in all the emphasis on bringing in the police, and we need to end the violence and need to end all of this lawlessness. But the next step isn't to put in place more law enforcement for the future. No. We've got to have a mix, and we've got to get some of those other factors in there to help us build again.
You know, oddly enough, we've talked a lot about Daryl Gates up here tonight. You know Mr. Gates. Yes. I know you've had contact with him. I've done several interviews with him, and I recall in both instances, the two recent ones, for as much as people point the finger at him, he always wants to talk more about what we need to do other than law enforcement.
That's right.
He really has been very concerned about that.
That's right. He's recognized that.
He has recognized it years ago.
Yes.
And will talk eloquently about it. So on the one hand, people point the finger at him, and on the other hand, he's got his finger on what seems to be the key to the problem.
And we as a society have moved and pushed all of our social, economic problems onto the police in a real sense to solve, because we've pushed them out in the neighborhoods, and they've got to deal with the aftermath.
How much contact do you have with local priests? You still have a great deal?
Oh, a great deal. Yes, and parishes every week, and meeting with priests and deaneries and all
What kind of feedback are you getting from them about kids and about their parishioners?
Well, the ones I've talked to today on the phone primarily were from South Central area. Interesting, because they're parishes that were formerly African-American, becoming more Hispanic, so they have all kinds of tensions there. But their concern is really with the young people, the youth. And what are the youth going to emerge from this experience with? Bitterness, hatred, revenge for the future, even though it's bottled up? Or are we going to equip them to emerge with some sense of hope and some sense of future?
What are they hearing right now? Have they talked to you? Has anybody been in with their fears? You mentioned that the children in the schools coming back to school on Monday, you're going to be there to deal with them. I would guess that local parish priest being a very important person in his neighborhood, that a lot of them have had people coming to them already with fears and wondering what to do and where to go.
And services, masses, and other prayer services over the weekend, especially Sunday, are going to really emphasize that to all the congregations. We expect to have very full churches because we think people are going to turn to the Lord, and I hope they will, as a real source and font of their strength.
Sunday could be a real key day in getting this stopped.
That's right.
It really could, for the reason you just enumerated there.
Exactly.
Okay, sir. Well, do us a favor and appeal to a higher authority, will you?
We've been praying fervently. We'll continue to do so.
Cardinal Roger Mahoney.
Thanks,
Cardinal Mahoney,
God bless you for your work.
Thank you, and you too, sir, of course. If you get a chance to stick around, we would be proud to have you stay with us. We're going to go to Linda Breakstone, who is at City Hall, and she is awaiting the arrival of Governor Wilson, and I believe several others are going to be there too. Linda, take it away.
Mayor Tom Bradley and Governor Wilson and Sheriff Sherman Block. Now, Governor Wilson's convoy of about 5 cars just arrived at City Hall. We were earlier told that they were already meeting, but I guess they are not. So they are not going to be out here at 10:15 as scheduled. They are supposed to be meeting downstairs 4 floors beneath City Hall at the Emergency Operation Command. Now, that is the group that makes all of the tactical decisions for situations like this. So all 4 of them are supposed to have a big announcement for us, and so we're just standing by. No one has any idea what this is, by the way. It could just be another call for peace or maybe something about the National Guard. In any event, they will be peppered about questions about the National Guard. As you know, we've had complaints all over the city from LAPD officers today that the National Guard just were not deployed quickly enough, talk about how they don't have ammunition, you know, they're not supposed to fire their guns, what good were they really didn't help out, all that stuff. So that will all be coming up at this meeting in about 15 minutes, I would expect.
Linda, that Governor Wilson at least will have to address his earlier explanation as to why there was that delay, the lack of communication, as he called it, and also getting the ammunition for the firearms the National Guard is carrying.
That's right, all of that. And, you know, it looks rather odd right now, as you've noticed, and I know I've been talking about through the night, is the LAPD's own reaction to this crisis, how they have not been quick, I don't want to say swift, but they have not been incredibly quick on the move on certain situations. And then how the National Guard, you know, today we were sitting at 3rd and Vermont, and 4 blocks down the street, you had looting going on. People were throwing bottles at our truck. You had 4 blocks the other way, I-Magnin on Wilshire Boulevard was being looted, and you had 30 to 50 National Guardsmen sitting there with their arms folded, doing nothing.
Were they watching? Or were they close enough to watch it? Or
they
were
were not close enough to watch the I-Magnin. They knew about it because, you know, they had cars out there that had heard about it. And I approached the LAPD officer about it to tell him, and he said, oh, yeah, we know that.
And they just let that go on?
Oh, yeah, we know that. That's right. And down the street the other way where the bottles were being thrown, there were 2 fires down there, so they saw the fires and you could hear the crash of the bottles. There was a lot of noise there.
Well, we were thinking out loud when the curfew went into effect, Linda, at 7:30 tonight, that their plan would be, we've got the curfew in effect now. We've gotten a lot of people off the street. Now we are going to go in there full force with our LAPD and our National Guard and make sure it stays that way until the morning. We were kind of thinking that that's exactly what they wanted to do.
The timing of that was certainly coincidental, that the National Guard would be deployed just about the time curfew started. So I don't know. Perhaps what they told us, and we did see them drive off, as I said earlier this evening, 3 National Guardmen in the back, 2 LAPD officers in the front. They told me the purpose of that was to go and drop them off at certain places, and the LAPD car was to give them presents.
Right. Can you hang in there, and we'll get right back to you when they come in, Linda?
Sure will. You think about 15 minutes, Linda?
They're telling us 5 or 6, but bet you it's 15.
I bet it is too.
Well,
you've
seen a lot. Okay. When last we checked with a fire official, he said there were 47 fires. They were responding to 20 they couldn't. Those figures probably have changed, but at any rate, you're looking at one of them right now, and Captain Ron is up there with Newscopter 7. Same question, Captain. Where are you, and what's going on?
I tell you, Paul, we're just south of Children's Hospital now, and as you can see, we have a real fully involved structure fire. Something has changed since the last time I've talked to you, and that is we're not seeing as many fires. Now, before we move to this one, there was one just south of us, and these are the only two fires that we've got in our sight. I've been talking to some... Go ahead, Ann.
I said, gee, that's just expostulating. I can't believe that you can only see two. That is a major difference from earlier, Ron.
It really is. I've been talking to some of the other helicopters that are covering this fire, and they're finding the same thing. There are other fires. Our visibility is way down at this time. We're probably down to 3 miles visibility just because of the immense amount of smoke in this area. But the other helicopters throughout Los Angeles are pretty much saying the same thing. Now, once we break from here, we're going to take a tour and just see exactly what the situation is as we travel south to see if there is, in fact, less fires. But I can tell you at this point, and I'm in the northern part of Los Angeles now, up towards the Children's Hospital, there is definitely less fires. And it's the first time since I've been covering this in 2 days that I haven't seen about 6 fires every time I turn around.
I'll tell you what, Ann Martin's G, I think, will represent a sigh of relief on all our parts, and I hope it holds.
Boy, sure do we all.
And I think
so do we all.
And I think what's happening here, Paul, is it's not that these fires are totally ending. I think just the frequency is going down. On that last orbit that I just made, I did see another fire start up. However, I only have one now that I can go to from this area, and normally I have about 6 of them in this orbit.
Well, you know, earlier today, about 6 o'clock,
I'll go on the outside here.
we were hearing that they were reporting 4 fires a minute.
That was when they said 47 they were responding to at that time.
Yeah, so if we've got it where we can only see 1 or 2 from the helicopter, that's an enormous decrease. That's really good news. Maybe things are improving here.
Good news on the ground and good news in the air from Captain Ron. And while we watch the orbit there, we've got Mark Coogan in studio with us, who has been out there all day long. You've got a lot of color in your face. You've been in the sun a lot, my friend. You've been out there all day.
Standing outside, yes. What we've got is another bit of videotape here that we shot during the day, and that another crew, Dave Bussey and Joe McMahon, shot to give you an illustration of what happened. I have a feeling this might not be the right one, frankly. I'm not sure that this is the right...
this is the one we saw...
This is the one we saw before,
previously.
And I don't think this is the correct one. I wonder if we could make the switch. I wonder if that can be...
We are loading the other one,
You
Mark.
mentioned Dave Bussey. Dave Bussey is one of our camera people that was in the chopper last night, and we talked to him up here today, apparently. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder. Today, got a camera taken from him at gunpoint.
It happened during the sequences we're about to show you right now.
Okay, well,
you won't see the camera disappear because this is the
Here we
pictures
go.
that...
Sure, okay.
This is the stuff that Dave shot this morning, and I think it's representative of a lot of the goings-on early today when there was the, let's call it, carnival atmosphere, if you will. This was in South Central Los Angeles, people in and out of stores. One sign from a protester, but you'll hear a police officer's view of this in a while. Listen carefully.
Go in there and find your size, man.
Go there and find your size.
Go in there and find your size, and a lot of people were taking his advice, apparently. This is before the police moved in on the looting. This is when the police didn't really have a good handle on it because their job primarily, this is 10, 11 in the morning, was escorting the firefighters to the scenes of fires where they were coming under attack. And they decided, anything like this, go right ahead. We're just not going to stop it. We don't have the manpower to do it. Not without perhaps an excessive use of force. We are about to hear a couple of representative comments from people here, pretty typical of the kinds of things that were said today.
I've tried to educate myself and educate my children so that they would not have to live and go through this. And then I have to look at this and then watch these people teach their children to go into stores and take things and steal. I'm ashamed of my own people.
See, because this could have all been prevented if they just went on had the court where it was supposed to, the trial where it was supposed to be, trying to take it way out there in white folks' neighborhood. But see, this is expected.
That man, by the way, said he did not condone the riot, but here was his
But
explanation.
he wished it wasn't in his neighborhood if it was going to happen.
He said he was searching all over for a pack of cigarettes and couldn't find a store that was open or that wasn't denuded of goods, like right here. And you can see that the police, at this point, were still standing by and letting things happen. You'll see them. Watch this here. This was on Vermont Avenue, just south of Slauson. And it was across the street from a Newberry's that had been gutted. Newberry's was just like a big egg shell. It was cracked open and burned. Right past the police car. Good morning, everyone. And nothing was done. And that was the posture the police were assuming at this particular time. After a while, once they got in sufficient numbers, the police started herding people away. But even then they knew, once you push somebody away from an area, if you were called to deploy somewhere else, everybody would filter back in and the party would be back in full swing.
We saw that over and over.
Go ahead, Mark, sorry.
No, I was just going to say there's an officer talking about his observations here. This man you're going to see is a lifelong resident of Los Angeles, whose name I believe was Perry Griffin, and he's coming up here.
The people aren't really, I haven't heard anything yell out anything about Rodney King as of this point. It's just people taking advantage of the situation right now. It's just opportunists.
Now, once we got into the afternoon, the posture of the police definitely changed. By now you had the highway patrol escorting the fire trucks. You had sheriff's deputies on the scene, so the police could go after some of the looters. And this was a very hairy and delicate situation on Martin Luther King Boulevard near Western Avenue, where at gunpoint the police confronted people who were suspected looters and had others down the alley and had a rather large crowd building on Martin Luther King just to the right of where the picture frame is right now.
But the crowd didn't attack the police.
They didn't. There was a lot of jeering, but the officers in this instance, one in particular, was very nervous. And, you know, you get nervous people with guns drawn. It was nerve-wracking, and we were finally told to get out, and we took this bit of advice, definitely. Sheriff's deputies, I mentioned they were on the scene. This is right by the Coliseum. This is kind of right by where Murray's Tickets is, if you know that, on Martin Luther King, just a little bit to the west of Murray's Tickets, and now the sheriff's deputies are arresting people they were looting, suspected of looting.
How'd this fella get all that blood on him?
I don't know. I can't tell you. I don't know whether he did it going through broken glass or whether he was hit by a baton. I just simply don't know. Finally, about 4 o'clock, the National Guard. This is again about the same location, Martin Luther King in Vermont. And people had said, where's the guard? And you know about the ammunition snafu. Linda Breakstone was telling you about that there wasn't sufficient ammunition brought down here to deploy the guard. Just listen in the background. That's the soundtrack for today.
Yep, it sure is. It sure is.
And the apprehension on that guardsman's face.
The police, what a shot that was of the officer sitting in the car. And as you mentioned, good morning. I mean, he had that look on his face. And the man carrying that huge sofa or whatever that was right by him.
Well, you know, we've just gone through this trial. It was all about police overreaction and brutality, allegedly. And I think the police were absolutely determined today not to overreact. And in many cases, they really didn't have too many options. The crowds were so large, what were they going to do? I mean, there's only one way to stop them, I guess, and that's shoot.
Well,
no one was going to do that.
And people will tell you that by taking that posture today that they may have saved lives.
Oh, I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. There wasn't, you know, mass chaos and bloodshed at all.
There were no big bloody confrontations. We saw police using batons on people in the tape that we got from San Francisco, and we looked at it and we thought, you know, we didn't see that here. We did not see that here. It may have happened, but we don't have pictures of that, and it went on long enough in San Francisco that we got tape of it and fed it around the country.
I didn't see anything like that. What I saw, you just saw. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just simply didn't see it.
Well, we thought the San Francisco tape, what it showed was there were at least as many policemen as there were demonstrators. They like those odds.
Not in Los Angeles.
Not in Los Angeles. And also, the situation wasn't nearly as dangerous up there as it is here. No. And therefore you saw the reaction you saw from the San Francisco Police Department.
Exactly
anyway,
right.
That's kind of a reprise of what it was like today, and it gets us to this point right now where I guess the National Guard is on the scene or slowly deploying, and we're waiting to hear what
we are going to find out more, Mark. We're waiting to go back to Linda Breakstone because Daryl Gates and Governor Pete Wilson and Mayor Tom Bradley and Sheriff Sherman Block are all going to get together to talk to the media, of which we are one, and to tell us things like, where is the National Guard? Thank you, Mark.
Linda said in 15 minutes, we're almost at that point. It's not ready yet, but then that's no surprise. Thanks, Mark, very much. You know, I don't know if we asked Cardinal Mahoney, because I got into that conversation in the middle of it. I don't know that we ever asked Cardinal Mahoney his reaction to the Rodney King verdict itself. Can we ask you that question, Cardinal, and get your sense of that?
It's almost kind of past history. That's almost an issue.
It is that.
It's one of the reasons I think we neglected to ask you, is sort of that's way back here we're dealing with now.
Exactly. I was surprised. I was expecting some officers to be found guilty of some charges. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't know all the legal ins and outs, but apparently when the decision was made that by the defense not to go with the misdemeanor charges, but to all or nothing the felony charges, that placed a tremendous burden on the jury. they couldn't find the lesser kinds of things that they might have wanted to find. I don't know. Regardless, it certainly is amazing to see that what we have seen time after time. I've seen it in countries in Europe, that Rodney King video time after time. And I just can't imagine what the world community thinks, that having that evidence that there wasn't somebody guilty of something.
I think that's the general feeling.
I'm about to sneeze. I've never done that on television before, but before I do...
I can say God bless you.
One for the Cardinal. Thank you. Well, one of the jurors that I talked to today basically said that what was in her heart is not what was in her head, because they dealt with a very narrow legal interpretation and narrow instructions by the judge. This is how you define assault, and this is how you define excessive use of force, and that's why she voted, for the most part, not guilty. That's what the jurors were dealing with, according to her.
And then the reaction that we got when the reaction in the city of Los Angeles was reaction to Rodney King, before it changed and became this sort of outlaw rampage thing. We heard a lot of people, a lot of African Americans telling us in our cameras that they felt a sense of personal hurt. The surprise that all of us felt was personal hurt on the part of a lot of black people, and a sense that, okay, then it was really true. They didn't want to believe that it was true, but that it was really true, that society didn't care about them, and it could happen to any of them, and as far as society was concerned, it was okay to beat up black people.
Well, I think that 82-second, whatever it was, videotape was so ingrained in our souls, our imaginations, our memories, everything, that everyone felt that simply there had to be some justice brought to that videotape somehow.
I can remember sitting up here with Ann, I think it was the day or two after that tape was broadcast. The next day, I think we had Chief Darrell Gates in here live.
Yeah, we did.
And we played the tape, and he was talking about it, and he said at that time, he said it was wrong. He said he couldn't understand it. And he basically said the officers shouldn't have reacted the way they did. That was from the police chief of Los Angeles.
It's for your sneeze.
Well, it's for my sneeze, I thought.
Just
you know, I do want to sneeze because I want a cardinal to say God bless you. I really am hoping it comes back. We are told the news conference at City Hall has been delayed about 15 minutes.
Linda was right, as she
well,
so
it usually
often
happens. They're down there meeting, and they're trying to get extra information. Let me just relate a little bit of breaking news here while we sit and wait. This is from Las Vegas. And an angry mob roamed through the Nevada city's mainly black West Side Thursday night, looting, setting fires, firing shots. One police officer wounded by the gunfire. This is outside of Las Vegas. Police, okay, can we wait till I finish talking about Las Vegas?
We're hearing in our ears that we're going to be taking a tape of looting and
police cordoned off the area and imposed a curfew just west of the downtown casino area known as Glitter Gulch. Well, it's happening in Las Vegas, too. At least some of it is.
And San Francisco, if we want to roll that tape now, we can take a look at what's been happening up there today. Similar problems. Looting is a problem. The BART transportation system up in San Francisco has been shut down, as the trains that run through the city are not stopping in the city center of San Francisco anymore. We had bridges partially closed today. The Bay Bridge was closed in one direction while police were arresting demonstrators.
We had two BART stations closed, two train stations closed in San Francisco. Now, we haven't seen this before. And I understand now why our people were so anxious to get it on. And forgive me for my response there. I just wanted to get through the stuff about Vegas. But this is from San Francisco.
People walking out of a Radio Shack near the Civic Center carrying electronics boxes and stereo speakers. Officers standing within 25 yards. Store windows being smashed. And a lot of people being arrested, apparently, in San Francisco. I don't have up-to-date figures on how many people actually were picked up, but the Highway Patrol was making arrests of protesters out on the Bay Bridge. San Francisco police were picking up people, arresting people on the Golden Gate Bridge. And this is the same sort of thing, even perhaps a little more lively than we've been watching here in Los Angeles.
Now, we talked about the police response earlier when they were protesting. I don't see the police response here while they're looting. And again, this is San Francisco. So now they're facing the same problem that the police down here have faced. What do you do when they start this? Bay Area Rapid Transit District closed its downtown San Francisco station, 2 of them.
San Francisco Mayor Frank Jordan declared a state of emergency in the city earlier tonight, put that state of emergency into effect and slapped a curfew on the city of San Francisco at 9 o'clock tonight, and that will run until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. So they're dealing with some severe problems in San Francisco as well, and the mayor up there has been talking with reporters on and off. We'll be getting fresh information, I hope, on the San Francisco situation as this night progresses.
We can tell you, we must tell you, that this is the most serious incidents that we have seen and reported on outside the city of Los Angeles yet. And I don't recall any worse than this. I know Atlanta had a couple of arrests, and we just talked about Las Vegas, but this was happening a short time ago in San Francisco.
And may still be going on, this type of thing, for all we know. They have a curfew and they have a state of emergency. Now, this is a tough thing because if you have problems in San Francisco and you have deployed your National Guard and your CHP and your fire equipment, and you're trying to send all the available manpower to the Los Angeles area, and then you have problems breaking out in Northern California, you talk about being spread thin now. You could really be running into manpower problems if they had continuing emergencies up there.
One of the reasons the governor of California called and talked to on the phone the governor of Arizona earlier today and asked for help. They have the network of help where they can call different communities in different states asking for National Guardsmen from Arizona if they were needed. And at that time, as I recall, the quote was from Governor Wilson was, "It's out of control in California."
Yeah.
Prophetic comment, because now we see it's beginning to look that way in San Francisco.
We have a little bulletin here that we need to get to you as well. 2 white men, as it turns out, on a motorcycle, attacked by a group of 15 or so African Americans in Long Beach tonight. Both men on the motorcycle were beaten. One of them was shot and killed. And the second man has been taken to Long Beach Memorial Hospital. We said that the death toll now stood at 24. We don't get specific information on a lot of those deaths, but this one is one that we did have specific details on exactly what had happened. We have 1 man in the hospital, 1 man shot and killed. Apparently, 2 men on a motorcycle attacked by a gang.
Most of the deaths that have occurred during the last 24 hours are from gunshots, I believe.
Most of them are.
Most of them are.
And most of the dead have been minorities. This is an exception. I think there have been at least 2 deaths we know that were not minority.
We had one where a man just simply fell out of a truck that was traveling at a high rate of speed.
Here's some more from San Francisco.
Okay.
State of emergency because of widespread civil disorder and rioting in the city and county now. So that's expanded, and the police and fire personnel working extended shifts there.
Got Linda Breakstone. Apparently the 4 gentlemen are at City Hall now about ready to talk to us about what's going on. Linda Breakstone, take it, it's yours.
Hi, Paul. They're not coming out yet. Where did you get the word that they were coming out?
In my ear, I was told Linda Breakstone with an update at City Hall, so that's why I threw it to you.
Okay, well, they're not coming out yet. We're still waiting to hear. What it is, they have to sit down and they're trying to negotiate some kind of deal, and nobody knows exactly what it is, but they need some time to talk with one another, and Pete Wilson arrived late. He didn't arrive until 9:15. So the deputy mayor told me he thought it would be about a half an hour, and he was going in to check. He has not returned yet. So that's where we are at. The 4 of them negotiating, obviously, about National Guard has got to have something to do with that. LAPD force, the Sheriff's Department, all that mixture, how they all mix and deal with the situation.
Linda, what kind of negotiations need to take place? I mean, isn't it simply this is what we need and this is what we're going to do? I mean, what's Daryl Gates going to negotiate with Governor Wilson about?
I am in agreement with you, Paul. That's what I thought when I heard that. I don't know. We're just in the dark here. This was a surprise meeting called. Pete Wilson had no plans earlier. I talked to his office a couple hours ago. They had no plans at that time. And so we don't know. Something came up and they've decided to discuss it, and maybe they're trying to work out a plan. Probably, you think about it, none of them, and we spoke with Commissioner Yamaki earlier today, no one thought it would get this bad.
the first thing Commissioner Yamaki said to me is, can you believe this? That it's gotten this bad? And so it's taken all of them quite by surprise. So the 2,000 National Guard they first planned, and, you know, with what rate of deployment and all of that, I'm sure has pretty much gone out the window as being not enough. So they have to
They're all going to be in for an enormous amount of second guessing. In fact, the whole city's probably, you know, lots of us been second guessing from the minute this began, and maybe that's what they're doing, is sort of coordinating how they're going to face the second guessing that began instantly.
They definitely have to do something because it's not enough. Now, the talk among the press corps here is, did you hear it when as far as it's near the Beverly Center, it's moving north, all of that talk, like it's spreading, you know, west and north. So there's all of that fear and feeling that perhaps it's going to go all the way to the coast.
Linda, FYI, in case we don't have a chance to get back to you before they come up, there are problems in San Francisco now tonight, too. I don't know whether you know that. We just had some...
I heard your report, yes.
Yeah, well, to see it would add impact to it. It's a lot of looting going on up there.
Yeah, I did. We have a monitor here, actually. I was watching.
Oh, did you?
Did you watch?
Okay.
The monitor, and that brought to my mind the question of the National Guard. Don't they have to divert some National Guard members now to San Francisco?
Actually, they have, and the information that we just got says that about 130 additional officers from the California Highway Patrol, at least, Santa Clara County and Alameda County have been called in to help in San Francisco. But as we were speculating before, I think the bulk of the National Guard commitment maybe has been made here.
Well, 4,000.
I don't know how many there are available.
It could be. There's 2 now, and 2 could be on their way.
2 coming.
So, you know, Commissioner Yamaki said later that they are having communication problems between the California Highway Patrol and the LAPD. Their communication systems don't match. The car to car.
Oh, really?
A CHP car cannot call an LAPD car. So you can imagine the problems there.
Well, that is a problem.
So he said that there was a bill that did not pass the last proposition, and that diverted the money, so there was not enough money to update LAPD's telephone system, its internal communication systems in their cars. So that is an additional problem. And that could be, I don't know, it could be one of the talking points, how to get this done, how to have a better command center, how to get some communication thing, you know, things like that.
Well, if they're going to work together on a crisis like this, if they can't communicate properly car to car or agency to agency, that is indeed a heck of a problem.
Well, I brought up to him, I said, you mean it's something like if you have a CHP officer responding to something and an LAPD officer responding to the same thing, it would be nice if they could talk to each other so you would know. He said it goes deeper than that. It's just the whole matter of coordination.
Let me just clear something up here. The governor's office has issued a clarification saying that the Governor Wilson did not tell the governor of Arizona the situation in Los Angeles is, quote, out of control, and that the governor's office says Governor Wilson did not ask Governor Symington of Arizona for specific aid, but he did say that he may do that sometime in the future. That is contrary to many reports we've gotten in here in Eyewitness News on the wires and elsewhere that he did those things. But the clarification is that he did not say it's out of control and did not request additional aid from the governor of Arizona.
You know, one way or the other, this summit meeting certainly tells, I think, all of us that they are, obviously they were taking it very seriously, but to hold a summit meeting of these 4 men, you have to layer the political thing over this. You have Gates and Bradley, who've never gotten along, and of course they came together in a show of unity this morning. You saw that. But to add Pete Wilson into that mixture and Sherman Block, I mean, this has gone beyond proportions of any politics or anything, and this is an incredible, unprecedented summit meeting. I'll tell you, I've never seen these kind of 4 people get together before.
Well, maybe there's going to be some questions asked between all these men too. We're looking at wire copy from previous press conferences in the last 24 hours, and here's Chief Manning saying, I asked the same question, where were the police? Quite frankly, we were overwhelmed. I wish we had responded more quickly, but we could not. And looking back and wondering if the planning that was done for this was enough, or if the surprise was something that might have been foreseen.
You know,
a lot of questions.
There's another element. The mayor's budget a few weeks ago asked for another reduction of, let me get my numbers straight here, another reduction of 300 LAPD officers.
Yeah.
That's true.
So 600 total over a period of 2 years.
We're already down to what?
They are at...
7,000 something,
I've been up 48 hours.
No, they're up over 8,000. They're up about 8,100.
No, the authorized strength is 8,200.
Right.
But the real strength the real man is 79.
79.
79, the
So
other.
he
Good
wants
work.
to take it to 76. And then recently he came out and said, well, maybe he will dip into the community redevelopment funds and use that money for other projects like the library and the convention center and pay for those projects, and then therefore the city money that would have gone to pay for those projects can go for the police department. So he made that concession. But you have the situation where we've been going through these budget problems and everybody's been cutting back, and you remember the mayor's news conference a few weeks ago. I'm sorry, we just don't have any more money, and then something like this happens.
Yeah.
And then you've got Willie Williams, the incoming police chief, saying that that there are too many officers that have these desk jobs that ought to be out on the streets.
The soft jobs.
The
and
soft,
then
cushy desk jobs.
That's right. And then Police Chief Gates didn't like that and got angry at that. Said he didn't realize what he meant. He needs to know what the jobs at LAPD are first.
But it's a generally accepted fact that of the police departments around the country, for the size of the city of Los Angeles, we have a comparatively small police department compared to Chicago, compared to New York. There are not as many people on the force.
Philadelphia, for example, has twice the number of officers per capita than we do.
Right.
Willie Williams is used to working with twice the size of a force per capita.
Right, and we have a very spread out geographical area, which doesn't help either when you got low manpower.
You wonder what Willie Williams is thinking about. I assume he's still in Philadelphia. He has access to a lot of the pictures that we do, and he is going to be, we assume, taking over as police chief of Los Angeles.
He has a few more weeks, you know, before he gives up the old job.
Oh, yeah, well, if I read your comment correctly, it's not too late for him to bail. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that, I'm sure.
Something like that.
But...
No.
Okay, listen, Linda, we will call you back, or you call us back when they're there, okay?
Okay, we'll do.
And we'll be waiting for
All
you.
right, good enough.
We have a piece of tape we want to show you as we're flying over Los Angeles. A man with a rifle seen firing away from a rooftop at La Brea and Melrose. It happened at about 7 o'clock tonight. Nobody was quite sure what he was shooting at or what, if anything, he hit or anybody. But several rounds were fired from the rooftop, and this is the way it looked to a cameraman who was in the area.
South of Lenjacks, on the two-story building south of Lenjacks. It's firing right now. South of Lenjacks, one building south of Lenjacks. All right, you want to approach south on La Brea or east or west on Melrose. Do not approach north on La Brea. Do not approach north on La Brea. That's a blind spot.
That reminds me of back in the 60s, Charles Whitman in the tower at the University of Texas. Look at this
It
guy.
doesn't look like he's defending a store or anything. It just looks like he's taking pot shots, doesn't it?
He looks like a wacko with a gun to me.
Yeah. And getting off a lot of pot shots, too.
Well, again, we don't know who he was shooting at or if he hit anybody. This was earlier tonight, much earlier, about 7 o'clock.
There are the police staying out of the line of fire, which is
I don't
correct.
believe we're going to see the conclusion to this on tape.
Now the man is out of sight. We would like to be able to tell you how this one ended, but we are not sure.
Well, let's stay with the tape for as long as we can. Maybe we'll get some answers.
This is
it?
another.
All right.
It's another piece of tape that we had standing by, which was the tape from Circuit City, where Rick Romero and
Laura Diaz
were in Hollywood, and this is at is it Western and Sunset?
In that area, Circuit City, there's a Crown Books there that,
Right.
that I know well. I've been in that bookstore a couple of times.
And Laura and Rick said that this store was being robbed in
Now,
waves.
Watch
People
what
would
happens
come.
here.
Sunset.
2 television sets. Do they come back and get them? Yep.
Somebody else does.
Somebody else does with a VCR in one hand and picks up the TV with the other. Right now. Now, there's the gun. Laura was very close to that man when he did that and says that she's pretty sure that gun was pulled on she and the cameraman. And the only reason he ran is because there was a security officer nearby who also had a gun. If not, Laura's pretty convinced that they would have been the target of some gunfire from that young man.
That young man didn't apparently want his picture taken while he was stealing television sets, but the majority of people running in and out of this store didn't seem to notice or care.
Nor have they cared throughout all this. As a matter of fact, some of them take great delight in it. Now, if we turned off our cameras and went home, would this stop? Not likely.
Don't think so.
Yeah, he's having a good time.
This was tonight about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, and there's no police presence now, but you will see later on in the tape that the police do arrive.
But Laura and Rick said that the police would show up at this building, as has been happening in so many other spots. They'd scare away the people who were looting. Then they'd be called to something else. And a little time would go by, and the looters would be back. She said that this store was just...
Well, here's a guy with a dolly, with a pull dolly.
Yeah. I don't think he gets anything out of there because the police are about to show up here in about 15
No, but
seconds.
either he came prepared with that dolly or he found it somewhere.
He found it and used it.
What's that, a fire extinguisher?
Yeah.
Well, maybe that'll come in good use. Now, why is he running? Because here come the cops. I don't know if we see more than one police car. I don't think we do.
This has been happening tonight in the Hollywood neighborhood. Not so many fires, a few fires, but a lot of looting going on, a lot of broken windows, a lot of stealing.
On Hollywood Boulevard, we heard from Alex Payne 2 or 3 times along Hollywood Boulevard, not far from here. Now, see, they're not in any real great hurry. I mean, it's the police. There's the police, and this is a pattern we've seen over and over the last 24. Well, it's more than 24 hours now. They're in no big hurry. Yeah, the cops are here, but we're going to back this thing out and take off. We got the stuff in the trunk, and that's going to be about it.
And for so long a time, there was nobody looting, being arrested too much. They just seemed to figure that they were going to let them take it, and as long as no lives were being threatened or property being
Yeah, let me
really
just talk over
destroyed,
that so you didn't hear it, maybe. Huh? Now, the officers, as they have so many times after the fact, will go up and basically secure the area, and if and when they leave, the looters come back.
And that's the way this one ends, pretty much, with
Yeah.
the police there restoring order for the moment. We asked Laura if she wanted to get back out among them,
no.
and she said that she didn't think so. She hadn't come that close to being shot before.
Laura was about as shook
She
up
was
as I've
shaken.
seen Laura be. Rick Romero, now here they are, guns drawn, apparently thinking there's somebody else in there. Rick
Somebody might still
Romero
be inside.
went back outside to cover another location.
But it's a different story. You see people running in and taking things, that's one thing. But when they pull out a gun as they're leaving the building, that's a different picture. Here we are
going to show you the shots from Newscopter 7. When last we talked to Captain Ron, he said there were all right, this is tape. There were much fewer fires. He only could see about 2 or 3, whereas last night he could see 15 or more at one time. Captain Steve Ruder from the fire department, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Paul.
Can you confirm what we heard from our Newscopter pilot earlier tonight, that there are fewer and fewer fires?
Absolutely, Paul. Even as you look on the streets there in our shot, there's almost no one on the streets, which is helping the fire department and the police department escort us into the incidences, and we have a lot less fires than we had last night. So hopefully maybe the tide has turned on this violence, and that with the curfew that was implemented and the show of force by the National Guard, it's really been a change, a blessed change for us.
Are you beginning to be able to give people a break?
Eventually, we just talked to the incident commander down there, Deputy Chief Parsons, and he is extremely happy with the performance of the firefighters tonight. We will be relieving again in the morning at 6:30, as we talked about earlier in your broadcast, for Battalion 3 and 13 to meet at the Armory at the Marine and Naval Reserve in the Legion Park on Stadium Way. So hopefully in a few more hours we'll get these men who have been working constantly without too much of a break since 6:30 this morning. So these men probably have put in the hardest 24 hours of firefighting in their careers.
Can you give us a sense of what they've gone through during these last 24 hours in terms of physically and mentally and emotionally, and the toll it's taken on these men, Steve?
I think, Paul, that the firefighters have gone to the ups and downs of high adrenaline that an individual can go through, from being the excitement of being finally involved in a major conflagration, a firefighting operation that comes once in a firefighter's career, and then finally getting into the incident and then seeing the tragedy of vandalism and robberies and death on the street, which firefighters are normally used to, but not as violent as they've seen it in the past 24 hours. They go to a fire, they overcome the fire, they pick up their equipment, then they are dispatched to another loom-up, fire coming through the roof, and they pumped up again. So I can imagine that they have had loss of weight, they've had high adrenaline rushes, and by 6:30 tomorrow, they'll be looking forward to a good night's sleep.
Captain Ruda, whoops, I'm dropping things here as I'm talking to you, excuse me. I am not positive about this, but I think that we last had word that there had been 3 firefighters who had been wounded. One that had been shot in the thigh. That was the Santa Ana firefighter who we last heard was in stable condition. Can you update us on the status of firefighters who'd been attacked and or injured
Yes,
in the last 24?
The other firefighter was a battalion chief who was a strike team leader that was leading his men in firefighting operations today when a round came through the battalion sedan window, shattered the glass, and the glass shreds had made lacerations on the chief's head. He was taken to the hospital, and he was treated for his wounds and got right back into the thick of it. Our hopes and wishes are for our apparatus operator, which is the hook and ladder driver from Fire Station 35, who took a round in the cheek. The bullet lodged in his throat not before piercing his carotid artery. He was treated by tremendous vascular surgeons at Cedars-Sinai who did a tremendous job of placing a replacement for that carotid artery in his neck. In 3 days now, this is the 2nd day. The prognosis at this time is still he's in critical condition, but he had fears of paralysis. But the doctors feel that if he can overcome in another day and a half that type of paralysis and the carotid vascular veins being well taken, hopefully he'll be out of the woods. But we're keeping our fingers crossed, and we hope that we stick with him and pray for him tonight.
Steve, you gave us new information about that firefighter. We've mentioned his injuries many times during the last 24 hours, and no time did we realize it was that serious.
No.
And our best wishes go out to him, too.
Right. Thank you, Paul and Ann.
Thank you very much, Captain Ruda. Stay on the line with us, if you will. We're getting very close to the 11 o'clock hour, and we're going to do at 11 o'clock what we did last night. We're going to run the open of our regular 11 o'clock news and then come back and do exactly what we've been doing here before, continuing coverage of the situation in Los Angeles tonight. So we don't want you to leave us when you see the
You're watching the #1
tape come up.
station for news and information in Southern California. Channel 7 KABC TV, Los Angeles, with Paul Moyer, Ann Martin, Dallas Raines with weather, Todd Donahoe sports, and the entire Eyewitness News team. Now, Eyewitness News Tonight.
If you are just joining us, the situation is looking a little bit better. We've just had Captain Steve Ruda from the L.A. Fire Department saying that, yes, what we saw from Captain Ron and Newscopter 7 is true. There are fewer and fewer fires. Ron could only see 2 at the time. That's good news. It looks like things are quieting down to a great extent on the street. We've had a couple of our reporters say they think the curfew is holding. So we've got 2 bits of good news tonight.
Excellent news. We are waiting right now for a joint news conference, which could be coming up at any time at City Hall, and the people taking part in that news conference would be Police Chief Daryl Gates, Mayor Bradley, Governor Wilson, and L.A. County Sheriff Sherman Block. And our Linda Breakstone is standing by at City Hall, and the four men are involved in a meeting, she tells us. Planning, negotiating, we're not exactly sure what's going on.
Negotiating a deal is what's the way she put it.
Something of that nature. And we are waiting to get the word from her that they have come out of their meeting and are back upstairs and ready to talk to the press. And it should be quite a press conference because these four men, I believe, have indicated that they're willing to answer questions. And there are a lot of questions that people are going to have to
There are, but we're going to have to wait for it. They've delayed it again, Ann. They tell me on my ear now till 11:30, so that's been delayed an hour and 15 minutes, which is usually what happens when people of this authority get together in one room to talk about making some kind of a deal on what they're going to do. It takes some time to do it, so we're delayed now until 11:30.
All right, I tell you what, Linda Breakstone is at the scene, and even though she doesn't have the press conference with the four top guys we're going to go out to her anyway, she says she does have information. Linda?
Okay, Annie, James Lee, the governor's press secretary, has come out and he's giving us some additional details. Governor Wilson arrived in Los Angeles at 8:30 this evening. He then took a helicopter tour, a National Guard helicopter tour of the area, about a 20-minute tour, he said. The governor then proceeded to Sheriff Block's office, and they have been talking all of this time. So it's been Sheriff Block and Governor Wilson who have been talking with one another. The four of them are now downstairs, 4 floors down, actually 7 because we're on the 3rd floor. 4 floors beneath City Hall at the emergency command operation. So we wait. He says 15 minutes at least.
So it's really been a two-person meeting that's delayed. It's the governor and Sheriff Sherman Block, eh?
Exactly. You wonder about the issues that the governor and the mayor have to work out. Sherman Block and Pete Wilson should be pretty much in sync. You wouldn't think they would have to work out a lot of details.
Did he tell you what they were talking about?
No, he didn't. James Lee did use the word issues, though. They discussed, you know, the situation and what's going on and deployment and other issues. That's the way he put it.
All right, stand by, Linda, okay? And we'll jump to you just as soon as something happens there at City Hall, all right?
Back to you.
Thank you, Linda Breakstone.
Looks like we're back up live with the newscopter.
And well, I think we've still got Captain Steve Ruta with us, don't we, Steve? Hello?
I'm still here, Paul.
Oh, thank you for hanging on the phone. I know you probably have better things to do, but we're glad you're back with us.
Thank you.
Will there be a change in how you approach this tomorrow if indeed this holds and fewer and fewer fires and perhaps maybe by morning we won't have any? I mean, how's that going to change the way you attack this situation?
It shouldn't change much. One thing we will do is we'll change platoons at 6:30, and we'll have a fresh new crew ready to tackle the problems that the daylight brings.
Looking at all the information that we have, and we're trying to sort of sift through it and find out what's important here, I'm looking and seeing that 2 city buildings have been burned down. One a branch library downtown, another a city council field office in south central Los Angeles. Can you tell us, are there other landmark sort of buildings or city buildings, county government buildings that have been lost in all of this? We've seen so many buildings burned to the ground and not known what they were.
Right, that's true. Initially, at last night's conflagration, as we were here in headquarters for the LA Fire Department, all around us at the Children's Museum, there was a fear that that was on fire in the federal building, the court building, but it was all superficial vegetation outside the structure. So the fire department got there quick enough to knock that down, so that wasn't a problem at the time. We did make air reconnaissance this morning, and also we were able to put our fire inspectors out into the field to make a ground inspection. So those resources of damage control will be available within the next couple of days. So all in all, we'll be able to make an estimate of the situation and find out just exactly what type of structures we did lose. Most of what we've seen, fortunately, has been for people like yourself with your great chopper shots, been able to see it above ground. So we'll be able to put it all together the next couple of days.
We're looking at a live shot now, Steve, and before you go, I want you to take me inside the heads of a lot of your firemen, and when this is all over, if you can, tell us what kind of an effect this is going to have on these men and women as they approach their job and the people in the community in the future. What kind of lasting scars do you think that they'll have?
I don't think too much the firefighters will have scars. I think that they will have the opportunity to say that they were able to be part of that community, to put it on the line for the people of South Central LA, to show them, even in the face of adversity, that they were there for them under the worst of conditions, that they didn't give up, that no matter how overwhelmed they were, they did their best to provide the services that the LA City Fire Department is famous for.
And I'm sure that the vast majority of the people in town who were not involved in shooting at firemen or otherwise attacking them will be very grateful that they did their best.
We're really happy for that, and there were many people that, during the course of firefighters just today told me when they came back into the staging area to recruit that the people were saying, you know, we were praying for you. You're doing a good job. Keep it up. You're part of us. So there was a good part of the community that was behind us, and there was only a few of the people that decided to show violence towards the fire department. And I'm sure the firefighters know that and will continue to serve the people of South Central LA and all areas of the city of Los Angeles with great devotion.
You know, Steve, thank you for that answer, because the intent of my question and what was in my mind when I asked it was that there might be some resentment on the part of these firefighters, but you're right. You're right. They can say to the people, look, we were there for you, and it might bring them even closer to the community.
We hope so, because we are part of the community. We live there. We spend more time in the fire stations that are there at 108th in Maine and Gage in Maine and Slauson in Western. We're part of that community. We shop in those stores. We frequent those markets, and we go to their schools, visit their children. So we are part of that community, and the firefighters and the paramedics that serve them can feel part of the community even after we start to rebuild.
Okay. Steve, I hope we'll be getting back with you later on tonight. Thanks again for checking in with us.
Very good. Thank you for keeping us part of your news broadcast.
Oh, we will. We will. We're looking at a fire blazing away right now in the Hollywood area. And we have to tell you that Mayor Bradley has set up a toll-free property damage hotline. There are an awful lot of people whose property has been, well, there are a lot of people who've lost property to fires, but numbers of others where the buildings have had windows broken in, a lot of looting has gone on. The property damage hotline, if you need help bouncing back from a business or a house that's been hurt, the number is 1-800-870-1929. The number once again is 1-800-870-1929. We'll get it up on the screen as fast as we can for you. With the hotline, the city is going to try to determine how much property has been damaged, figure out whether the people who are reporting the damage qualify for state and federal assistance. And we've talked already about small business administration loans perhaps being available if we get our state of emergency at a federal level. So well, I'll put that number aside here. We'll come back to it and put it up on the screen.
One of the people that has been with us and has shown us a lot of this damage is up there now in Newscopter 7, Captain Ron. What are we looking at now? Is this a new fire?
Yes, it is, Paul. We're here at Normandy and Sunset at this time, and you can see that we've got a building that's just kind of winding its way down as far as the fire goes. And I'm happy to report at this time, as we make our orbit, this is actually the only fire that I see anywhere. And I know that you had just been talking to Captain Rudy from the fire department, and to go along with what he was saying is that I notice on the major fires that I've been going to in the last half hour or hour before, with these fires dying down, the major ones have fire equipment on the scene and are fighting them. And now this one is burning down, and you'll notice there is no fire equipment, and I think that Captain Rudy's forces are able to concentrate on the big ones wherever they are at this moment. But here in the north part of LA, we don't see any other major fires burning. Paul, back to you.
That's good, because that's going to prevent maybe what we saw earlier tonight at Olympic and near the Santa Monica Freeway, where a 35-unit apartment building burned because it spread, and also at Western and Venice, where 20 people were forced out of 2 homes that burned. I mean, if the firemen can get there sooner, Captain Ron, they can prevent these blazes from spreading to residential, to houses.
That's true. Also, with fewer of them to respond to, then they can put more equipment on the big ones that they have to prevent those things you just talked about.
Exactly. Ron, we're going to give them a number here. Once again, this is the Property Damage Hotline. It's a toll-free number. If you have had property, your building, your house, broken into, burned, whatever it is in the last day or so, this is the City of LA's toll-free property damage hotline, 1-800-870-1929. 1929. If you call in and register that you've had damage, as I understand it, the city will be able to figure out just how much property has been damaged or lost in the city, and that will help the city estimate how much aid we're going to need and how much state and federal assistance to ask for.
It makes you wonder how many of these commercial buildings or residential buildings really have insurance, and how long it'll be before these people can get their money.
Some will and some won't.
I dare say. Ron, can you, who's up there? Who's in on the lens tonight?
That's Marco tonight, and he's been doing an excellent job for me.
Marco Robolino, boy, we worked together on Ion LA for a number of years. Marco, how are you? Can you pull back and give us a good news picture to go along with the good news you're reporting that that's the only fire? And it looks like that's the only fire I can see.
Boy, this is different from last night when we could see at any view of that, you'd have 3 or 4, and then each time the camera position changed, 2 more would pop into view. Looks a lot better here.
It does, and we might look too, Ann, for pockets of power outages. You can see them from the air because they're just big black squares, and I don't see too many of those either. Look at that, no fires.
This is really good news for us up here tonight.
Mighty nice. It's looking real good.
Do you ever think that we'd be sitting up here saying, good evening, there's good news because there's no fires in the city of Los Angeles?
Yeah. Well, our frame of reference is a whole lot different than it was on Wednesday morning.
Isn't it, though?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's about a 360 orbit right there, and it confirms, Ron, what you said. Let's hope it holds.
Paul, can I bring up one more thing? You know, we were talking about having enough equipment to respond to these things, and even though that this fire has pretty much died out, if you'll notice right to the right side of our screen, we've got, looks like about 8 units responding. Let me get around to the other side here, and you'll be able to see this. They've got enough people at this time even to come to fires as small as this and knock this thing down. Let me move just a little bit more on this way, and you'll be able to see these things.
For a minute in your good news and go to some that's not quite so good. 9th and Alvarado, I believe. Henry Alfaro, looters and guns involved. Take it, Henry.
That's exactly it, Paul. Right now, we just missed. There's about 25 looters that were inside of this John's Market. They've now been brought into this RTD bus. They're going to be taken away. The arrests have been made by members of the LAPD, it looks like, at the Metro Squad. All of them were looters. They were all inside of this one location. And we have a curfew here. But despite the curfew, there's still a lot of people that are roaming around. Just a short time ago, we were going to be covering a fire. The fire department as well as the police department came by and they said, Henry, get out of here. Simply because there's a lot of shooting that's been going on down Alvarado, past Olympic and so forth. But anyway, these people were caught. And you're going to be coming out here and people are going to be breaking the law. As reported before now that the CHP is providing the escort for the fire department, but this loosens up members of the Los Angeles police force to go to these various locations where they are making these arrests. So there's about 25 men, a lot of women involved here too. They've arrested them, they've handcuffed them, they had them all lying down on the floor in that particular area, and now they're in the RTD bus, and if you can switch around, Al, I don't know if you can see the people inside, but they're loading on another guy. They got the old plastic handcuffs on these guys. So where they're going to be taking them, I really don't know. Officer, where are they going to be taking them, you know?
That's what we're trying to find out, sir.
Okay, that's what they're trying to find out right now. So that gave us the answer right then and there. Earlier, we were in near the command post down on 54th and Arlington. We drove up along Western Avenue. Everything is completely dark. And while there are some people that are violating and breaking the law, as those people are in the bus right now, the majority of people are actually staying in their homes. It's very, very quiet. The city is very, very dark. All the lights are out. Right here, there was some major fires as well. The lines are down. The fire department has been trying to knock down a lot of these major blazes, and they do that, but they leave them somewhat simmering. So as of right now, the people of the city of Los Angeles are abiding by the curfew law. Some are not. They're going to be taken to the pokey. There's still some fires left right now, but things are certainly quieted down compared to last night.
Henry, a much more optimistic report than we thought we'd get from you. There's one fire, FYI, still burning, and that's all we can see.
Yes.
The gunfire, go over that again. What happened?
Well, we spotted a fire right down here on Olympic and Alvarado. and we were going to get out, and we did get out. We were going to start setting up our mass. All of a sudden, some of the fire department, as well as some police guys, they just said, Henry, get out of here because there's some shooters coming up.
Okay.
So we follow their advice.
You get the sense that the looting is more of an isolated incident now instead of sporadically happening everywhere, that it's just a little bit here, a little bit there?
A little bit here and there, and it's opportunistic. People saying, well, they're not around here, it's dark, let's go in and rip off someplace. But somehow or other, they just didn't get away, and good.
Well, but see, now what's going on is they're moving in quicker, Henry, obviously, and people are not going to be getting away with this looting anymore.
You know, I see the plan developing now. The CHP is strictly the riding shotgun for the fire department, letting a lot more officers now provide the security areas and respond quickly to those areas that are being looted.
You remember
here tonight.
You remember, as we've been watching previously, and we've all been sort of dismayed to see, in some cases, the police actually standing by and watching as people ran in and out of stores with stuff.
Yeah.
That's not happening anymore, I guess.
Well, it's not, but again, when you have such massive confusion and a few officers go in, they're going to chase down one or two guys.
Yeah, 2 officers watching 50 people looting. There's not much they can do.
It's impossible for 2 to arrest everybody.
Well, I tell you what, I'll express what I'm feeling. It's comforting to see your report, Henry, and it's comforting to see that they jumped on that. And I hate to see anybody arrested, and I hate to see that happen. But if that's the plan, then it's working.
Yep. None of those people who were picked up and loaded into the bus had weapons, huh?
I don't know if they had weapons. The weapons were further on down, the actual shots. These people, I don't think, had weapons.
Okay.
They were just men and women that came in here to rip off the place, and instead they got caught.
All right, Henry, good job. We'll be hearing from you, I suspect, later on, earlier tomorrow morning, as the case may be. Thank you, Henry Alfaro.
Take care of yourself out there.
Henry's been out there, was out there a long time last night and has been tonight, and let me tell you something. Our reporters in the field have performed, and I'm not trying to pat our backs here, but they deserve it magnificently. And how they get from one place to another as fast as they do with the crews is amazing to me.
Well, Linda Breakstone, who we've been following around the city of Los Angeles for the last day and a half, just told us she's been up for 48 hours, and she has been one of many tremendous reporters who have just worked through the night, through the morning. Here we are back into the night again, and they've been unwearied and undaunted.
I think
really
we have an undaunted gentleman to our right here, Alex Payne, who, when last we heard from Alex in the field, was on Hollywood Boulevard, and there seemed to be a lot of looting going on when you were there. What happened and what's going on now out there?
Well, it's pretty quiet. There's a lot of police out there. They're showing the force. I want to echo what Henry said, what you've been saying. The last few hours, it seems a lot better. This fire that we're watching right now is at Vermont. This is taped about 45 minutes ago at Vermont Avenue and Santa Monica Boulevard. It's a small mini mall. The fire departments from Santa Fe Springs, Montebello, Downey, all responding, but they're letting this burn. They're letting this burn because it's a loss. The good news about this fire is the 2 of the 5 people who set it were caught, and they were caught by some of the people who work behind this building. They went inside, they grabbed them, they held them, they called the police, and the police came, and when we were there, the police officers were thanking them for capturing these 2 suspects.
Who them? Who went in there? Citizens?
2 citizens who were actually working behind this building, went inside, risked their lives, and grabbed these 2 of 5. There were 5 people that were setting fire to this building, and they captured them, and the police took them away.
Did you happen to pick up on whether or not they were, or what method they were using to set the building on fire? We've been wondering if most of these things were Molotov cocktails or what they were doing.
Some were Molotov cocktails. This particular fire was set with paper and matches. I talked to a lot of fire officials out there, and I said, what are they throwing Molotov cocktails at buildings? They said, they're throwing everything, lighter fluid. They're going up and just lighting curtains or whatever. But we traveled through Koreatown, through parts of Hollywood, the Wilshire District, mid-Wilshire, and the response time has increased in the last few hours. The fire departments from neighboring communities, along with LA Fire Department, have been getting there quicker. There's been a greater show of force, better crowd control on Hollywood Boulevard. They kept the crowd away. And it's sort of like an eerie feeling when you're driving along because the curfew does appear to be working. The streets are empty. A lot of almost every business, restaurant is closed down, and there are not many people out there tonight. There was one scary incident, though. We were setting up at a corner gas station where there were probably about 50 Korean Americans guarding this gas station in Koreatown, and they said they had been the targets of some drive-by shooting, and they had weapons, they had rifles, and we were setting up to talk about it, and we were shot at. And so we got out of there before we went on the air, and they were showing us the shell casings from around that area where they had been shot at all day, they say all day long. And at this particular location, the people who grabbed these two suspects who they claim set the fire, they said there's been shooting at this location, Vermont Avenue and Santa Monica Boulevard, all afternoon. They would be shot at, and then they would shoot back. The police would come, then it would start all over again when the police left.
When you say you were shot at, okay, how many shots were fired?
One shot.
Did you get a look at him?
It was a van that drove by, some yelling, boom.
And you don't know how close they came?
We don't know. We were probably about 50 yards away. Everyone, of course, hits the deck, and we just decided we got to get out of there.
Good decision.
Earlier pictures come to my mind in Koreatown of security people, alleged security people with Uzis on top of buildings. I think it was Jeff Michael that talked to some merchants out there that just flat said, "Look, we've got the guns. We're going to shoot up in the air for a while. And if they keep coming, we're going to shoot at them."
We talked to some people like that. We saw a lot of weapons out there, a lot of Korean Americans saying they want to protect their property, they want peace in the community, but what are they going to do when they're victims of drive-by shootings?
Yesterday was a day we saw primarily fires. Today was a day of fires and crimes against people. There was a lot of gunshots coming out today that we really didn't have as much of yesterday.
That's right. And
today we
wonder.
sure did. Yeah.
Well, we'll stress again, hopefully, optimistically, that was earlier today, and by every indication from Henry Alfaro, from Captain Ron, and from our people out there, that things are calming down. We are looking again at a live picture, Alex, stand by here, of a fire that is burning as we speak. Captain Ron, are you still on the line?
Yes, we are. Go ahead, Paul.
Are we still correct in saying that there's only one fire?
This is it. The fire that we were looking at just before Henry came on with his remote is actually out. Now, this fire that we're looking at is one that we had looked at just before we left for fuel. And the fire department is not on scene on this one, but this one is not going to go anywhere. There's no homes threatened, no other structures threatened, and this is just burning itself out. I'm looking at the monitor here in the aircraft, and in the monitor, it actually looks a little bit worse than what it is. There's just some of the walls that are burning, but this fire is not going anywhere.
We just got information here from the police commander of Signal Hill, who has declared a state of emergency in his city and imposed a curfew until 6 a.m. We don't have any clear details on why he felt that was necessary, but Signal Hill adjoins Long Beach, where there have been fires and looting reported, and so perhaps there have been problems in Signal Hill tonight, too. There must have been, or they wouldn't have done this.
Here is another item from where Alex was earlier tonight from Hollywood. Kaiser Permanente Medical Center in Hollywood has canceled all elective surgeries scheduled for tomorrow. Patients affected by this decision should contact their doctors for follow-up discussions. Routine medical office visits will take place as scheduled. Anybody with any questions about Kaiser Permanente Medical Center or scheduled treatment can call 213-667-6783.
And we have more to tell you tonight. President Bush has reacted to the violent uprising, the war zone that has been the city of Los Angeles today.
Happened here.
And Ron, did you have something to tell us?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay. Dramatic change of tone in President Bush over just a few hours. His original reaction to the Rodney King police beating verdict that came in was frustration and anguish. And now he is declaring revulsion and pain over the violent uprising that terrorized Los Angeles today and into tonight. At midday Thursday, he declared that the murder and destruction in the streets of Los Angeles must be stopped. Society cannot tolerate this kind of behavior. And 3 hours later, he was saying that the violence in Los Angeles was purely criminal. Outrageous what happened. We are all sickened by what we saw. It's President Bush reacting today to what's been happening here in our town.
The administration is also trying to stress that the Justice Department is pledging to intensify its investigation of police conduct in the case. And the Attorney General has raised the possibility that the acquitted officers could face federal charges of civil rights violations. Those 4 officers that were found not guilty of all but one of the charges in the beating, and that is what started this whole thing Wednesday at 3 o'clock. That's when the verdict came down. We can tell you a little bit more now about the man that, the truck driver that was seen being pulled from that truck and stoned and beaten by hooligans, and the aftermath of the Rodney King beating. A lot of you saw it on television. We did. I know a lot of you did. His name is Reginald Denny. He was brought to the hospital by a heroic passerby who we interviewed earlier tonight. A gentleman that was driving by, and there's the video. Okay, there.
Looking for his name right now.
Yeah, I've got it here someplace too. That happened at the intersection of Normandy and
Normandy and Florence.
Florence. Why do we keep forgetting the interstates? It's an intersection that should be emblazoned in our mind. This was about 5:30 to 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. The man had been driving that 2-trailer truck with a red cab. He was pulled out of there by 4 to 5 thugs that just beat the stuffing out of him. And he lay on the ground, and the gentleman that we interviewed earlier tonight...
Bobby Green Jr. is his name, and he himself is a truck driver, and he watched this happen on television.
He did, and said, I'm going to go out and help this guy. And by the time Bobby Green Jr. got to this man who you see laying on the ground now, astoundingly, the man had gotten back into the cab of that truck with all these injuries that now have him in critical condition and was trying to drive the thing away.
But he said he was just at the point of passing out. He said he was terribly badly hurt. He had a big hole under one eye and cuts and bleeding all over his body. And so instead of letting him try to drive, Bobby Green shoved him aside into the passenger side of the cab. And he took him to Daniel Freeman Hospital and took him into the emergency room there.
He has not been downgraded to serious condition yet. He is still in critical condition, according to a hospital spokesman. But they expect the truck driver to pull through. And that is good news for those of us who watched that in horror on Wednesday and have been talking about the fate of this gentleman ever since. He is going to make it, at least according to people at the hospital.
Now, the people who brought him in there, the emergency room doctors who took care of Reginald Denny, who is the truck driver who was the victim of the beating, they said that he was completely unconscious when they brought him in. And the doctor in charge of the emergency room last night, Dr. Bayless Yarnell, said that the emergency room last night looked like a war zone. And they were comparing the scene there to the U.S. air crash at L.A. International, and they said it was worse. At least 5 emergency room doctors worked through the night, and more were summoned as the night wore on.
Other injuries were...
stabbings, smoke inhalation.
Fractured skulls. And officials said that one patient, a young black boy hit by a car, had to be brought in on an ironing board by civilians because it was too dangerous for the paramedics to get into the area where the accident occurred. They brought this kid in on an ironing board.
Well, there was a time there when a lot of calls weren't getting answered because there weren't police available to escort the paramedics or the fire departments. So
all right,
make do with what you got then, huh?
You do, and we're going to go now to Henry Alfaro in Pico Rivera. Henry?
We're at the corner of Colorado, just a couple of blocks recorded an earlier arrest.
Okay, we're losing Henry's signal. Let's keep an eye on it because we saw some people laying on the ground there that had been arrested. He is at Alvarado and...
Pico.
I'm sorry, was it Pico? He was at Alvarado before. Let's go back to Captain Ron's shot now, and we'll wait for Henry's signal to come back. Those were some of the people, I believe, that were arrested earlier during that looting.
We've got Jeff Michael, who's just joined us on the set here, and maybe we can find out what he's got to tell us. You've been out in the battle zone most of the last 24 hours, I guess.
Yeah, you know, we have been pretty much everywhere, I think.
You sure have.
Yeah, we've lastly been in the San Fernando Valley. First of all, I want to tell everyone that everything is fine in the San Fernando Valley. There is certainly some looting. They've lost control of a couple of stores, but the police basically have made so many arrests that they are in a position to be able to say that we're holding our own. They're loading them up actually into RTD buses, and they're taking them off to jail, and they don't care if it's going to be a problem. Go ahead.
You're in the business, you know. Back to Henry Alfaro. Henry, what can you tell us?
Well, again, Paul, we are at the corner of Wilshire and Alvarado. These are more looters. There's 12 men and 1 woman. 2 other men have been taken away. Apparently, the Metro squad got word the fact that looting was going on inside of this thrifty drugstore. I was told that the suspects here were pretty well hidden inside at the time. They brought in some of the canine units, and they were able to sniff them out. As you can see right now, they're all handcuffed with the customary plastic handcuffs. The RTD bus is right behind us right now. This event, or this happening, you might say, this occurrence took place about 5 blocks away from the previous one where we were at the corner of 9th and Alvarado. So again, we have about 12 men here and 1 woman. 2 others were taken away with minor injuries. The RTD bus is here, the same bus that took in the other group of about 20 or so men and women from the 9th and Union location. So the Metro squad is in full force tonight. There's a curfew, and people are not going to pay attention. They're going to be out there and looting and so forth. They're going to get caught like these individuals here. So I don't know how many more other areas that we have found these looters, but they were doing a pretty decent job inside a thrifty drugstore, I've been told, but not decent enough to get away. So that's it from this location. They're going to be placed into the bus in a short time. And before we had asked a member of the Metro, the elite Metro unit, as to whether we're going to take them. They really don't know, but they're going to be putting them away in the bus.
Henry, we congratulate you on being on top of 2 of these incidents in the space of 10 minutes. We don't know how you do it, but we're proud of you.
Thanks. Henry, I think the message that's being sent here is, hey, would-be looters, times have changed. Last night and today was then, this is now, and if you go out and try it, we're going to nail you.
That's right, and if you try to hide in these places, they got some powerful sniffing canines that'll get you.
Hey, you know, you were out there all last night. Now, here we go again. Are you feeling more secure personally than you were yesterday?
Well, I think yesterday was a far more of a go-go time in terms of getting things together. This was exclusively in the South Central Los Angeles. So many things were going. But, Annie, I have to honestly say that things seem a little bit easier tonight. The people are complying with the curfews. There are not too many people out. In fact, everything is really dark. It's switched over to this side of the town, but nevertheless, I have that feeling that, hopefully it's a good feeling that things are calming down a little bit. Let's hope so.
Okay.
Thanks, Henry.
Thanks a lot, Henry.
All right. And if you see something else that you probably will, get back to us. This man's quick as a doggy.
Shall we go back to Jeff Michael, who was just telling us what he'd seen when we interrupted him? Jeff?
No, in fact, let's keep interrupting if we have some more of that stuff. And it's good to hear that it's calming down, I can tell you that. It's, as I had said, in the San Fernando Valley, I think that they pretty much have a lid on it. We're going to take you not only from the well, let's start right here in Compton. This is going to lead up to some good news, actually. Taco Bell that burnt down to the ground really before any water got on it. But let's go to some bright news here. Well, forgot about this, the ABC market that had some looting. Compton's in a very tough situation, smaller police department, smaller firefighting force. Maywood was over there as well. But here's a bright spot. They're not looting here, guys. That's the sheriff's deputies helping a family who owns this Blockbuster Video in Compton clear the shelves, pull out the computers. That's Laverne Greenwood right there. She's trying to save a business that she has put $750,000 into in order to save, and let me tell you, those officers were doing quite a job. But still, Laverne fears that the worst isn't over.
Well, it sets us back. We worked our life for this. Now we got to get our stuff and we got to go, you know. It's sad. It's just sad. You know, there's nothing we can do. We got to get our stuff. We got to get out of here. Because in the morning, this building may not be standing, you know, and it's sad. My brother is not here. He's in Texas, and this is my sister, and we got to do everything, you know. And we just, we live in the neighborhood. We live right up the street. We went to school here. So, you know, it's sad.
You just want to hug Laverne, I'll tell you. Do the looters care? No, I don't think they do. Here's why. Pep Boys, South Central. Now, coming up here, around this Pep Boys, we're going to go into slow motion. I'll tell you why. Look at this man coming up in the blue pickup. This guy looked at us as we came by, and then after he looked at us, he pulled out a gun, aimed it right at us. That man right there in that blue pickup aimed it at us. We sped away before he could get a shot off. Now we move over to Koreatown. Shots fired there as well. Korean business owners, you gotta feel for them as well. They don't know what to do. They are beside themselves in trying to protect their businesses.
We keep the house now, okay, but very, very angry now. Everybody very, very angry. Koreatown and the young guys and all, everybody gone.
People out there watching, please just don't sit there and enjoy this great exhibition.
It's not an entertainment, It's not a Hollywood action shot.
No,
this is the actual life that we're talking. We got shot in what? Windows, car windows, fly-by bullets come out. They're shooting at us. We may be shooting at up there, but they're shooting at us. So far, we've been shooting up. But when it comes to worse, we're not going to sit around shooting upside. We're going to shoot at them.
Yeah, they're going to shoot at them, and in fact, as we had seen earlier today, that's what some Koreans had felt that they had to do, actually firing bullets. Eric, the guy that you just heard from, I don't know his last name. He's a teenager. He's a first-generation Korean-American. He is trying to protect his family's business. We're not trying to side here with Koreans, African-Americans, or any other faction or any other community. It is sad for everyone, and that is the thing that's so hard. You know, when we were driving around, we have a TV that's in our trucks, as you guys know, and we watch our Channel 7 coverage as we're going from one spot to the other. And we're listening to some of the politicians, some of the people come on saying that I think people are starting to listen and obey, maybe understand there's a greater penalty to pay. If I can just interject what I have found from being out on the streets, I don't think so, guys. I think that people are probably tired. You get, even hoodlums get worn out. I think they're drunk because they're raiding liquor stores first. I think they're drunk, they're tired, and they're taking a break. I don't think these people care. They don't care if they shoot at a Channel 7 news van. They don't care if they start fires like this one. They don't care, period. Hopefully the curfew has something to do with it, but frankly, this curfew arrest is not scaring the type of people that are doing this.
One thing will happen, though. For whatever reason, the streets get cleared and law enforcement gets a chance to stake out a position. I think that will make it easier than if there's a regeneration of violence tomorrow or the looting begins again. Once you're in place and you've managed to get everything tamped down for a minute, I think it's much easier to keep control than it is to try to take control of a situation that has gone nuts. So whether it's just fatigue or it's a respect for law and order or whatever, it should have a good effect.
Okay, Jeff Michael, perhaps giving us a much-needed pause in our optimism to consider, well, wait a minute, let's wait and see what happens. Well, what's happening right now is Captain Ron orbiting a new fire at, I believe, Venice and Western?
That's right, Paul. We're at Venice and Western, and actually this is just a little bit south of a fire that we previously covered probably an hour ago or so. This whole area has been looted earlier in the day. If you look at the parking lot area, it's got garbage and debris from the looters. This could be a delayed fire from the other one just north of here. The entire block has been burned out that we covered quite a while ago, and some of these fires, I think, take a while to get going. Now, you'll probably see us as we come around the backside. We hit some of the heat that is coming off of these fires, and we bounce around just a little bit. You just forgive us for a second as we get back on the cold side of this fire. We're going directly over the old fire, and that's where we're getting most of the heat.
Ron?
Yes, go ahead, Ann.
What's the smoke situation now? When we first talked to you early this evening, like 5 o'clock or so, you were telling us that the smoke was so bad that you really were staying out of big sections of the city. What's it like tonight?
The smoke has lifted, and even from my location here, which is at least 5 miles west of downtown LA, I can see the Civic Center. Before, I got as close as a half a mile to the Civic Center, and I was just barely able to make out the buildings at that point. Just the way that the evening goes, the smoke lifted up, and we've got pretty good visibility under it right now. You can see this fire is burning real good. With it burning this quick, they usually burn out real quick. We haven't noticed any fire department responding to this yet, but it's been our experience here lately that they will be coming to this scene.
Ron, we're told that this is a save-on that was on fire last night, that it kind of died down, and apparently it's somebody's either torched it again or it's reignited.
That could be, I'm sorry, Paul, it is a Save-On drugstore. As we come around the front side, I can read it now. And there won't be much left of it here in another 15 minutes or so.
Anything else on the horizon as you're looking around? Is this it?
And I think there's one just about my 2 o'clock that's burning down. Let me see if Marco can pick that one up. It doesn't look like a fresh one. This looks like an old one. And let's see if he's got it here. Just a little bit to the left.
We can see it.
There it is right there. Nothing like what we were experiencing earlier today. This has really died down out here, and we're just picking a few of these as they come up.
All right, Captain Ron, thank you, and you'll be up there. When's your next fuel stop?
I've got about an hour and 20 minutes left.
I think that's more than we got. we need to fill up, too. All right, thank you, Ron.
Okay, my pleasure.
We are told that Police Chief Daryl Gates, the governor, okay, Linda Breakstone is at City Hall. These 4 men have been meeting. Linda, it's yours.
Well, 11:45, we are told they just finished their meeting, and they will be up here at 11:45 to talk with us. Now, a little while ago, the governor's press secretary came out, and we were asking him, trying to press him on what this is all about. He said they are having a quality, quote, meeting. Quality time. So it is a substantial meeting. He said if anything does come out of this meeting, if there's an agreement, it will be, quote unquote, substantial. So we stand by. He should be here 3 or 4 minutes. They'll come walking in.
Yeah, we're looking at our watches, and we're saying about 5 minutes according to our watch. If he doesn't delay it one more time.
Linda, we keep getting told that, okay, go to her now. It's imminent. They're coming in a minute, and that's why we keep going to you. We'll wait until they start walking in.
The word 11:45.
Okay.
11:45.
We like talking to her is what it really is. That's what it comes down to. We'll see you soon.
Well, we like her. That's what.
We have information from outlying areas tonight. I haven't had a whole lot of time to find out what's been going on in other cities, but we have here a report that says that police were responding earlier today to young men looting stores and fighting out in San Bernardino County. The cities of San Bernardino, Fontana, and Rialto have all had some experience of looting or fighting tonight. San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies also being dispatched here to Los Angeles, where we have had, I believe now it's 24 people killed, 450 hurt, unimaginable numbers in the short space of this day. Dusk to dawn curfews imposed in many cities. Los Angeles, as you know, parts of Los Angeles County. Now we're saying Culver City, Hawthorne, Santa Monica, Inglewood, Compton, Linwood, Southgate, Torrance, Long Beach, San Fernando. All of these cities have slapped down curfews, and it is quieter out there, noticeably.
And the looting has spread into Beverly Hills. And we are told 10 people were arrested in Beverly Hills earlier today. Santa Monica Pier, an old landmark, has been closed, as have been nearby beaches. We don't know how long that will last, but right now they're shut down and probably will be tomorrow.
Yeah.
And in Long Beach, 2 motorcyclists were attacked by a band of about 15 young black men. They were pulled off their bikes, shot, and robbed. Police say one of the men was killed. Another is in critical condition.
We've got other closures we can tell you about here. We'll try to keep you up to date as we get this information coming in, too. The downtown Federal Building will be closed tomorrow. The downtown HUD office will be closed. All Los Angeles District post of duty functions for the IRS will be closed tomorrow.
The IRS is taking a day off, folks. You'll be perhaps happy to know that.
Atlantic Richfield is closing most of its facilities tomorrow. Unical headquarters and other offices downtown closed on Friday.
A spokesman for the LA Department of Transportation says that all commuter express, dash, and commuter connection service is canceled for tomorrow. She said a couple of privately contracted dash buses will be operating. She thinks so. She says that officials will determine tomorrow whether dash buses will be running in the downtown area on Saturday. But up until then, they're shut down.
Department of Motor Vehicles field offices closed tomorrow in downtown Los Angeles, in Compton, in Hawthorne, and Inglewood. Hughes Aircraft LA County plants will be closed tomorrow, but in Orange County and San Diego County open as usual. Cedars-Sinai is advising if you had any appointments at the hospital clinics tomorrow, call before you come in to make sure that your appointment is still on.
The Dodger baseball game was not played at Dodger Stadium tonight, Dodgers and Phillies. The Clippers were going to take on, I think it was Utah tonight at the Sports Arena. All right, Linda Breakstone, this is it. I guess we're going to you for the real thing.
Okay, here we go. They will be here in about 30 seconds. Just to recap, the governor arrived in Los Angeles at 8:30 this evening. He took a helicopter tour of the devastated areas. That lasted about 20 minutes. Then he went to Sheriff Sherman Block's office, and they met until, I guess, about 10:30 when he came here. And now, Chief Daryl Gates
Mayor Tom Bradley, Sheriff Sherman Block, and Governor Pete Wilson, quite a foursome, are having what is turning into a midnight summit on this crisis. And if they have something to announce, they've been discussing serious issues, having a quality meeting, as one aide said, that will be something substantial, I am told, if they do decide to discuss this and if they have agreed to something. Now, they have been meeting in the Emergency Operation Command Center that is beneath City Hall, and it tells me, here they come. The mayor, the governor, Sherman Block, and Chief Daryl Gates.
General Thrasher, we've just concluded a meeting in which we received a briefing from the Sheriff, Los Angeles County, Sherman Block, and from Daryl Gates, Chief of Police, and his staff. We've received briefings from the National Guard, and we are grateful to Governor Pete Wilson for his cooperation, for his quickly responding to our request that the National Guard be assigned here. We gave a number of 2,000. It is clear now that we need more than 2,000 to cover both the city of Los Angeles and the other cities within the county territory. We have increased our request to 4,000 for the city of Los Angeles, 2,000 to cover the county territory under the jurisdiction of Sherman Block. It seems clear to us that we have got to make a commitment to have a sufficient show of force that we can gain control over the situation out in the field. As an indication of my commitment, and I think that of the governor, that we will use every resource necessary in order to bring this situation under control. We believe that in addition to the law enforcement agencies here and the National Guard in California, that we ought to have a standby alert in the event we need federal troops to come in and back us up. And some preliminary contacts have been made in Washington to tell them to be on the alert, stand at readiness in the event we need these additional personnel. We want to send a message to this community that we are totally committed to provide the resources to ensure that the hoodlums out there, the gangsters, are not going to be able to terrorize the city, that we're going to gain control and provide the safety and security that the people of Los Angeles deserve and want. And I'm pleased now to turn the microphone over to Governor Pete Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are absolutely determined to see to it that the public safety receives every resource, every attention that is possible for us to give. The mayor is correct. The total request now is for some 6,000 guardsmen. We have 2,000 presently in the area. We have an additional 2,000 on the way. The request has been increased. The reference that you just heard by the mayor arises from that consideration of providing an additional 2,000 beyond the total of 4 that we had already agreed to. We are more than pleased to provide whatever is necessary. The real question is a logistical question. Can we do that within the time frame that is required? The mayor has imposed a curfew. I'm convinced that the curfew is working, that it will work over a long weekend, provided we have an adequate show of force, the kind of presence that is necessary to allow law enforcement to make the arrest necessary. We cannot be satisfied with simply shooing looters out of the buildings they are looting, nor can we be satisfied with the efforts that are going to be required if we are to actually shut down the kind of arson that has taken a terrible toll on this city. So in order to do that, We have provided the highway patrol to escort the firefighting strike teams. That effort, I think, is moving along very well, but it is required that we bring to bear more in the way of guardsmen once the officers of the sheriff and the chief have secured a building that has been looted. We are going to provide the troops from the guard who can stay on station at a particular site to assure that the looters do not return. That frees the officers, makes them mobile to go out and make arrests both on the streets and to actually arrest the people who have been involved in looting. What you saw earlier today was the inability to do that, people simply being shooed out and not arrested. If it is necessary, if we are unable logistically to move the guard in the numbers required, within the time frame required, we have made, at least thus far, we have made known to the federal government, specifically in conversations with the president and with his chief of staff, that we may very well be calling upon them to supply federal troops. That is a question, again, of logistics. But I want to reemphasize, as the mayor has, that we are determined that this city is not going to suffer the kind of terrorism that some people seem bent upon inflicting upon it. We are not going to allow the people of Los Angeles to go unprotected, and I think we've got first-rate people on the job here. We need to see to it that we have adequate troops to allow professional law enforcement to do their job. We have other resources. The state correction system is taking prisoners to make space in the jail facilities. We are determined to do whatever is required.
Thank you, Governor. Chief of Police Daryl Gates.
Well, first of all, I think what we are dealing with will be satisfied with adequate resources. Wherever we have been able to position adequate resources, we have brought it under control. And so often I've seen a situation where my commanders have gone out, said we have taken this particular location and we've cleaned it up, but when they've had to retreat because they have to go somewhere else, they found that, and no one to replace them, that the problem has come back. So with adequate resources, and I think that upping it additional 2,000, the National Guard, two additional 1,000, that we indeed will be able to satisfy that need and bring it under control.
Thank you, Daryl. Sheriff Sherman Block.
I believe that without question, virtually every household in Southern California has been glued to their TV sets watching what was taking place in this community. And I think it's absolutely essential that the resources be available to make a very visual statement to the community that certain kinds of activities will bring about a predictable response. And if we have the adequate resources to make those arrests, to have the visibility of the Guard maintaining their positions, then I think we'll begin to see a deterrent impact, a decline in the kind of activity, because many of the people out there today obviously were people who were just caught up in this entire situation and were engaging in somewhat of a mindless kind of activity, and hopefully this visibility will discourage that activity from continuing.
And the Commanding General of the California National Guard, General Thrasher.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been mentioned we have 2,000 Guard members mobilized, another 2,000 mobilized for reporting tomorrow, an additional request for 2,000, and has been stated we're going to make a determination on whether the logistics and personnel required in the time frame requested by both branches of the law enforcement here can be met. If that cannot, then we will then attempt to get additional resources. The key being time in order to meet the needs of the law enforcement, both the county and the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be glad to take your questions.
When will you decide on federal troops? When will you make that decision on federal troops? I mean, how long is the timeline here?
We will make the determination based on our ability to transport, to mobilize and transport the Guard. If we can't do that, and we need to know that very quickly, then we will make the request for the federal assistance.
Let me add that in order that there not be any lag time between the time we now call upon them and the time we need them, the notice has been made to Washington so that they are on the alert in anticipation we may have to call on them. I hope we don't, but if we have to call on them, and we'll make that determination as we find out how many troops can be sent here from California. If we need them from Washington, if we need that help, we'll be able to make that call.
So do you have a time frame that you're working in, say by the end of tomorrow?
Yes, as soon as possible.
Governor, can you clear up the ammunition complications? Does each guardsman now have a full clip of ammo, live ammo? What is the situation?
There is no shortage of ammunition for those who are presently here. One of the considerations will be whether or not those that we are being requested to add as a supplement will have adequate equipment of all kinds, including ammunition. But those who are here now have adequate ammunition.
What are the problems with getting the ammunition here? What has happened?
The problem was that the ammunition came from Camp Roberts, and it was slow in coming.
Let me add one thing, because there's a certain newspaper in this state that suggested that it was the mayor of Los Angeles, Tom Bradley, who held up the deployment of those troops because he didn't accept that ammunition they were carrying. I had nothing to do with that.
Not true.
Your thoughts, your eyewitness to the deaths in Los Angeles. What was your first thought?
I was sick at heart. I remain sick at heart. I have very mixed reactions. As I said in a statement this afternoon, I have seen people looting, people of whom I am ashamed. But I've also seen acts of courage. I have seen this terrible tragedy bring out the best in people. The black man who had the courage to rescue a motorist from an angry crowd, who defied that crowd, I think, perhaps best exemplified what I believe to be the spirit of this community as a whole. His comment when he was asked in a television interview as to why he had intervened to help a white motorist, he said, "It's not a racial issue, it's an issue of basic humanity."
I understand that, but did anything strike you like, oh my God, I didn't expect to see what I'm seeing?
Well, of course.
When do you expect to get these 6,000 troops on the street?
If your question is, what is our goal, the time frame to have them on the street or have them in the city and ready for deployment, consistent with the priorities being tasked by the sheriff and the chief, is by noon tomorrow.
All 6,000 or just 4,000, Governor?
I'm sorry.
Is there any sign that the curfew is working, that perhaps
Yes.
it's beginning to get home? Could you be a little more specific about that?
I think that the evidence that the curfew is working arises from the fact that there have been several hundred arrests made, that as we just took an aerial tour, the number of people visible, both in automobiles traveling the freeways and the surface streets, and it was fewer than I have ever seen at any hour of the day, by quite a lot. The number of people visible on the streets, there are a handful, very, very few. But I think the best thing that we can say is that for the curfew to work, there have to be the resources available. There has to be the manpower.
In regards to the
guardsmen discharging their weapons using deadly force?
No, I think that's it.
What kind of orders did you issue to the guardsmen with regards to discharging their weapons using deadly force?
They will return fire. They will protect themselves. They will protect innocent bystanders. They will protect citizens. They will not, obviously, they will not engage in a firefight unless they have been provoked by being fired upon or unless there is, in fact, a threat to an innocent citizen.
Chief, could you please answer the curfew question? I wonder if the chief could tell us, in numbers perhaps, or in other forms of measurement, how the curfew is working.
The curfew is working very, very well, as the governor said, particularly in those areas where we can back it up with sufficient resources. In the south central portion of Los Angeles, I drove mile after mile and saw very, very few people going out into the west side, Vermont and Western, Wilshire, Sunset, Hollywood Boulevard. I saw a lot of people. Simply because we were not able to back up the curfew and drive them off the street. They were there, and they felt they could be there, and we wouldn't touch them because we didn't have the resources. But it is working in the south central portion of Los Angeles. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at South Central as being very, very good at this particular moment. It's calm. I've seen more police officers. We do have some of the National Guard there. And while some fires are still burning and we still have some problems, it's a much better condition than it was yesterday.
Chief, you said this thing flared out more quickly than you expected, and certainly more quickly than 1965. Do you think, are you hoping now that it might flare down more quickly?
Well, I certainly am. I hope that I'm forever hopeful. And my hope was that today we would have it under control. My hope is that tomorrow we will have it under control. Took 5 days for us to do that in 1965, and if we can do it by tomorrow, it's only taken us 3. And this is a much more dramatic in terms of its impact on the city, property damage, number of fires. Much more dramatic.